All right. What's it called? Back again. Yeah. Continuing. Whatever. Continuing on with more tales from Toyotoki. Hey there. Welcome. Welcome. I don't know how much more we have of the game. I'm assuming at least one more stream, maybe, or two. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Thursday, it'd be Thursday, because, like, what's it called? Like, we're on, like, what's her name again? I remember Sumugi, but her first name, last name, whatever it was. We're like, what's it called? We had, like, I'm so bad at names. I remember Nishime, because I remember how she says Nishime, but, like, I'm horrible with names. I can't remember, whatever. But yeah, we're on her arc right now. I don't know if, like, Akari, that's it. She's my favorite character here, and I forgot her name. Jeez. But yeah, what's it called? Like, it feels like, obviously, Lilin will get, like, her own arc, at some, well, not at some point. I feel like for the final arc, it'll be Lilin, of course. But we'll see, like, I don't know if they'll do, like, Joe. Yes, yeah, Joe and Kiriko. Okay, yeah, Kiriko. Joe and Kiriko will have, like, their own arcs or something as well, or however it goes. Because we have, like, it is split into, like, pretty much, like, who the focus character is, essentially. We'll see. Because I don't think we're anywhere near done with, Sumugi yet, anyway. So we shall see. But okay, let's get right to it, though. Right to it. One sec. With normal names. Ha! I don't know. I think I just blank out names sometimes. Like, it needs, like, what's it called? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just bad at names. But alright. Let's continue on and see where we go. Because I don't think we're anywhere near done with Sumugi's arc. So we shall see. But yeah, I think, like, at least another stream of this, I think one or two more, maybe. But yeah, looking forward to it, at least. Or rather, what's it called? Part of it's also, like, I don't want it to end. That kind of vibe with this game. But yeah, we shall see. We still have, like, whatever the hell's going on with, like, the greater beings, whatever they're called, that Lilin encountered. And it's like, okay, cool, this island's kind of got something going on with it. We shall see. Game suggestion, what's up? What is it? Thank goodness you're here. The game's background this background's cozy. Oh yeah, I haven't played this. I've seen people stream it, but I haven't watched them stream it. I just know it exists. I've seen this around, but I haven't, like, I'll keep an eye on it. Is it this? Hold on, is it the same person? Just let me check. Oh, no, stop. It's just in a bundle together. Is it a bundle with, like, Later Alligator? I watched someone else play that before. But that's just, like, that's a different developer. It's just in a bundle together with it. It's British? Okay, yeah. We'll check it out some. Well, maybe. I don't own it, of course. It's a short game. It's a short game. Yeah. It's not that long. It seems pretty short game. But yeah, the game has a kind of, like, cozy vibe. This one, rather, in a sense as well. And then it's just like, once again, it goes from, like, yeah, cool, we're chill, and then it's like, oh yeah, crap. Here's, like, freakish, like, other beings, eldritch horrors, and, like, Lilin's backstory being whack. No, well, whack is, like, really underplaying it. But yeah, and then it's like, cool, here's now back to the cozy island. Everlasting Summer. I know, like, I got that. It's like, it's free on Steam. I had that not downloaded, but in my library, like, years ago. Like, I think it's one of the first things I, like, put on my Steam library when because I didn't really have a gaming PC, not gaming PC, more like a PC that could handle games. Let's say, like I had a laptop, but I could barely handle games. And like, yeah, this was like over 10 years ago. And I finally got one 10 years ago or so. And it's like, yeah, cool. Just looking randomly for what, like, free games there are. I see. The backgrounds and being frozen or redrawn photos. I see, that's fair. Yeah. We also have the Akari drama. True, yeah. I put that together with, like, the island wackiness. But, to be fair, that's partly also, like, family drama as well. Hey there. But yeah, it's like, what's it called? Like, I have played like older visual novels. So like, I saw people in reviews being like, I guess like put off by like the photos backgrounds. But it's like, what's it called? I'm already used to that sort of thing in the first place. So I don't think anything like bad of it, let's say. Plus like, they're meant to be more like, impressions of like the setting rather than like literal, yeah, the character is standing exactly in this in this spot, let's say. But yeah, what's it called? Speaking of real, it's like I've been tempting to like real rather. I was thinking of playing for like this like other visual novel that's like using to like act like real people and like that sort of deal. 428 Shibuya Scramble, but maybe probably a visual novel. The visual novel we start after this. Why is the size get visual novels so expensive? How much is it? The remake, reboot, whatever it's called. How much is it? Okay, yeah, 40 pounds, damn. He said real bad news is Shibuya, yeah. Never, I mean, too fair, there isn't that many ones I mentioned that have real people. At least in my memory. But yeah, reboot is like 40 pounds. Or 45, normal price. But yeah, damn. It'd be pricey. Okay, let me just see something. Cool. Average visual novel costing 60 bucks. Ha. I mean, what's it called? I don't like, what's it called? Fair play to them for the pricing, and to be fair, like, what's it called? I don't know, games like value, I guess, is like a hot topic, let's say. The value of games, money-wise, is a hot topic, so to speak. It's kind of like, it's funny because like, I don't know, it's got a lot of like nuance in that regard, huh? But yeah, I already played like OG, also bad regional pricing. Yeah, that happens as well sometimes. Like, what's it called? Silent Hill F is like, Silent Hill F is like, how much for me? Like, mad expensive for some reason. How much was it? Okay, my wish list is not loading. Yeah, Silent Hill F. Well, okay, it used to be like 100 something, or like, wait. Well, to be fair, it's 70 pounds already, so it's already pretty high. But I think it's like it was like an absurd price before, but then they fixed the regional price. But yeah, some places just get like absolutely absurd regional prices as well. Alright, let's get to reading. Alright, Lillian's POV after Tsumugi's also in the house. Oh yeah, just to get a refresher. Okay, yeah. Nobody uninvited, well, not uninvited, but like, okay, yeah, brought in Silent Hill 7, huh? There's other Silent Hill game coming out that I'm kind of interested in as well, but yeah, they'd be pricey. I had no idea why I was so irritated. I felt this way ever since Higa. That's it, Higa. Samugi Higa. That's it. I felt this way ever since Higa arrived. I was extremely short-tempered for no particular reason. Okay, yeah. It's like, what's it called? It's like a semi-slow burn in the sense that like Lilin and Nishime have to like realize their feelings type deal. Even though it's like, what's it called? Obviously from like Akari's POV, it's like these two are straight up acting like a married couple already. They just don't realize, or like they haven't come to terms with their feelings or acted upon it properly yet. I was extremely short-tempered for no particular reason. Was it because Hikaru was treating me like an afterthought? It probably was. I worked so hard to learn how to cook, he refused to even give me the time of day. I suddenly remember the conversation I had with Akari the other day. It's the day Hikaru complimented me for the stewed fish.
Yakimono, agemono, nimono. 調理における3つは一通りできるようになりましたね。あとは応用ですので、材料とレシピさえあれば何でも作れますよ。ただ一つを除いて。その一つは何？それもやるわ。どうでしょうね。その領域はそれ単体で今まで習ったことと同じくらいの幅広さがありますので大変ですよ。そんなに奥が深いの？
Which food group? Oh, dessert, of course.
パティシエという専門職がいるくらいに深いんですよ。デザートは。
Okay, yeah, works out. Dessert. I really want to try my hand at it. I mastered cooking these so-called desserts and have them tell me they were delicious.
最初はプリンかゼリーがおすすめです。あかりが言うならそうするわ。
That was the gist. Fast forward to the day when I was thinking of making some. Oh, okay, yeah, you were like wanting to do something. Oh yeah, right, because Higa brought some cake. That's it as well. Well, they brought some cake for everyone, but then it's like, what's it called? Okay, yeah. Lilin wanted to make dessert for the first time. Hikaru ended up buying cake. He was enjoying them with Higa. I stared at them from the living room door listless. I watched as they ate their tasty dessert while talking excitedly. I decided not to make my own. Hikaru was already having some after all. Thanks to him starting a new well-paying job, he wasn't short on money. He even had the funds to buy sweets. If that's the case, there's no need for me to make any to begin with. Okay, yeah. That kind of deal. Zirconia never. Hopefully, eventually. It's like, yeah, like, I know episode 1 has been out for a while, but like, I don't want to read it until like the whole thing is like done, personally. Like, what's it called? I mean, to be fair, that's like how I am with a lot of games, but like, I'd rather it just be like when it's all done type deal. Unless unless I really can't wait, but like, what's it called? I'd rather like at least to see like it's at least like that it's gonna be like releasing on schedule or something like that. But yeah, that's on hold for like I don't know how long, if at all. Kind of same time as the Viphon translation. That one's just weird. I don't really get why they haven't done that by this point. It's been years since I did that stream. And like still nothing. Like okay, cool, thanks. 4 years, damn. It wasn't fine. If I were to voice my thoughts, would something change? I opened the fridge to see beer cans taking up half of our limited space. Oh, okay, yeah. It's fine, but it's not really fine. I moved in to make space for the dessert ingredients, gloomy thoughts in mind. Okay, back to Hikaru. My day off happened to fall on a rare sunny day within the rainy season. I was feeling pretty great. Are you going somewhere, Higa? Oh, right. That's it. Right. Higa's... Yeah. Her house or her apartment burned down. That was it. That's why she's staying over. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she's staying over and what's it called? Because the apartment burned down. Right. Okay, yeah. Tsumugi just be like piling on the beers as well, huh? We'll see. She also just can't keep a job, yeah. She's just like an absolute mess, essentially. So she's broke, yeah. So like we just give her like living space for now. I don't know. I don't know how. I want to see like how her arc resolves, or rather, I don't really see how we're gonna get to that because like she's also like just super reliant on like random ass life advice notebook. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't really know, like compared to Akari, where like we had like a clear goal objective in mind throughout it. In this case, it's more like, okay, yeah, where are we gonna go? How do we? Well, we know like we want to like deal with that notebook, her dependence on it rather. But then it's like, cool, I don't see a direction for that. We'll see. She mentioned her briefly before. Okay, yeah, her grandmother, yeah. If I remember correctly, her grandmother was in a nursing home. As I dug through my memory, Higa asked if I wanted to go with her. It was a rare opportunity, so I decided to tag along. The nursing home was on Hisaku Island. It was located on a small hill further inland. This was probably intentional, since its residents wouldn't be able to flee from the waves if needed. Hold on, what do you mean by that? On a small hill. Oh, okay. As in, like, if it floods lower below it, rather. That in that sense. So there had to be a better location for it. The walk from the harbour was a little over 5 kilometers. The sunny days during rainy season were humid and hot. Damn. Higa was full of energy, and while I was absolutely spent. Hello. A cool and refreshing wind hit us as soon as we opened the door. The combination of air conditioning and dehumidifier created a welcoming environment, as opposed to hellish, humid heat outside. Welcome, thanks for coming today. An older lady popped her head out from behind the reception. It's got less hot here at least now. It's like we're all like on the tail end of summer. I mean, to be fair, it's August. It's the end of August, but like yeah, we're on like the tail end of summer at least. So that's nice. It's not getting as hot. She seemed to know Higa. I was a fish out of water here and couldn't do much except watch their idle exchange. At some point, the lady looked over at me. Who's this? A relative, perhaps?
友達です。一緒に見学に来たんです。あと少し手伝ってもらおうかなって。
Really? That's wonderful. Once they finished exchanging pleasantries, the receptionist disappeared into a further room back. A room further back, rather. Almost autumn, yuck. I like autumn myself. Like, it's not too hot, not too cold type deal. Unless, like, it's pretty bad over there for you with autumn. Higa took off her shoes and put on some slippers with practiced movements, and I followed suit. Despite being familiar with the concept of a nursing home, I couldn't quite picture what one would actually look like. I could only imagine it resembling a hospital of sorts. Many rooms with old people sleeping in them. That was more or less what I was expecting. But the place before me was much brighter than that. When snow comes and settles out properly, it's pretty neat there. I see, but just mud. I see, yeah, fair. Lots of mud to deal with. Fair. The walls were covered in drawings and crafts that seemed to have been made by inhabitants. Some were impressive, while others were pretty terrible to look at. There was a section for portraits drawn with crayon too. Frankly, the first thing the nursing home reminded me of was a kindergarten. I always thought it was kindergarten, not kindergarten. We headed toward the I guess it's like what, Garden of Banban, whatever that game was. I've always thought it was garden as well. We headed towards an open space they referred to as a lounge. Several elderly people were gathered. They were all fixated on a wall-mounted TV. Some were in wheelchairs while others weren't. The lady from the reception had arrived before us and clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "Tsumugi's here, everyone." She announced Higa's arrival with a clear voice. The nursing home residents looked towards Higa and smiled broadly. "Oh, Tsumugi, it's been a while. How have you been?" "I have a real funny story to tell you." "Oh, Miki, she's gotta see Shoko first, silly." Same thing as people spelling adventuring as adventuring, yeah. It's like, at a glance, it's like too similar to like other words. So like you just think it's that word. Common words easy to put in, yeah. OBS. Should we back? I think we're back. Cool. Good. OBS just do that sometimes, huh? I don't know. Even that's like, I don't know. Like, if my internet just like, there's no drop frame, no drop frames on my end, so I don't know. Higa reacted to their excitement gracefully, waving and responding to each of her friendly, elderly friends as she went across the lounge. We headed towards one of the private rooms. When we arrived at our destination, we knocked before heading inside. I noticed the doors in the building were sliding doors. I guess they were easier to open than with doorknobs. Inside was a single room, a bed and dresser. It resembled closely to what I imagined a hospital would look like. "Oh, you came to visit." An elderly woman was lying on the bed. She tried to get up as soon as she saw Higa. Attempted to prop herself up using both hands. It was clear that she was having a hard time. Okay, her grandmother's like in like not too great condition. Higa put her hand on her back and slowly helped her up. I saw the old lady was wearing a pretty flashy shirt. Her white hair and tan skin made it difficult to distinguish her from other residents, but it seemed like she had a thicker head of hair. Her fluffy locks reached down to the top of her shoulders. I'd say so. Higa showed her a picture on her phone. I watched the excitedly talk about clothing. "Who's this young man?" "My, he's not a boyfriend." Ah. Alright, the teasing. Well, to be fair, once again, it's like, it does feel like the game's like solidly, what's it called? Solidly on like Lila and Nishime, to be honest. Just like, I guess like, what's it called? A little bit of like conflict, of course, but like the game is solidly in that camp, to be honest. Isn't it about time you thought about getting married? Okay, she's like, yeah, Tsumugi's like, what was it again? Early 20s, like mid to early 20s or so? Despite how she looks, my granddaughter is a sweet girl. Won't you take her as your wife? Ha, ha. Hey there. But yeah, we have like an actual, we got like some actual adult woman here. Helping her out. Granny suddenly grabbed my hand. Based on the flow of the conversation, I assumed she was Higa's grandmother. I squeezed her hand back and declared, "Please leave her to me, grandmother." Oh, thank goodness, I can die in peace now. Not gonna lie, your ex, when you married type deal was low-key annoying, yeah. Just the pressure is like, what's it called? It's like, yeah, that kind of thing's annoying. It's like, what's it called? Plus, it's also like the whole like, what's it called? You know that thing of like when you get told to do something you're gonna do anyway, and it's like, okay, cool, thanks, and then you don't want to do it. Obviously, like that's a bigger thing than just like random ass requests, but you get what I mean. Spoiler post of 4.5. Yeah, I won't bring it up. I won't mention exactly, because like other people and stuff. But the spoilers are like rampant. No one hides anything. It's just like, yeah, cool. Like, oh shit, so and so. It's like, cool, thanks. we'll play Star Rail next week. I think it's split into main quest and continuance, so I might split it into 2 streams. I think one for the main quest, one for continuance. It seems they're both like 3-ish hours or so it works out. Especially with leaks and spoilers, yeah. people can't be wary of spoiling other people. But yeah, I have seen a particular spoiler around, so to speak. I'll see how we'll get to that when we play Star Rail. Or when the reveal happens in Star Rail. Reveal, spoiler rather. Ha, ha, ha. Thanks, Ika. Zenless Loki has less leaks centered on main subreddits because the community has other things to take care of. Ha, ha, ha. To be fair, Zenless leaks aren't that bad compared to like Star Rail. Like Zenless doesn't really have that much leaks by comparison to Star Rail for some reason. I don't know why, but like, yeah, Zenless doesn't have that much leaks in the first place, to be honest. Like, like with Zenless, is mostly like what the closed beta for like upcoming characters. That's about it. There's no like story spoilers or like that sort of thing. Not even like future schedule. While like Star Rail just gets like, yeah, cool. Here's like 5.x leaks. Like, cool, cool. It's good to know personally for like planning, but it's also like, yeah, cool, damn. All the way, like even 5.x coming up. How does Heat leak with a single hand? Ha ha. Quite some story spoilers, but there's spoiler timeless leak sub. True, yeah. I don't mind spoiler talk, just Reddit just gives notifications for top posts, despite having spoilers. Ah, okay, yeah. I get like random notifications for like subreddits that I'm not even part of, and it's like, yeah, cool. Cheers. I see. Yeah. I guess I just turn off the Reddit notifications, I guess. One sec. What's it called? Not gonna lie, I would be the one that gets very excited on spoiler talks. You know what I mean? Ha. You know what? Fair. That's fair. Fair. You'd also kind of do that yourself, huh? But yeah. To be fair, I don't post much online in the first place, says the streamer. So, yeah. I'm more like, not wary, careful if I do post spoiler stuff, I guess. Myself. I think I can die in peace now. Let's get it quickly. Ha. I'm going on not spoiling Trust. Ha. Doesn't that mean it'd be my fault if Higa's grandmother died? Ha. I broke out in a sweat. Hang on. Why don't you at least live long enough to see your great-grandchildren? Suppose that's true. When can I see them? Next year. Do you see the new game? Oh, yeah. I mentioned it. Curious to see how it goes, but like, I'm not too eyeing it myself to play per se, but I'm curious to see how it goes. At least. Not something I expected from Hoyo. Ha. I mean, to be fair, it's like they're not like small indie company. It's like, I guess it's like what's it called? Just different teams type deal, essentially. I mean, to be fair, plus it's like obviously like it's like it does seem like FromSoft inspired, so like it's still like their how they go with like getting inspiration from like different otaku culture stuff. They make it a full-fledged game of gacha, give it bonus points. I don't know if it's gacha. I saw like they mentioned like I saw some like article or something, and it's like it's not gacha, but we don't know the monetization yet though. Like it might be cosmetic monetization. Like was that game like Where Winds Meet or something? It might be like that with like lots of aesthetic monetization, like that thing that has a lot. Like a friend of mine mentioned the game to me because they were trying it out, and it's like, oh yeah, cool. You it's a lot. You have to pay for like auras and stuff, and stuff like that. But we'll see. Like we don't know what else is monetized, so we gotta wait and see what aspects of the game are. It's free to play, but like we gotta see like what aspects of the game are monetized though. So we'll see. Higa made noises of protest. He punched my back. Oh, come on, lips to lip service won't hurt.
そうだけど、だって西目くんと結婚して子供を持つってなんか想像しちゃって。
Her reaction was absolutely adorable. Higa's granny laughed as he watched us. Having greeted her grandmother, Higa and I returned to the lounge. Immediately surrounded by the elderly residents who wanted to talk to her. There were about 5 people speaking at any given moment, making the conversations convoluted and hard to follow. Higa earnestly responded to each of them as best she could. Aren't they a lively bunch? No, you're just like you're not elderly. As the facility residents warmly greeted Higa, I spoke with the lady we met at reception. Goes all out this year. Like, yeah, there's that Petite Planet thing, and then isn't there the other one, Nexus Anima? Top Chat does things. Okay. Didn't the dedicated week to I don't know. I don't think the what's it called, the main subreddit. I know the main one. I know. I think they have. I think they're more like the main one isn't as like stringent on that sort of thing. Not stringent, more like, or rather, is the sense that I don't think so. Even that's like one of the unofficial subreddits, or like a meme one. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They got like 3 games on the horizon, type deal. But it's also like, yeah, it's like there's like different teams and stuff. It's like it's not just like one team working on like all the games. They are like a big company by this point, and not like just like small indie team. Here's like our one game, and like we put all our people in one game at a time type deal. As the facility residents warmly greeted Higa, I spoke with the lady we met at reception. She even made us tea. I was the only one being treated as a guest. It surprised me. I thought people living at nursing homes would be more sickly. Well, this is an assisted living facility after all. Is that different from a regular nursing home? In many ways, yes. There are a few factors that distinguish assisted living from nursing homes. First off, skilled nursing care was not provided. Therefore, the residents had to be in good health. Oh, okay. They're not that like sickly here. The only people who enrolled into group homes were actually elderly people with dementia. They could live communally with familiar faces without leaving their hometown. The fact they could do that guaranteed a stress-free environment, which was their main selling point. Everyone here has dementia. But if it's a fiddle otherwise, they even end up leaving the facility from time to time. Is that dangerous? It is. There's nothing around here, so if they aren't careful, things can go south really quickly. How do you deal with that? There's nothing we can do. They're really healthy after all, so there's no point keeping constant watch over them. The lady sighed. That's why Tsumugi's is such a big help. What do you mean? Comes every week, and when she's here, we get to take a breather. She's popular too. The residents who won't listen to me are beating with her. I can see that happening. Higa was approachable, or rather, easy to talk to. It was like she had all the makings of a kind and generous person. Even now she's playing Karata, a traditional Japanese card game with the facility residents. Apparently anything more complex than that would be too difficult for those who had later stages of dementia. As I watched, I could see some of them struggling to understand the letters they heard or counting cards. She stood in the middle and helped progress the game by gently helping those who had a hard time. Would it be possible for her to work here? Why is that? She's changing career paths? The question just slipped out. I quickly told her that I assumed so. Well, we're limited in how many employees we have, but we have volunteers coming in too, so we're getting by, but we can't hire any more. The war was not making this easier. A hint of anger welled up inside me, but I had nowhere to direct it. The lady blamed the government, so I decided to do the same. Ha! Hey, come here and play with us, young man. The facility's residents beckoned me over after finishing their game of Karata. Sure, what are we playing? Cards, how about it? Well, I don't think the youngsters even play them anymore. It's all about the PlayStation now, right? Ha! The second old lady had a triumphant look on her face. Didn't earn much, but he loved the verse so much. Genshin the cash kind of favorite one, but broing hard cash. I mean, Genshin is how they got big, in essence, to be fair. And it's like, it was like perfect time. Well, to be fair, like, what's it called? It was like, I don't know about first or whatever, but like, it was like the biggest impact gacha game we've had in like a long time, in a while. For like, especially for like mainstream audiences, I guess. With like, they need the games to be in 3D or they can't play it crowd. That kind of group. Well, mainstream appeal, let's say. Plus, like, it's also like, what's it called? The lockdown period, so it ended up also like lightning in a bottle type deal. It just worked out. The free plus endless fun generation. Ha ha ha. But yeah, it does seem like this is still like a free to play model though. COVID bubble was huge for real. Like, I'll be too fair, there's like a lot of like startup companies during COVID, but then it's like, yeah, they don't pan out, to be honest, either. So it's like, what's it called? Some work out massively well, some just like didn't catch on type deal. I couldn't say I disagreed, but if I did, it ruined the pleasant mood. In the end, I couldn't settle on what to do, so I put on my people pleaser act and said, since we're with friends, I'll be happy with either. Did you hear that? He called us his friends. That's real nice of him. With friends, it ain't normal to do things like this with each other. The old lady grabbed my left arm and clung to me tightly. You're real shameless, aren't you, Shimizu? The other lady teased her companion as she grabbed my other arm. Both arms were taken. I could feel their chest pushing against them. Had I ever become this popular at any point in my life? Nope. But it didn't make me happy at all. I heard people get popular at 3 points in their life. The fact that one of them was being used up like this made me so depressed I almost cried. Ha. I see how it is. I bet you Tsumugi's the jealous type. We won't steal your boyfriend from you. Don't you worry. The other elderly ladies teased Higa, just like her grandmother did. When it was time for lunch at the facility, Higa and I took our leave. We were there for a few hours, but the laughter in the lounge never subsided. They really seem to like you. She was being modest, but that definitely wasn't the only reason. It's because she had a great personality. A pretty face with a great figure to boot. Thanks, Nishime. It was almost strange for her to be unemployed, all things considered. Or if anything, it's actually not the end of the world for her to be jobless, because she was blessed already. I couldn't help but think so. She could get married and be a housewife. We were an isolated island, so according to their values, that's probably a viable option. I could easily picture Higa being an amazing bride. I wanted her to find a nice person to settle down with, but at the same time I didn't. It was complicated. You seem pretty relaxed today. You didn't make any mistakes either.
それ言わなくてよかったのにな。
I really do think you're better off without that notebook. She seemed dismissive of the idea. She probably knew deep down, but couldn't muster the courage to take that step. Oh, okay, I see. This is like also to show her in an environment where like she could like she excels in, but like also doesn't rely on the book. Or did she really think the notebook could do no wrong? I couldn't tell from her expression.
大切なものだから。
Okay, yeah, we don't know why yet though. She took the notebook out from her bag, lifted the cover and read the lesson written on the very first page.
少しずつ頑張ることで明日がある。
It was a senryu, which was a haiku about human nature. Higa gently traced the poem with her finger, as if it held a special memory or meaning. I wonder why she cherished it so much. You gonna ask her? Not yet. Several days passed since Higa's arrival. Having finished a good chunk of her paperwork, she resumed her job search. Diligently read through the advertisements she found. I can introduce you to someone at the ice cream store. I asked Yasan for any recommendations. Rainy days ended and a peak tourist season arrived. Businesses that thrived on tourism were looking for temporary workers.
ありがとう。でも条件をつけて仕事を探してて。
Huh? And what would that be?
立派な仕事ができることかな。
How abstract. Was this also one of the teachings she learned? It sounded like she cared more about what she'd do on the job rather than how much money she'd make. Fair play for that. So something that would contribute to society?
ちょっと違うんだけど、実はおばあちゃんと約束してて。
Oh?
私、おばあちゃんに育ててもらったんだ。
Huh. By that, it almost sounds like your parents are...
親、いないんだ。いないのかも。
Okay, cool. You two, like, yeah, both don't have any parents type deal. Higa corrected herself, making her situation seem more uncertain. She's not even sure her parents even exist. One thing for sure, she didn't seem like she didn't seem like she had a happy childhood.
面白くない話なんだけどね。
With that, she began to speak of her past. She didn't remember anything that happened before she was 14.
事故があったんだって。それで私の両親は死んでしまって、私だけが助かったの。
Orphan tag, huh? But yeah, well, pretty much to be fair. Pretty much. Oh my god.
その事故でね、私は昔のこと。
Oh, okay. You
全部
got
忘れ
like,
ちゃったの。
I see. You got amnesia type deal. Fair, fair. Her grandmother refused to tell her details. She believed Higa was better off not remembering anything. Oh, okay, I see. Her parents probably like weren't in a great time anyway in the first place. She believed Higa was better off not remembering anything and didn't want to give her any potential details that might dredge up those memories. The accident must have been really gruesome. Or rather, than just that, it might have been I see. Fair. That could also work. Do you think Higa was a victim of something so horrible? And she was the sole survivor? I should stop here. I've been clearly watching too many TV shows. Oh, true. To be fair, it's like based on speculation. It must have been really hard on you. I'm really sorry. Sorry. It was a sorry attempt to console her. I wonder if I should tell her if I didn't have parents either. They didn't seem indifferent. It was the first time I met someone in the same situation. I didn't want to think I was trying to be self-assertive, but another part of me wanted her to know she wasn't alone. Mom died of the accident. I felt the urge to tell her and encourage her to continue.
14歳からはこの島、おばあちゃんと二人暮らし。すっごいお世話になったんだよ。
I began to see what she was getting at. She wanted to do something to return the favor. Ah, okay. She felt that could be achieved by becoming an understanding person. Specific, do you have a specific job in mind?
実はなくて、本に書いてあるような仕事なのかなって漠然と思ってるんだけど。
She didn't have anything concrete in mind. With nothing to lose, I suggested the career path I felt suited her best. Why not try being an idol? Just go the Akari route. I believe she had the attitude for it. She was beautiful and had a great body, and a fantastic personality to boot. These are the things I could only say in this particular situation. Higa smiled sadly. It was an expression that completely lacked confidence. What can she do? I asked Lynn for ideas. I planned to share my knowledge any knowledge she might have from my experience living in the rough environment of Higa. She could be a cosplay. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, you did mention that. Lynn responded coldly. I even sensed some animosity in her words. What was she so upset about? Okay, yeah, cool. She doesn't know her feelings exactly, while like Nishime's like kind of dense-ish, but it's also like, to be fair, like he needs to be like told up front about it as well. What things? I took a peek and immediately spotted the culprit behind Lillian's foul mood. It was the beer Higa brought over on the night of the fire. The cans took up half the fridge. Jeez, you're stocked up. Just from that. There was also something beyond our means as minors. All we could do was have Higa drink it. She seemed distressed from having to deal with the aftermath of the fire, so letting loose might not be a bad idea. Okay, cool. Just get her just blasted on her stash. Yes, ma'am. Based on the sheer number of beer cans Higa purchased, I assume she was a heavyweight. Letting loose was a bad idea. Yeah. I was wrong. She was super drunk with just one can. Okay, cool. Just like what's it called? Already low aptitude for that, and then just like chugging everything. Beer cans lined the table. Despite her drunkenness, she kept opening more and more. It was a sorry sight. You're not useless, you're amazing. Did I do something to make you angry? Of course I didn't. She lazily said the world. Yourself? Alright. Cutting the table and slowly came closer to me. Despite being able to see her exposed cleavage, I didn't feel any excitement. Okay, cool. At least you have standards for like, what's it called? Not for like taking advantage of someone like this. I feel like a deer in the headlights. Okay, to be fair, you're scared. To be fair, you're scared. Okay, Akari. Okay, yeah. Once again, Akari's just like still around this place, which is nice. It's like I'm happy that Akari is like just always in always in Nishime's place. It's like, yeah, cool. She's still here, which is nice. Akari was clearly fed up. It was a tough question. Akari shot me a pleading look. I didn't know how to answer that either. I was suddenly reminded of a Greek myth. It's about the Sphinx in Mount Phykion? The Sphinx would challenge any travelers with riddles and eat them if you got them wrong. Okay, yeah, just dealing with like a messy drunk type deal. Akari closed her eyes. She mentally prepared herself before asking, "Do you want to try it on?" I was kicked out of the living room. Since Akari returned home after taking classes on Hisaku Island, her uniform was in her bag. Yeah, like that's not gonna fit. Higa was trying to put it on. Once she finished changing, I was granted permission to return. To be completely honest, I was very, very excited to see Higa. Okay, thanks, Nishime. How was she looking in a sailor uniform? Picturing it in my mind's eye alone was enough to give me a nosebleed. I took a deep breath and entered the living room. Higa was not in uniform. Ha! She didn't change the out of her outfit at all. Porke?
着替えたという設定なんです。
Oh, okay, cool. Cool. She's that blasted. She's that blasted out drunk. She don't even realize. Really? Could she not tell her clothes and uniform apart? Was alcohol that destructive? Why was the dangerous drug available to the public? Ha! Ha! I'm going to have reservations regarding alcohol, but putting that aside, it seemed like Higa was savouring her time dressed as a high schooler. Ha! Ha!
私は JK だぞ。
Wow, you look great.
すごい綺麗ですよ。
I was wondering who this beauty was, and it was you all along, Higa. I became her yes man and praised her to high heaven as I applauded her.
ヒカルくんを誘惑しちゃおうかな。
Out of nowhere, she called me by my given name. My heart skipped a beat. It was like she cast a spell on me, and my heart fluttered despite the weird situation. Now full of confidence, Higa indulged herself in her own game of pretend as she sang nursery rhymes and answered math questions. Ha! She dragged us into it too, and we continued to sing our praises. I finally heard someone clicking their tongue in the distance. It was Lilin, gathering the empty cans. Okay, yeah, Lilin's just pissed. All I wanted to do was help raise Higa's spirits, even if my effort didn't amount to much. My heart, despite its wholesome intentions, would soon be shrouded in darkness. At a time I never imagined how or why it would take a turn for the worse, and now I would eventually have to pay the price. View change Akari. Okay, been a while. Hey, Akatsumi, wasn't there a really pretty lady with huge boobs walking around town the other day? Is she famous? My male classmate cornered me at school one day, jumping at me like a predator lying in wait. Damn. And his name was Takagi, and he was always bugging me. There was no doubt that pretty lady with huge boobs was Higa. Well, I guess it could also be Lilin. Sheesh, I'm surrounded by too many big-breasted beauties. Ha! I was this close to throwing a fit. Hello?
聞いてますよ。どの巨乳美人なのか考えていただけです。
Are there that many? There's that pale lady with light hair. She seemed kind too. That'll be Higa.
あの人はただの知り合いです。有名人というわけでは。
Thing is, she just looks like this one person my brother has pictures of.
写真の人？
Here, take a look at this. They're literally the same person. With that, Takagi handed me several photos. The person he spoke of did indeed look like Higa.
どういう経緯で撮られた写真なんですか？
Oh, you really want to know? How about I tell you if you give me a kiss?
バカ。
I poked him the corner of my desk pad. Ah, okay, how about something fun next time you're free? His tone was a little more sincere this time. I thought I could see through to the feelings lying beneath his joking exterior, even if ever so slightly.
それではデートみたいじゃないですか。まあ、高木は悪くないやつですが、それはできませんね。
Are you going out with someone that cuts me?
どうでしょう。そうだったらよかったと思いますよ。
Ah. Come on, just tell me already.
それは秘密と言ったはずです。秘密が女をより美しく飾り立てるのですよ。
I proudly stood my ground, but Takagi was clearly unmoved as he turned right on his heels and left. How rude. Alright, cool. We got like, is this actually Higa type deal with these photos? We'll see. Lilin confronted me one night. It was easy to guess that this wasn't going to be a fun conversation based on her cold attitude. We went out the yard through the porch. Higa was watching TV in the living room. She wouldn't be able to hear us here. Damn, get rid of her. Lilin got straight to the point. Her directness made my breath catch in my throat. Why is that? What's exactly she doing? I asked this for formality. And to say the least, she had plenty to say in response. For starters, life was tough. In Lilin's case, she struggled and worked hard just to get by. She had nothing but clothes on her back when she first came to the island. Valid crash out. Yeah, I mean, it's like, what's it called? Higa's just like bombing around the place now. Nothing but clothes on her back when she first came to the island, so she built her own living quarters and hunted for food. And yet there was Higa, being waited on hand and foot. Top it all off, she was a burden on me and Akari. Seeing Higa being showered with things without doing anything in return irritated Lilin to no end. That pretty much summed up how she felt. These values were rooted in her rugged lifestyle and upbringing. I see, yeah, fair. Still, she brought up a sound argument. To put it bluntly, Higa was definitely being too picky when it came to her job search. Oops. And it was true that this extended her temporary stay with. It was true that this extended to her temporary stay. Is in her temporary stay with us. What can she do for you to go easy on her?
家を出ていくこと。自分で稼ぐこと。
I don't think that'll be possible anytime soon.
関係ないわ。
Thing is, she doesn't have a place to stay. One couldn't exactly pay rent if they weren't employed. He could have told me herself.
仕事なんて選ばなければすぐに見つかるわ。
He just goes to find something upstanding though.
光は比嘉の味方なの。
What do you mean by that? It's not like you have any enemies here, do you? I knew what she meant by feign ignorance. It wasn't a question I could answer. If Lilin stormed away at this moment, things would remain ambiguous. I would much prefer our discussion to end on that note. But alas, it didn't. Lilin wasn't about to let me off so easily.
あいつばっかり構ってる。
Oh, okay, yeah.
私のことも。
Okay. We got that, yeah, that part as a factor too. Slowly, getting these two to like, acknowledge how they feel. In more direct terms. She stared into my eyes. There was no blushing or even a hint of bashfulness. It was a simple yet earnest request. I was simply defenseless against her sincerity. Yeah, like Lilin's just like very direct, so to speak, at least. Not sure, like not like fully like sure on herself type of like on the romantic side, but like she's like straight edge to the point. Which is why I had a hard time responding to it. And if you tell me that, I'm not entirely sure where I should be looking. I deserved a good slap for that. Ha! It was only half true. I never got to know anyone on deep level, but I just couldn't bring myself to do so now.
もういい。
Done with what?
光と話すのが。
She ended the conversation. Her voice was cold.
話をつけてきて。できないなら力ずくで追い出す。
Lilin left after delivering her ultimatum. We weren't able to come to a compromise. It was my fault for being bad at negotiating. But I was terrified. Just over dealing with people's emotions. And it pissed me off. What do I do? Okay, fair play. Yeah, dealing with people is kind of hard type deal. Fair play. She gave me an time limit. So Higa didn't take long to get back on her feet. I immediately went to Akari for help.
というのは、リルーさんなりの言い訳で。
Yeah.
本心は別のところにあるのだと思いますけれど
I
ね。
mean, to be fair, Lilin pretty much like almost said it outright without even like almost. He pretty much said it without saying it. What matter are you referring to?
リルーさんが比嘉さんに厳しく当たる理由ですよ。あかりの目から見ても、西目さんは比嘉さんのことを褒めすぎていて、ムカつく場面が多かったですからね。
Okay, yeah, Akari's what's it called? Playing support essentially. I didn't know that. I had no idea it was that bad. Yeah, okay, yeah. You're like, he's like kind of dense, but I mean to be fair, it's like we've been in his head the whole game. It's like it's understandably dense that you're just not aware of how you're coming across type deal. They probably never would have figured it out if it weren't for Akari. She should have said so earlier.
自分で気づけなければ意味はありませんよ。
I see. I was on my own for this one. I couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. It had been a while since I felt this way.
ところで、 しておきたいことが。
Oh, okay. The photos. Let's see. She took out several photos. What are these? They depicted a girl in a suggestive outfit, making a peace sign. There were pictures of a pin-up girl taken by an amateur photographer. These were my initial impressions, but something about them bothered me. What's going on? Her makeup was so thick that she looked like a completely different person. I almost didn't recognize her at first, but her innocent smile and unrealistic proportions gave it oddly similar. The girl in the photo was someone I knew very well. It was Higa. Okay, if it actually is her, then let's see. Let's see the deal with that. I looked through the other photos Akari took out. There was one I found where she stood very close to a male fan, clad in a suggestive outfit that emphasized her chest. In another one, she had something that looked like a swimsuit. Her sultry indecency gave me goosebumps. Something that semi broke at that moment. Damn. Damn. Slut. Tramp. Bitch. Cruel words surfaced in my mind, one after the other. Damn. I was overwhelmed with betrayal. I didn't understand why. I've been forcing my one-sided expectations of modesty and innocence onto her the whole time. I see, fair. So why was I so hurt? What are these? Raw and unrefined words, essentially, yeah. Damn. But honestly, like, what's it called? Nishime's like, what's it called? He is like, what's it called? Teenage boy, but it is like, what's it called? It does work out pretty well, honestly. Like, yeah, it is like teenage boy. He has like, wacky teenage thoughts type deal. It works out pretty well. Honestly. And obviously, like, what's it called? He does know, like Nishime is like got some awareness, like, what's it called? As he says, like, what's it called? How is it? Yeah, he does know, like, it is like cruel words type deal as well. What do you say about them? Whoever owned it must have been using the photos as a bookmark and forgot to take them out. This was pretty common when you're buying used books. True, yeah, you get the random ass bookmarks sometimes. In any case, it'd be impossible to find the original owner. Are there any leads? Alright, I see. Well, we'll see then. I wonder if it's like, the game's gonna deal with like, okay, you know this part about her, but will you let it affect how you treat her? Let's see. Let's see what the game does with this aspect. Oh, okay. I see. One of those more like gravure idols type deal? I see. I can't believe it. There's no way she could be an idol. Higa said so herself. She didn't even remotely look interested. But that wasn't it at all. She was lying. Oh, okay. Deeply affected by whatever happened here, huh? Well, true, yeah. She is like a native-ish. Or like lived here a while within I see. You really looked into her. Fair, yeah. Everyone knows everyone type deal. After all was said and done, she's not a bad person at all. Hopping on Ikari Express. Ha. Ha. I was referring to Higa. She's a good person, I'm sure of it. I could see the steam coming out from Kari's ears and gave her an apology via head pats. Higa's return from Naha. Her initial departure from Toyotoki. I didn't know any of the particulars behind these two events. She only gave me bits and pieces when I asked. It wasn't like me knowing her past would help me find her job. Find her a job. There was also no good excuse reason to expose her lies. So I forcibly squashed my desire to investigate. Ah, okay. It's more like, does it matter? No, you really should ask her about it. My efforts were denied by someone unexpected. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's see. My manager, Suzuki, over lunch. She was definitely finishing up some paperwork as she ate. She said, all I need to do is stamp these with my Hanko seal, and did so without reading through any of the documents. I wasn't sure what they were for, but she stamped across sections with, have you take this or be sure to read the highlighted text. What particularly caught my attention was the fact that these documents were dated for the future. When I pointed that out, she said, I guess it's all speculation then, with a smug look. Back to the topic at hand, Nishime, you don't understand women at all. You can't pursue them half-heartedly. They have their expectations too. Isn't that right, Yoshi? Don't you like being on the receiving end of things? I find that to be a pain in the butt, so I actually make the move first. Ha! Not asking about you. Stop making things confusing by adding something so necessary. Ha! This was clearly power harassment. We like our men to be passionate, that's just a fact. Well, I did hear that men who aren't traditionally masculine are growing in popularity too. Ha! That's probably only a trend in mainland Japan. We're in Okinawa, so I'll be closer to Seoul. I couldn't keep up with her logic. You might... Yeah, I know what you mean by that. You might not know this, but I'm actually Korean. I was born in Seoul. Not only did I learn something completely unexpected through this conversation, I also received a rundown on how romance worked in South Korea. This wasn't exactly beneficial to me, but I knew Suzuki meant well. So I gracefully listened to her lecture. It's probably my admirable attitude that paid off. My fate took a turn for the better soon after. Come to think of it, don't you know a lot about those idol photos too, Yoshi? Oh yeah, but they're pictures of the guys at house clubs. Do you have any stores, you know the ones that sell those pictures? Could you help them find them? Sounds like a pain, so no thanks. Direct order from your boss. Seriously? Fine, wait for me at the entrance when your shift's over. She could have just refused, but Yoshi was a faithful employee. While her attitude said otherwise, it seemed like she did care. I felt fortunate for the connections I made here. When the appointed time came, I changed out my hotel uniform and into my regular clothes. I left the employee-only entrance and found Yoshi waiting. She wore a simple outfit consisting of a t-shirt and baggy pants. It was about what you'd expect from a college student. Not overly trendy, but not tacky or lazy either. Are you good on time? The ferry arrived in less than an hour. If we're close to the boarding area, I'll have a little more leeway. Arrives, rather. Should be fine then. Thanks for doing this. By the way, I know you were forced into it. Totally. She thrust the index finger at me. It's a real pain, so let's just hurry up and get this over with. She took me to the edge of a residential area. We arrived at a 3-story building that stood among a cluster of houses. The store was located on the ground floor. It looked like a second-hand bookstore, where display cases were too large for just books. Idol photos and merch lined the shelves, organized by genre. This used to be a videotape store. Do you know what those are? Are you talking about videos? Not really. They're boxes with tapes in them. They were used before DVDs were a thing. Huh, didn't know that. It is funny to imagine someone not knowing VHS tapes. It's still a bit funny to imagine that. But it's funny because I guess compared to vinyl, vinyl still has the quality attached to it, while DVDs are a straight upgrade quality wise over VHS. So it's not. I don't think VHS will make a comeback in the future. I don't know. I don't know if there's any benefits of VHS over digital media or even DVDs and stuff. At least with vinyl, it's I think it's quality wise, it's better than it's better or something like that. It's big. It's they're big, but that's pretty much their only issue. But quality wise, they're still good. I guess also they have a distinct feel. I guess sound wise. VHS value is a retro thing. Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's more just purely for the retro thing. They're not for I guess it's not in any way practically better than DVD stuff. I guess compared to vinyl. Huh, I didn't know that. I was thoroughly impressed, but she just clicked her tongue at me. I was just complimenting her knowledge. That aside, it became a store that accepted used goods of all kinds, leading to its current state as an idol merch shop. There's mostly the nostalgia and cultural importance. I see. Good to have games try to replicate VHS feeling. True. It's like, what's that series again? It's like these horror games. What are they again? What's that one called? Yeah, mostly in horror. What's that one again? It's like, I can't remember the name. It's like this, like they do like a bunch of games, and it's like also like PS1 style graphics as well. I can't remember the name of it. They do like a bunch, but I can't remember the name of it. The game company. I know they're like one that's like a non-game or something, if I remember correctly. But that one was like what's it called? It's not something I'd play. It's like it's just way too loud and jump scary. It's like cool. I'll just watch someone else play it. That's not something I feel I'm into. VHS can also be that, but you can't choose what comes back. True. Plus, I think it's like VHS is like, I guess like they're like extra bulky, I guess. Especially for like, for what they are, I guess. Crow Country comes to mind. Is it that one? Oh, not that one. Okay, it's gonna bother me. Hold on. It's gonna bother me. Let me just check. I mean, to be fair, there's also like what chiller games. Also, oh, that's it. Puppet Combo. That's it. Puppet Combo. They do like, they definitely have like a kind of like old retro vibe with like, I guess like it has like the whole like screen filter as if it was like a old video type deal as well. I was watching some what was watching? Well, I saw some old watches and bags towards the back. Most of the shelves contain photos and merch. My stock included fans, concerts, concert towels, and posters decorated pretty male and female idols. I was overwhelmed by their perfect appearance that it was my beauty standards. As I saw more, most of them started even looking less attractive. Underground groups should be around here. There's a section further in the back where the items were neatly divided by merch types. The photos in the store were placed in an album. I assumed this was because they weren't enough to display on their own. I took the photos out from their sleeves one by one to get a better look at them. The groups in this section were either underground or local. The idols would generally hold performances or special events in downtown areas of their home cities. Their main selling point was their closest to the fans, and their tagline was something along the lines of, idols you can meet. Oh, okay, that kind of deal. This barely scratched the surface, even I knew this much. But I didn't know much about idol culture, so I was completely clueless when it came to the particulars behind the photos I was looking through. Those are checkies. Fans pay to get photos taken of idols. Some small theatre groups do that too. Troops. You should know a lot. I just know someone who does. These. The music playing throughout the store was changed to a song by a female idol group. I couldn't see the owner anywhere. They might have noticed us looking for the female idol section for the cameras and put it on for us. I continued to flip through the pages of the album, despite the situation I conjured in my head. I eventually came across the picture I had come for. It was simple, but I didn't have any outstanding traits. I could have easily skipped over it if I weren't paying close attention. After a good look, the subject was clearly a familiar face. But it does look like her. I compared it to the ones Akari gave me and noticed one common trait. Her noticeably large chest. The photo had her signature and date written on it. It looked like Higa's stage name was Sumugi. Okay, so like her... Are we calling her by first or last name? Her first name. Well, in her case, it was, yeah, her actual name. Fine. The date on it was taken 3 years ago. Okay, not even that long ago then. She would have been in her third year of college. If I remember correctly, she mentioned that she never attended one. The stage is over in Naha. How could you tell? Name of the studio was written on a different photo. Yoshi found a similar photo in a different album. According to this one, this was taken 2 years ago. Continue to unearth more clues behind Higa's past. Her makeup was different depending on the photo, and where it was lighter. It was clear the person in them was Higa. Since we found several of them in this second-hand goods store alone, it has been relatively popular. She's an underground idol, so this could be all from one super dedicated fan. When the idol retires, the fan loses their will to live and sells them. Damn. There's one person for this many checkies, and you had to pay for each one? My brother told me so. She knew someone with first-hand experience. Every photo was 1,000 yen, right? With this many, Higa should be rolling in money. Just because you spend money on an idol doesn't mean she reaps the benefits. It all goes to management. Reality was cruel. Most recent photos from last year, so I bet the owners left them alone and hoped for a comeback, then got depressed and sold them in half a year later. I could totally see that happening. If the seller was really a huge fan of Higa, like Yoshi said, maybe we could get more information out of them if we were to find them. It doesn't seem worth the trouble to look. I'm pretty sure the owner doesn't want anything to do with this anymore. Just like a clean breakaway. I'd be pretty sad if they refused to cooperate despite us reaching out to them directly. I wasn't a police officer or detective, which meant my hands were tied. I mean, do you need to ask though? It's pretty obvious what happened. That's true. Higa was working as an idol in Naha until last year. She failed to achieve her dream and returned home. That was pretty much the gist, based on what we saw. It was no surprise she kept it under wraps. It wasn't the best circumstances that forced us to return home after all. I thought about whether or not to bring the idol thing up with Higa the entire ferry ride home. I looked it into as Suzuki instructed, but in the end, it had nothing to do with her job hunt. I crossed the line that I wasn't sure would be forgiven with a simple apology. Well, if I never mentioned it, no one would find out. But keeping it to myself wouldn't be fair either. I engaged in a silent battle with my innocence of justice. If I were to put myself in Higa's shoes, it was apparent that the best course of action would be to keep quiet. I just had to put up a front. Apparently I didn't know anything. I nodded repeatedly to myself as I to convince myself of that. And yet, something still tugged at me. A series of unfortunate events didn't end there. I wanted to atone for my crimes, so I figured I'd buy something sweet on the... Cool. Hikaru just like messing up. Cool, and it's just when Lilin would want to make dessert again. But right before I entered the room, I heard an ear-piercing shriek that stopped me in my tracks. The sound was all too familiar, reminding me of my aunt and her hysteric episodes. I felt the urge to turn tail and go straight to my room upstairs out of habit. I also made sure to keep my distance whenever my aunt lost control of her emotions. Because if I didn't, I'd end up being a punching bag. Damn. I need to calm down. This wasn't my aunt's house. There was no second floor, and this was probably an issue I couldn't simply brush off. One thing was for sure, something was clearly going on in the living room. Okay, we don't know who screamed. I sealed my resolve and opened the door to find Higa sitting on the floor. Lilin was standing in front of her. Her expression was completely blank, it only served to highlight her anger. Seeing her carried by the door asked her to fill me in. What's going on?
リルーさんが比嘉さんに注意をしたというのが始まりなのですが
Apparently Lilin was fed up with Higa not working and that she ended up confronting her about it. She aired her grievances to me the other day, so it was no surprise that she talked to Higa directly. That would have been fine if it ended there. But considering the foul mood, it clearly wasn't.
比嘉さんが祖母を頼ると言っていまして
Her grandmother?
それがリルーさんとしては気に入らなかったのかと当然でしょ
Lilin spoke up.
比嘉は今ただで暮らしてるのよそのくせ
Oh,
追い出
okay.
されそうになったら別の人間を頼る
In that sense too.
どこまで甘えたら気が済むの
I don't see anything wrong with it. I think going to her grandmother is a pretty good option.
理由を聞いてもそう言える
Okay, why is she doing it then?
ノートに書いてあったから
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. She just has no agency. She can't figure things out on her own.
自分では考えずにそこに書いてあることだけで未来を決めている
There it is again. Okay, yeah, but Lilin goes direct to the matter of the notebook. Whenever Higa was involved, it was almost guaranteed that the notebook would come up too. Is that true? After asking her directly, she gave me a short response. It was clear that she didn't see anything wrong with her choices. It was frustrating to see, especially with her shortcomings clearly stemming from being overly dependent on the notebook. Why do you always insist on following it? It's been more harmful than helpful.
ここには成功した人たちの教えが書いてあるからうまくいかないはずがないんだよ
Okay, in that sense, huh? But the thing is, it's having the opposite effect.
それは 私の力が足りていなかったから。
Okay, yeah, the situation, like, what's it called? It did need someone who's, like, really direct, like Lilin, essentially, to, like, force the issue, type deal. Because, like, what's it called? Hikaru can't, like, not indecisive, but more in the sense that he's not as, like, upfront, so to speak.
普通の人間ができるようなことを努力しなきゃできない時点でおかしいのよ。
Hey, what's your tone? I couldn't help raising my voice. Her words were just that hurtful. It was her ill intent towards Higa overall, to say the least.
私は
As was her ill
思っ
intent.
たことを言っただけ。不思議で仕方ないの。どうして自分のことを自分で決められないわけ？比嘉はどうしたいの？あんたみたいな弱い人間はとっくに死んでいておかしくないのに。
Damn. Don't force your vows on her. She's different.
ヒカルだって分かってるくせに。
She pointed straight at me, making me jump in shock. I barely managed to squeeze out a response, asking what she was referring to. I was pretty sure my voice was shaking as I did.
そのノートが諸悪の根源だってこと。それがある限り、比嘉は自分の頭で考えないわ。
But she'd also suffer without it. Losing her one and only crutch would be a big hit to her motivation and confidence. It was strange to say so after blaming it for her failures. I kept my contradictory thoughts to myself. I knew these things for a while now, but I never brought it up. Yeah, okay, yeah. I felt Higa would break if I did. Yeah, he's just stuck in like, a what to do type deal. Compared to Lilin. Lilin directed her anger at me.
原因が分かっていて甘やかしたこと。それで誰が得をしたの？
I didn't want to push her. I was thinking of other ways to help. And she's older, so I didn't think it was my place to intervene. Excuses surfaced in my mind, one after the other. I never thought to get to the heart of the matter. That was the cold, hard truth. Fair, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. His inaction is like coming back to bite him. Lilin swiftly took action. She pushed past Higo, still on the floor, and picked up the fallen notebook. Okay, you're just gonna burn it. Higo reached out to the notebook, only for Lilin to push her aside again. She threw the book open. He put so much power in her grip that the tough book began to warp in shape. The thick booklet was powerless to Lilin, who was using magic to enhance her arm strength. Before long, we could hear the sound of shredding paper. As Higa screamed, her precious notebook was ripped clean in half. She threw the two pieces at Higa. One of them hit her in the head with a dull thud. She didn't move. She was in a crumpled heap on the floor, eyes downcast. Lilin went about it way too aggressively. Okay, yeah. She was like way too straightforward about it though. We'll see how this pans. And yet somehow inside I was relieved. Because I didn't have to dirty my... You have to dirty my hands. Lilin took it upon herself to do what needed to be done. My guilty conscience wouldn't let me say a word.
どう？これですっきりしたでしょ？少しは自分の頭で考えたら？なんとか言ったら？は？聞こえないわ。許せない。
Higa slowly stood up. I noticed her movements were slightly unsteady. Soon I couldn't follow them at all. I suddenly felt a shockwave from the ground that was so strong that I thought a truck had crashed into the house. Lilin was suddenly thrown across the room and slowly slid down the wall like I had only ever seen in anime. A heavy silence descended on the room. No one moved a muscle, except for Higa, whose fist was in the air, so just moving in rhythm to her shallow, ragged breaths.
やったわね。
A wicked smile flashed across Lilin's face. One that she'd be cleaned the floors of anyone who stood in her way. Higa unsealed. Ha! But okay, cool. It's come to blows now. But okay, yeah. It's kind of like, what's it called? Like Hikaru and Lilin could balance each other out. Because like, once again, Lilin can get a bit too direct with this. But yeah, cool. But we see the consequences of like Hikaru just not being active enough in the situation. there was nothing that could stand between them. Lillian used her strength. Yeah, it's a bit unfair. Like you have like magic on your side. She's just like a normal ass person. Lillian lost her strength enhancing magic and drew close to Higa. No one could stand a chance against that punch from under those circumstances, but Lillian didn't know mercy or restraint. A frail woman like Higa would easily be thrown out the house, and she fell victim to that. Unless she has magic as well somehow. But that didn't happen. Lillian was the one who ended up outside. Fortunately, the window was already open, so no glass was broken, but she flew through the window screen upon being hit. How much force could that have taken? Okay, cool. Is something up with Higa, or is it just like absolute rage powering her? I couldn't even begin to imagine. All we knew that was that Higa threw Lillian. Nothing more, nothing less. Higa walked over to Lillian as she tried to stand up. She went into the yard with just her socks on. She intended to throw a powerful punch, Lillian rather, but Higa stopped it with just one hand. Higa used the other to give Lillian a hard slap. Lillian staggered from the impact. This had to be a dream. Lillian was using magic. Her strength enhancing spell made her several times more powerful than the average person. And yet there was Higa going head to head without any buffs and winning. The standoff had Lillian's back against the wall. It probably lasted only a few minutes. At this point, the fight was completely one-sided. Lillian eventually fell to her knees. She surrendered. She lost. It was an unbelievable turn of events. Higa simply wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She left the yard and went out the gate without another word. Akari was the one who was able to speak up. Only one able to speak up. I couldn't even bring myself to say anything. I wasn't able to step in on Higa's behalf until now. But in those trying times, I couldn't even lift a finger. All I could do was stand there in awe. How pathetic. Akari punched me on the shoulder at some point, draws me back to reality. Jenny pointed to Lynn, who was lying unconscious in the garden. I woke her up and helped her get off the mud of her clothes. My bad. Who knows what I was apologizing for? I sure didn't. Alright, let's see. Unless it's just utterly just getting overpowered naturally. We'll see. The three of us barely spoke to each other after that. Akari and I created an excuse of treating her wounds to keep busy. At times all we could do was check in on her general condition to keep up the facade. Akari eventually went home, leaving the two of us on our own. It finally sunk in how unusual it was for us to be alone in the evenings. When I could turn back time to 2 months ago. What did we usually talk about? I feel like we usually retired to our rooms without saying much. That was probably the best in this case. I could leave her alone, all battered and bruised in the living room, and read manga in my room. That was the worst possible thing I could do now. Okay, at least you know. You know you can't just run away from this. I was one of the causes of the fight after all. I think. They were already fighting when I returned home, so a part of me felt I'd be justified in saying I wasn't part of it. No, that's just what I want to believe in. I couldn't deny it, but it had something to do with Lynn's fit of anger. My gaze landed on the tattered notebook that was left on the ground. She had torn it in half. Since it was hardcover, is it possible to store it? I guess it still could be used if you tried fixing up with some tape, but I figured acting on my own wouldn't be a very good idea. I picked up the pieces. I mean, it's only in half though, to be fair. It's not like utterly burned up to pieces. It's still there, but yeah, destroyed. I remember Higa's surprisingly messy handwriting. The silence was so painful I ended up reading through the remnants of the book. The text on the first few pages alone had different handwriting. I guess someone else wrote there too, just for those parts. The question was who? I guess her grandmother. Lillian stood up. I'll do it. I finally managed to squeeze some words out. Well, you're injured. I couldn't bring myself to follow up. I reverted to my old self when I was sitting living with my aunt. How can I word things in a way that won't make her mad? That kind of deal. Just having to step on eggshells type deal. I could frankly try to figure out what she wanted to hear. I would frankly try to figure out what she wanted to hear. In the event I couldn't, I'd freeze up. I was a mere scarecrow in my own room, in my own home. Okay, yeah. We get bits and pieces of just how bad Nishime's home life was with his aunt here and there. Dinner was ready in 15 minutes. We ate in silence, took our baths and slept. Higa didn't return that day, or next, day after. We didn't see any traces of her. She had no home to return to. She hadn't paid for fire insurance yet. And all of her belongings were still here. She couldn't even get any money from the bank without her card. I had planned to sit her down and talk things out with her when she returned. I didn't even consider the possibility that she wouldn't come back. Going 3 days without eating or drinking would kill her. Would put her life at risk, rather. Akari searched too, but there wasn't a single trace of her on Toyotoki. Despite being relatively small, there are plenty of places one could go here if they didn't want to be found. Could she have left the island? If she did, someone would have seen her in the boarding area. There was nowhere to hide, considering there weren't many people who used it to begin with. We definitely wouldn't have known if she had hidden in the cargo area. But would she go that far? Or rather, but would she think to go that far? It wasn't totally unthinkable for her to do something irreversible. I want to look for her, but work called even in times of crisis. I bet I even have to work in the apocalypse. Ha! You're completely useless, Nishime. How could you let her go? How could you let her get away? Of course it'd be hard for her to return home. Kicked out with nowhere to go, you fool. I asked my co-workers if they had seen Higa, and the situation reached Suzuki's ears too. He pressed me for more info, refused to let me go until I answered or gave her all the details. I couldn't keep anything from her. She gave me a harsh sense of reality on top of her advice. I was relentlessly criticized for my mistakes. Yeah, okay, yeah. He does know like he messed up throughout the whole thing. It hurt, but I definitely deserved it. I'll let you know if I see her, and when I do, make sure you're the one to pick her up. Yes, ma'am. Your responses are superb now. Work hard so that everything can rise to that level too. She punched me in the back. Tough love was painful indeed. I finally had a day off. I decided to visit the retirement home. There was still no trace of Higa. I assumed she would leave a clue or two due to her current state, but the fact that there wasn't any gave me a bad feeling. How was she able to disappear without any help? Awful scenarios began to play out in my mind. I wanted to deny them, but it made the most sense considering the circumstances. Toyotoki was surrounded by ocean. It would be almost too easy to disappear without anyone knowing. Hello. Who are you visiting today? It was a different staff member than the one I met before. I started the chase and explained that Higa had gone missing. You can't find her at all? Yeah, no money and none of her friends seem to know where she is either. Please wait a moment. She went to the office to make a phone call. From what I could hear, she was talking to calling some co-workers who weren't in that day. Returned after several conversations. She actually visited the day before yesterday. Really? Higa hadn't left Toyotoki after all. Someone would have seen her at the ferry though. What if she were further away than I thought? That couldn't be it. There was nowhere to go. She's probably somewhere in Hisaku. Did she say where she was going at all? I'm afraid not. Can I ask the residents if they heard anything? Go ahead. I was given permission to enter the premises. I changed into slippers and went to the lounge. As soon as I walked in, the residents who were watching TV turned back to look at me. I suspected them to recognize me to some degree. I was prepared for them to surround me and say hi, just like last time I was with Higa, but that didn't happen. Their expressions didn't change at all. They even seemed wary, looking at me as if I was a complete stranger. As if a complete stranger had walked. Okay, yeah, they did say that they're dementia patients. So yeah. Or already have dementia, rather. It was clear that Higa wasn't here with me this time. It was true, but would that alone cause a difference in attitude? I quickly passed through the lounge and headed towards Higa's grandmother. Hello? I opened the door to find that she had other visitors. They turned to look at me with a polite smile, probably thinking I was part of facility staff. The expressions hardened upon seeing I wasn't. Who are you? The boy looked around 16. There's also a girl around the same age, another man and woman who looks slightly older than me. Clearly a family visit. I didn't even consider the possibility of other people being here. Oh, are you Higa's relatives by any chance? No, we aren't. The man answered bluntly. Okay, who are you? Why are you here? His reply jogged my memory. Higa didn't have parents. She told me her grandmother raised her. But then who are these people? She didn't have any other family. So who are these people? I knew I was in the right room. The room was arranged by the way I remember it, and the old lady lying in bed was definitely, indeed rather, Higa's grandmother. He looked at me with the same expression as the other residents a few seconds earlier. Fans probably? I wonder. Fans of... You'll see. The one who sold the photos. That'll be interesting. But also kind of whack then. Like, you're out here visiting her grandmother. Let's see. I felt the urge to leave right then and there, but I forced myself to speak. I'm searching for Tsumugi Higa. Who's that? A chill ran down my spine. Up my spine. I believe she's Shoko's granddaughter? We don't know anyone like that. Oh! Is it? Huh. Hold on. Unless it's not actually her grandmother, and Higa... Let's see. Huh. Let's see. You don't? We don't. Who was I looking at then? I rubbed my eyes and looked at the person on the bed one more time. Definitely Higa's grandmother. There's no mistake about it. I just heard Higa was here 2 days ago. She's your granddaughter, right? I asked her directly, but she simply shook her head in response. I don't know her. My only grandchildren are Michiko and Ryuji. Pointed at the two youngest people in the room. Okay, cool. Higa's more messed up than we thought. Damn. Let's see. Cool. Higa's got even more messiness to her. That can't be. I saw them with my own 2 eyes. We spoke in the exact same room. She had to be her grandmother. The way we spoke to each other, there was no way. But the scene before me said otherwise. She seemed like a completely different person. Did Higa's grandmother switch places with someone? I couldn't believe what was happening. I wanted it to be a hallucination. A sense of confusion and loneliness welled up inside me, as if it was all alone. If I was all alone in a parallel world. Where did things go wrong? I go on the ferry back to Toyotoki. When I arrived, I passed through the areas I hadn't searched yet. Unless it's like Higa, that's not even her grandmother, and Higa's like somehow able to make people think something. Not magic, but like just because they're like dementia patients, so like they get all confused and whatnot. I don't know. We'll see. It's a bit, well, I don't know. But when the staff is like, yeah, that's cool. I don't know. I don't know if the staff mentioned that it was her grandmother though. I don't remember. The staff obviously is there, but I don't know. I don't remember the scene, how it played out exactly there. See, let me just check. Did they? I don't know if they mentioned like. Let me just double check, so I don't gaslight myself. So I don't gaslight myself on misunderstanding something. Let me just see. Okay, we have the save file from there at least. Okay, the classic visual novel skip. Hey, how does the staff refer to her here? Hello? Oops. How does the staff refer? A relative, perhaps? Thanks for coming today, an older lady. Thanks for coming today. Was it about me? Who's this relative? I guess like to be fair, I guess like Hikaru's to be fair, like too shell shocked to ask the staff member. Look at issues with non-social slippers. Let me just check. Impressive. Tsumugi's here. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. They recognize Shumugi. Yo, Higa. Headed towards one of the private rooms. That was a single room. Oh, you came to visit. Okay, I don't think the staff referred. I don't think the staff. Shoko ought to be in a room right now. Okay, yeah, Shoko. Yeah, sure. Okay, I don't. Let's just see if the staff refers to her or not. I don't think so. Greet her grandmother, return to the lounge. Conversations. Are they a lively bunch? Made some tea. Assisted living facility, the regular nursing home. Okay, just to make sure I'm not gaslighting myself on what was mentioned. Everyone's dementia. Isn't that dangerous? It is. How'd you deal with that? Nothing. Tsumugi's a big help. Comes every week. The residents here won't listen to me are obedient with her. I can see that happening. Portugal easy to talk to. Would it be possible for her to work here? Why is that? Okay, I don't think they even mentioned the grandmother to her. Yeah, I don't think they even mentioned the grandmother aspect to the staff member. Oops, I'm pressing control, it's shit. Is it control? It's control. Okay, yeah, they don't even mention directly that it's her grandmother. So, let's see. Unless it's like, I'm overthinking it, but let's see. When I arrived, I passed through areas I hadn't searched yet. As I did, I discovered several places I hadn't explored, such as farms and lighthouses. I wasn't exactly in the mood to sightsee, so I went through them without batting an eye. I completely lapped around the entire village in around an hour. When I went to the harbour, I saw people dressed in kimono in the plaza. They were cleaning the area in front of the small shrine of brooms. Was this part of another ritual? The only one I only knew was Asato families, and I didn't have the best impression of them. But they were the most powerful group of the island. They meant trouble. On the other hand, if I get them to find Higa, my problems might be solved pretty easily. The group began to disperse at some point, and finally done their cleaning. I ended up following them out of curiosity and eventually arrived at the town hall. I never needed to go there since arriving on the island, so it was my first time seeing it in person. It was so small that I would never have known it was important, not for the signage. Empty lawn in front of it, several times larger than the building itself. There were some folding tents on the ground. I saw some men and women in work clothes spread around the lot. What was going on? Okay, hi Kiriko, it's been a while. I saw a familiar face emerging from the shadows of a tent. She was clad in her usual frilly pink dress. I turned to greet Goldilocks. Hello, Madam Kiriko? She's just a younger girl until a short while ago. And now she's the owner of my workplace. My attempt at being professional and polite just made her scowl. Oh, fair play, fair play. You aren't going to be that ass about it. Is that so? Oh, hey, hi Akari. Akari popped out from behind Goldilocks. They made it seem like she had some sort of medical condition, like high cholesterol, high blood pressure. Goldilocks seemed pretty frustrated as she apologized. Should I have taken her side? Okay, summer festival stuff. Oh, is that what this is for? It seemed like Goldilocks was going to do something pretty impressive, based on her tone. It seemed like this conversation would drag on longer than intended, but as I thought that, Akari read the mood and kindly changed the subject. Yeah, I tried going to Hisaku Island too, but didn't find anything. Oh yeah, she does know her, so to speak. Really, her name's Tsumugi Higa. You fired her after she joined, remember? Goldilocks had quite a frown on her face before she continued. That isn't surprising considering she hasn't been here long. A stranger butted into our conversation. A man with an indigo kimono. Looked like he was in his 30s. Still on the younger end of the spectrum in terms of Island's aging population. Do you know her? Her grandmother worked from us from time to time. I haven't seen you before. How do you know Miss Higa? I'm actually Nishime's grandson. I briefly introduced myself. Oh, right, yeah. I told him about my circumstances for being here. Ah, yes, I've heard of you before. I see you've gotten along with the kids here on the island. He looked towards Akari and Goldilocks as he said so. With the way he said that, it was clear that I was being treated as an outsider. Damn. Okay, yeah, it's been a while since we had, yeah. since we had all the outsider business again. I hadn't been treated this way since my encounters with the Toyotoki Island Seniors Association. The man had a mysterious aura about him. He was he was out and about in a kimono, which made him stick out like a sore thumb. I'm just stumbling on my words today. Jeez. Who was he? As I tried to figure it out, Akari noticed and began to speak in a joking manner.
西目さん、まさか知らないなんてこと
Oh,
はないと思い
okay.
ますが、
Cool.
一応お伝えしますと、こちらは大里本家のご子息、シンジさんです。
Okay, more the Osatos are back again in the plot. Well, let's see. He was part of the Osato family. Of course I knew that. Really? This is the first time I've spoken with you after all. He ratted me out. He seemed like the type to negotiate with people with a smile on his face. I didn't want to get involved with him more than I needed to. Going back to the Higas, Sumugi's grandmother Yoshie is part of a family that's worked with us for generations. Sumugi himself arrived 10 years ago. Okay. Yoshie. Okay, yeah, it's not Shoko. Like, they said Shoko in the other thing. Okay, yeah. She hasn't shown herself much. However, it didn't seem like she had any friends growing up. Did you say her name was Yoshie? I thought her Yoshie. I thought her name was Shoko. Where'd you hear that? Sumugi Higa's grandmother is indeed Yoshie Higa. In other words, the old woman at the facility on Hisaku Island was not her grandmother. Well, everyone had two, one on the dad's side and one on the mother's. I guess she could still be. But when I went to see her yesterday, neither she nor the people surrounding her, she didn't know who Higa was. That meant Higa was calling some random lady granny, and said old lady played along. But why? Okay, yeah, it's kind of messy in that sense. Let's see. Or rather, Sumugi's kind of messy. The conversation continued as I pondered to myself. I pushed my doubts aside and directed my attention back to the discussion at hand. And she worked for it just had like a big gap for some reason. And she worked for the Osato family. That seemed like a pretty significant clue. Was she really a different person from the lady at the facility? I figured I'd be best to assume this moving forward. Have you tried visiting Yoshie's house? Not yet. It should still be there. I'll give you an address. The way she spoke gave me a bad feeling. Gave me a bad feeling. I found it difficult to ask him for more details. I said to leave it alone. I handed him a pen and paper, and he drew me a map. The house was in the northern part of the island. It was apparently a small building located on a road that ran alongside the mountains. I hadn't been around there at all. I thought those mountain roads were completely deserted. Okay, oh yeah, the mountains, right, yeah. Right. I think you can get there okay. There aren't any landmarks to help guide you, I'm afraid. I think I'll be okay. I'll try heading there right away. Let me know if you can't find it, alright? You can try spreading the word with the island's broadcasting system. Thank you so much. He kindly gave me directions. I may not have indeed... Okay, he seemed okay, at least. Osato, but like, not too bad. Currently. We'll see. I may not have needed to be cautious around him. He might not be so bad after all. Well, I have things to discuss with her myself, especially in regards to sorting her belongings. I stopped by the house to prepare for my hike. I drank plenty of water before heading out. They didn't call me right as I left. To look for Higa. I answered honestly. They didn't say anything back. Okay, she doesn't want to join in. To be fair, it's probably not best to see her right now. I already went to the northern part of the island. I immediately went north of the village were sugarcane fields. The area beyond was a dense forest. You could easily tell there was nothing to see by standing in front of the sugarcane fields, so I never felt the need to go. I followed the path to the base of the mountain. Surprisingly, the road was paved. Trash littered the ground around it. One look at it was all it took to know the area didn't get many visitors. It was a straight path, so I reached the destination pretty easily. I climbed a hill and saw a big boulder at the top. Beyond that was Higa's home. The map I was given said so. And sure enough, there it was. While the concrete walls surrounding it barely held up, the house itself was right where it was supposed to be. All the windows were shut, making it hard to determine if anyone was living in at all. There were no cars. The house's wooden pillars seemed like they were given any moment. It didn't seem to be in any condition to house people. Was someone really living here? It made me uneasy. I decided to take a closer look. And when I found confirmed my suspicions, electric line was disconnected. End of it, which extended from the electric meter, was wrapped around in a pillar. There was no power. Maybe that's just how she wanted to live? That couldn't be it. The building was clearly abandoned. I thought back to earlier that day. Shinji from Osato mentioned something that bothered me. Something like it should still be there. Okay, yeah. It should still be there. So it wouldn't be surprising if the house wasn't standing at all. Why? Because the owner, Higa's grandmother, passed away. Since when? I remembered something else Shinji said. Sort out Yoshie's belongings. So it had been quite some time since her death. I had to take a step back and organize my thoughts. The person I met at the assisted facility on Hisaku was Shoko. Higa referred to her as Granny. Who was she really? On the other hand, Yosato confirmed that Yoshie was her grandmother. She had been living in this house but passed away. This left Higa and Shoko's relationship a mystery. Were they only pretending to be related? If so, then why did she feel the need to lie about it? I didn't have the slightest clue. What was Higa hiding? Yeah, it's like... Seems like it's a ton now. I stood in front of the abandoned building in a daze. All I could do was stare at the electric meter. Okay, cool. Per POV. I noticed the electricity wasn't working when I visited Grandma's house for the first time in ages. It shouldn't be a surprise, considering no one lived here anymore. I couldn't help but feel shocked that they went as far as to cut the power. It rubbed the fact that no one would ever return in my face. Damn. I gently caressed the origami crane in my pocket. I made this with the residents at the assisted facility some time ago. Despite this being my grandmother's house, I couldn't help but think of Granny instead. I met her around the time I returned to Toyotoki. I was doing some work in Hisaku Island. It was a rare sunny day. Despite it being February, the temperature was surprisingly warm. Even though I was sweating after a short walk. I believe it was right from the post office. I saw Granny sing on... Oh, okay, I see. Someone else who's, what's it called? In the role of your grandmother. But I see. I saw her on a small step. She stared absent-mindedly at the road. Several people walked past her. Cars and bikes also zoomed by. Everyone was heading somewhere. Everyone acted with purpose. Granny was the only one who wasn't in the midst of hustle and bustle. That left quite an impression on me. I couldn't help calling out to her. It didn't seem like she was waiting for anyone or sitting for any particular reason. Didn't have any belongings with her. If she was taking a break, she could have chosen a park bench. She didn't look like she was in any distress. I couldn't leave her alone. And who might you be? She slowly raised her eyes to look at me. I was just taking a walk, but suddenly couldn't bring myself to take another step. I'm absolutely parched, and I'm really tired. I spoke to someone at the post office and got some water. She drank it slowly. Ota. Despite receiving a name, I was still very new to the area and didn't know where that was. Upon seeing me tilt my head in confusion, she pointed to the mountains. I don't want to be a bother, but that would be a great help. Granny was a refined lady. Not only did she have a gentle way of speaking, she clearly put thought into her clothing as well. As I carried her on my back, she told me that she was born on the mainland and moved here when she got married. Talked about how she lived with her family and spoke of her kind grandchildren. They were her pride and joy. She did not feel right at her house, which was located right at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by a dense thicket of trees. No cars, so I wasn't sure if anyone was home. I rang the doorbell anyway. Yes, hello? A lady in her 50s appeared at the door. Her eyes widened upon seeing Granny and me. Mother, what's going on? Who's this? I told her about the circumstances behind how we met and why we were here. Despite my explanation, the old woman seemed flustered and she rambled on. My mother doesn't live here. She's been admitted to an assisted living facility. Huh? Granny and I were both confused. Well, I had pretty much carried someone over 3 kilometers for nothing. I couldn't imagine how Granny must have felt. She thought she returned home, only to be told she had gotten it wrong. Hold on, let me just double check how she said that. here. Okay, it's like white on grey, so I couldn't even see the bar. Yes, hello, lady in her 50s. Mother. Oh, okay, yeah, mother. Cool. So it's not okay, yeah, cool. Because she's acting like as if she like. She's acting as if like what's it called? She doesn't know her. It's like okay, she doesn't live here. She lives in a she lives in a facility. Yeah, fine. It's just that she's acting like she's acting so cold that I got confused for a sec. This is my house. Who are you? Oh, mother, it's me. Oh, okay, yeah. It's me, Atsuko. Please get it together. Where's Yoshiki? Call him over. He's at work right now. He argued back and forth. It was like I wasn't even there. Eventually, the lady shifted her attention back to me. I'm grateful for your help, but she's supposed to be at the facility. She shouldn't be here. I'm not surprised. In that case, I suppose I can take care of the rest. He clearly found her mother-in-law to be a nuisance. Oh, okay, yeah. That sort of deal. Yeah. That's why you're so cold. She didn't even try to hide it. I wonder why she treated Granny this way. You've caused quite some trouble. Can you point this to her mother? She seemed puzzled and was deep in thought. As soon as because she was exhausted. Why am I home? What was I doing? She spoke. Could he be fathered? Okay, yeah, but yeah, it's just dementia patients. Like, damn, jeez. The daughter-in-law let out a loud and exaggerated huff of annoyance. She retorted with, "This is why I can't deal with you." Afterwards, she told Granny that Granny suffered from dementia, issues with memory, causing her to grow forgetful. Oh, right, yeah, it's like, what's it called? Like, I mean, I remember, like, what was it? I can't remember, like, I think it's like, it was Judgment that mentions the whole, like, dementia. Well, dementia's, like, around the world, but, like, mentioning it particularly with Japan, if I remember correctly. Also, one sec. Dementia's the scariest crap that can happen, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what's it called? Like, what's it called? Yeah, like the whole like memory loss kind of deal is like, what's it called? It's like it's scary to imagine happening to like myself and like people I know. Like, yeah, like thankfully, like no one like I'm close to has like that kind of deal currently, and I hope never. But yeah, it's like, it's a scary thing. It's also like, what's it called? It is like, what's it called? Like, how to say? Obviously, like the daughter-in-law is being like pretty cold and like rude, but it's also like, what's it called? Not to absolve her, more in the sense that I can understand the whole like getting exasperated after it like wears you down and that sort of deal, of like having someone like, you know, that sort of deal. But it's also like, yeah, it's rough all around, honestly. Memories make a person. Like, yeah, like it's a scary, like, what's it called? Like, just someone just lot, like, I don't know, like it's they're them but not them. It's like it's a scary thought type deal as well. Usually when people with these symptoms begin to experience difficulty getting by on their own, they would move to a dedicated facility. I couldn't imagine not being able to trust your own memories. No one knows when or why it happens. There was no cure for it. There was all the more reason to be there for her and treat her with patience and kindness. And yet the lady in front of me simply viewed her as a massive headache. There was no place for Granny here. I could see that this person had taken her one and only home away from her.
グループホームの場所を教えてください。私が連れて行きます。
I was probably overstepping, but I wanted to protect her from her family. They treated her with contempt. I mean, they visited her at least like recently, so I don't know how the relationship is now though. The facility was 8 kilometers away. Determined I walked with her once more, sweat dripping from my back. It was already evening by the time we arrived. We greeted by one of the staff members who breathed a sigh of relief as she saw us. There you are, Mrs. Saida. I was just taking a walk with Michiko. A lovely time, isn't that right? She smiled at me. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah. It's not like intentional deception. It's just that, damn. What's it called? She thinks that, I nodded back without hesitation. Michiko was her granddaughter's name. Granddaughter. Oh, okay, yeah. Someone on staff told me, since she lived in Naha, Granny was able to see her when she visited the area. Only able to see her. I guess it had been a while since she last did, which is why Granny mistook me for her. Ah, damn. I never corrected her. If I did, she'd be crushed. Several days later, I went to see her again. I mean, that's the thing, like, what's it called? Tsurugi's, like, competent enough without the notebook. So we don't know the deal with that notebook yet. Of why she's so, like, attached to it. I referred to myself as Michiko. I decided to act as her granddaughter. I was told myself I was doing it for her. Oh, okay, but yeah. You were also lonely yourself, though. But deep down, I think I wanted someone to look up to. Especially since Grandma was gone. Grandma and Granny. While the titles meant the same thing, the connotations behind them were very different. Ah, damn. I was currently in Grandma's sitting room. I sat down on a cushion that was no longer being used. Familiar scents filled the house. Memories of when I lived here with her flooded my mind. If only I could turn back time. My thoughts were taken over by a wish that could never come true. I couldn't believe that less than half a year had passed since her death. Ah, okay, it's recent. I felt like she'd come home any second. Ah, was that why he was so weak and helpless? I hugged my chest to my knees. What? Sorry, other way around. I hugged my knees to my chest and looked at the setting sun through a small opening between the shutters. There you are. I heard a voice. Okay, cool. We see Hikaru come in. It came from Hikaru, who was standing at the door. The entrance wasn't locked. I saw Higa's shoes by the door and headed inside. The hallway was extremely dusty. Beyond that was a Japanese-style living room. It was small, with a low table placed in the center. The room was covered in the warm light of sunset, making the mood seem very somber. I found Higa sitting on the floor. Someone from Osato directed me here. He told me this was your grandmother's place. I was really worried about you. She said she was fine. Okay, unless it turns out there's like some Osato wacky magic stuff going on as well with Tsumugi because her grandmother worked with them or something. We'll see. Unless it just turns out it's just Tsumugi just like beats down, like manages to defeat Lilin. We'll see. Because we still have that plot point hanging eventually to get to. The conversation tapered off. I looked around the room, hoping to find something to talk about. The space felt very lived in. There was a clock on the wall that had run out of batteries, mismatched teacups on the table, and a heated table left out despite the heat. Were you living here before? I heard she passed away. Was she sick? Oh, what happened? I couldn't believe my ears. Did she play an active role in her grandmother's death? What do you mean? She responded as if to confirm my doubts. The very first thing I remembered was the ceiling of my grandmother's house. I donned white clothing and was lying on a futon. I didn't know why I was there. I didn't know who I was. Whenever I tried to dig for my memories, it's no use. I had none whatsoever. Okay, yeah. Your amnesia. I had no recollection of my childhood, and none of even the day before. So when someone came into my room, I was afraid and confused that all I could do was cry. I was told to eat something, but food was the least of my worries. Afterward, I was told at the hospital I loved apples. Apparently, I had them constantly, but I didn't remember why I was there. I didn't even remember what apples were. Damn. When they said that they were round red fruit, it still didn't ring a bell. I had one and it was sweet and tasty. That was it. I still can remember a thing. They sat me down and told me I was Tsumugi Higa. My parents passed away in a tragic accident. I was a sole survivor. I only regained consciousness the day before, and after undergoing tests, I was able to leave the hospital and go to my grandma's house. I was walking fine, responded to every question I was asked, and went to the bathroom on my own with no issues. As they told me, I pretended to remember it all. I was scared they'd send me back to hospital if I said otherwise. As for grandma, she was already in the bad shape at this time. Told me she worked for a Sato family, the most prominent figures on the island. Her work involved making their meals clean. Okay, just that. Nothing like, magical. Making meals and cleaning their house. Her legs could barely support her, and she had a hard time traversing the mountain roads without a cane. How could someone like that take care of others? It baffled me. I look back on it now, and she really was an upstanding person. Okay. I see. Yeah. That upstanding thing again. Despite her weak legs and hips, she continued to work and took care of me on top of that. Even if she wanted to quit her job, she couldn't because of me. Damn. I had also forgotten this at the time, but here in Japan, anyone could land a decent job as long as they graduated high school or college. The reason why she worked so hard was to save up enough money to send me to school. But the thing is, I wasn't very bright. I didn't know simple math. Couldn't even read. So she took it upon herself to teach me everything from square one. She tried making me walk on walls. What? Sorry. She tried taking me out on walks. Yeah. And each time she did, I refused. It took me a lot of courage to go out to the world I knew nothing about. That's why I was never admitted into a rehabilitation facility or educational program for people like me. Not to mention there weren't any on the main island of Okinawa. I didn't want to be apart from grandma. My studies progressed very slowly. I had trouble holding conversations with people. But grandma told me to take things slow and never got upset with me. She continued to shelter and feed me. After around half a year, I gradually grown used to living in society. I finally had a grasp of its values and other social practices, and realized how embarrassing it was for me to do nothing but sit at home and eat. Damn. I tried to help around by cleaning and doing laundry. I struggled to carry out simple tasks. Once I was asked to buy 3 fish at a store for dinner and came out with 6. I remember that 3 came after 2, but when it came down to it, I thought 6 came after 2 instead. I ended up with too much, just for 2 of us. We had to give some to our neighbours. Despite not knowing much, I could still tell my grandmother was poor. We never had much to eat. None of our belongings looked particularly expensive. We spent money sparingly. Despite that, she forgave my slip up with a smile. She patted my head and told me to take as much time as I needed to learn. I turned 16. I knew how to read and write, and also learn some math, so I set off to find a job around the island. There weren't many places that were willing to hire me though, considering I didn't have proper education, as much as I'm pretty clumsy. I searched high and low and eventually found work under a fisherman. All I had to do was carry boxes of the day's catch. I received some fish for free as thanks. Nice not to worry about food, but I wanted to do for my grandma. It's fine, there's no need to push yourself so hard. A few more years passed and I covered the courage to leave the island. I was willing to do anything to save up money. I heard from several people I could find plenty of jobs in Naha. It was hard to leave her, but I figured to be okay as long as I made money. I was sure I could make her happy if I was able to earn a lot. Oh, okay, that kind of deal. Damn. I was full of confidence back then. I believed I had it in me to really make myself make something of myself, and reach heights no one else could. One day, oh, I see, yeah, fine. The notebook is from her grandmother. I mean, to be fair, you could suspect that, but it's like, damn. I didn't know anything about the big city, so I learned as much as I could and took notes in this. Oh, okay, it's like, it's well-intentioned in advice, but like, it's not great advice to like constantly like take it to like word, but like, it's well-intentioned, but damn. I hope this can help you too. The teachings he gleaned from the books lined the pages of the thick notebook. All the detailed anecdotes written were over with care and warmth. Damn. You're a hard worker, so I know you'll become an upstanding adult. She saw me off at the boarding area. I waved until my arm felt like it would fall off as the boat pulled out the harbour. And ever since I left, the notebook has been my most cherished item. So that's why I ended up going to Naha. But what kind of work did you do that led to photos like this? Okay, Hikaru just goes right for it this time. Took out a photo from his pocket. I came across this by chance. You were an idol, right? Was that your dream? Ah, okay, that kind of deal. At that time, I had no idea what an idol was, or what they did. Okay, let's see how that pans with you. 1 second as well. Hold on. I need to sip water, hold on. I don't know why I'm so stuffy today, but I guess it's got a bit colder, like suddenly, I guess, in a sense. It's like, damn, I don't adjust to like sudden changes in weather that well. If it's too sudden, it's like, damn, cool. It's not, I'm not sick or anything, just like, yeah, feeling a bit though. Not only was I clueless about that, I've completely forgotten everything I knew about Japanese culture and society. Which is why, despite everything I learned, it was still difficult for me to find anything in the city. I struggled to manage my living expenses. Before long, my search came to a standstill. One day, someone offered me a job as an idol. He said I had the looks and figure for it. A representative of some company. That was the one thing he said that sold me. There was one thing. Becoming rich wasn't a far-off dream in this line of work. Okay, yeah. I guess those people that like, just like, not pick-up artists, but like, those that just like scout randomly on the street kind of deal. That's exactly what I was looking for. Okay, yeah, but thing is like, yeah. Like, Samugi, like, has like, I guess like, a naivete, not in a bad way, more in the sense like, her circumstances like, really put her against it, essentially. That's the extent of how I felt towards idol work, no more no less. I worked at a bunch of hostess bars the company introduced me to. I was recommended to go to an idol training school. He told me that doing that would help me get by until I was ready to make it big. But there was one big problem. Entrance fee for the program was 1,000,000 yen. There was no way. Okay, yeah, no way I could afford it. Okay, it sounds like a bit of a scam in a sense. We'll see if it's one of these like shady things. But let's see. I told the agent who approached me that I would quit. When I did, I was called in by the head of the company. You definitely have what it takes. I promise you that if you work for at least a year, you make it very far. Convinced, I decided to dedicate myself to becoming a full-fledged idol. I didn't have any other options. The first time anyone told me I had talent, so I jumped at that opportunity. I was just that desperate. I would become a successful idol. I would become, rather. And once I do, I would earn lots of money to make grandma so she can take it easy. I really convinced myself and steeled my resolve. The reality was, I still couldn't afford the program. It'd be a dead end for me if I couldn't pay the enrollment fee. I was driven into a corner and eventually asked my grandmother. I figured she'd be upset that my first letter to her since leaving would be a request for money. She's dirt poor. There was no way she'd accept. Thinking back, I'd probably send that letter to put an end to things. You should have reached out to me earlier if you need money. I have some saved up for you at times like this. It turned out she secretly had funds I needed. I was shocked to find 1 million yen tucked away in an envelope along with her reply. Damn. Alright, let's hope... I hope not, but we'll see this if she got scammed or not. If this money can help you achieve your dreams, and I couldn't be any happier, I'll be there for you no matter what, so be sure to try your hardest. But okay, yeah. Well, we'll see what she... I don't know what she means by, like, going to her grandmother... how the argument took place, rather. I can't remember the phrasing that Tsumugi had said, rather, before Lilin, like, popped off. It was filled with heartwarming words. I held the letter to my chest and cried to myself for a bit. I had to meet her expectations. Ah, okay. I had to work hard. I went to the training school using my grandmother's money. Okay, it actually is a training school at least. Not it isn't like a scam at least. I worked the hardest out of everyone there and made my debut as a trainee. While I didn't make it big at first, the number of performances I participated in increased as the days went on. I even released my first CD after a year. I thought it was only going to be uphill from there. I really believed that. I didn't see any favourable results in the first year. I wasn't particularly happy with my work by the end of my second either. After the third and fourth, I was considered a kind of leading figure. But no matter how long I worked, I never got any money from it. Damn. Trainees were essentially treated like volunteers. Ah, I see. I'll never be able to work as a proper idol. As I grappled with my doubts, one day something happened that changed everything. I remember heading to my agency as usual. I opened the doors with a cheerful greeting, only to be met with an empty room. The brightly lit office was dark, and the mountains of idol merchandise we had lying around was gone. It had completely deserted, even the desks were nowhere to be seen. At first I thought I entered the wrong building. As I went outside, double-checked that I was at the right place, and confirmed that I was on the right floor before entering the room again. Nothing had changed. It was empty. Not a single soul item was in sight. I knew I wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, so I figured there was some construction going on. I just didn't get the memo. I sat down on the sofa meant for guests and waited for someone to show up. Eventually some fellow trainee arrived. We were all confused as to why the staff weren't there. Okay, was it just like... Okay, maybe it was a scam, let's see. They took the money and ran. Or unless they just went under. Either way, it's like, it's not great. All we could do was talk about how strange the situation was. Night came. The company president never arrived. No one had come, even though it was already time to go home. We had no idea what happened. I only found out several days later. Some police officers came by. They briefly filled me in. Apparently they were searching for agency's president. He vanished, taking all our tuition money. Okay, yeah, it's a scam. Damn. It was definitely a dumb question, but I couldn't help but ask. The officers looked at me sympathetically. Then they responded like they were scolding me. They told me the entire thing. Okay, yeah, it was a scam. Damn. Was hoping it wasn't, but okay, damn. They told me the entire thing was a scam. Agency's aim was the tuition fees. They falsely inspired young girls, told them they were close to fame and success, and scammed them into handing over lots of money. Okay, yeah. After a year, they give the girls small roles, and tell them they'd be a star if they worked yet another year. We made their debut after 2 years and then released our own CDs. But that was it. The trainees would never become full-fledged idols, no matter how long they continued the agency. That was how the president conducted his business. The key to it was motivating the girls who were his precious source of income. Oh, okay, yeah. It's like, they do get, like, money from, like, the merch and, like, the photos and stuff, but none of it goes to the girls. Damn. He urged them to continue. Hold on for just one more year, and then do the same next year, and then the next year until they grew too old. The girls weren't able to survive off the idol activities alone. He raised them to work part-time at hostess bars. He earned a good bit of money from those arrangements as well. Damn. Once the girls were 25, he'd encourage them to work at these bars full-time. He continued to take advantage of them until they're 30. His business that made lots of profit. It was a business that made lots of profit. It was no surprise that Yoko Yakuza had set their sights on it. The president waited until the contract renewal date to collect the New Year's tuition fees and disappeared. With that, the police concluded their explanation. Damn. Before I knew it, I crumpled to the floor. I felt something warm on my cheeks. I wiped them to find they were tears.
お金は稼げないんですか?
I recalled the days I spent working hard with my fellow trainees. They disappeared into the floorboards of my old apartment, along with my tears. The police just stared down at me, not unsure of what to do. What was I doing the entire time? I had it all planned out. Join the training program, become an idol, rig lots of cash, and send it back to my grandmother. That was the whole reason I asked her to pay my entrance fee. Damn. I worked so hard for that goal for the past 4 years, but the president took the money and ran. He'd been feeding me lies from the very beginning. He only wanted to trick me into paying him. How much is a million yen actually? I guess like per person. Let me just see how much it is. Okay. Cool. I guess it adds up per idol, to be fair. I'll be there for you no matter what, so be sure to try your hardest. The letter full of my grandmother's heartwarming words of encouragement was in my closet. She worked hard to save up all that money, just for me to hand it over to some scoundrel. I worked without proper pay for years. What was the point of me leaving home? How did I end up being such a perfect excuse of a person? Damn. I cooped myself up at home, refusing to take even a single step out the door for a while. There was no one I could turn to. I felt like such a failure. I was left without a job and didn't have any means to earn money. There was no point in me being in Naha. I didn't feel like returning to Toyotoki either. Grandma was the one who paid for my tuition. It was supposed to help me become an idol. I just couldn't bring myself to tell her that it was all fake. Moved to the city to make things easier for her. It ended up being the exact opposite. How could I face her after all that? I had no choice but to stay in Naha, with no particular purpose. I scraped by for around half a year for my part-time work. Time passed with me just doing the bare minimum. Then one day I heard Grandma collapsed. Someone from Osato told me. They said that she was in the hospital on Hisaku Island, so I immediately made my way back. I left Naha on the ferry the day after I got the message. When I arrived, I ran to the hospital and asked for my grandmother. The time I spent in the waiting room felt like an eternity. Please, follow me. The doctor led me down to the basement. I found her in a cold room. She lay on the white futon. Her face was cut. Damn. Okay. Didn't even get to say goodbye. I called out to her. There was no response. She suffered a terrible fall. I heard a voice coming from behind. I looked back to see a member of the Asado family standing by the door. He went on to tell me what happened. Apparently she lost balance and fell in the kitchen. She hit her head and lost consciousness. No one had been home at the time, and so they only found her the following day. If someone had been there and brought her to the hospital right away, she might have survived. It's truly unfortunate. He looked right into my eyes as he said that. The meaning behind those words were painfully clear. My legs gave out. Okay, cool. Shinji's a. Okay, cool. What the hell? Okay, what the hell? He's a dickhead. Cool. Now, you can't blame Samugi for that either, but like, damn. Unless it's just like the whole outsider deal, like, yeah, no one should leave the island type mentality or something. I don't know, but jeez. My legs gave out and I crumpled on the floor. Yoshie mentioned how she longed to live with her granddaughter and under the same roof once more. Just where'd you run off to and why? No, okay, I don't know. This guy's sus now, and there's something going on. Like, why is he gaslighting her like this? Like, the grandmother gave blessing. Obviously gave Samugi her blessing to, like, you know, go out and like go out the island. I don't know. What's this guy's deal then? Let's see. She even said money doesn't matter as long as she could be with her granddaughter. Speaking of which, she seemed to be spent her final years short on food. She must have lost a large amount of money at some point. Do you happen to know why? The man spoke as if to unearth my sins, and I nodded with each one he brought up. It was all I could do. When I had to return to the island. Okay, yeah, I don't know. What's this guy's deal? Jeez. Unless there's like another Osato family conspiracy or something. Let's see. I don't know. Like, this guy's just being a dickhead, like, outright. If I only hadn't been so adamant about staying in Naha, if I only had the talent to become an idol, or if I had done any of those things, the accident would have happened. And if it did, I could have taken her to the hospital right away. So, what were you doing in Naha? I really deserved those pointed words. I had no idea. Why did I leave home? Well, okay, you're getting gaslit, to be fair. Like, she's getting gaslit on, like, yeah, why were you there? What was I doing the entire time in Naha? Lots of different people from the island came for Grandma's funeral. I mean, you went there for the sake of your grandmother to find, like, to give and then get her money and stuff. But, like, jeez. All of her acquaintances were there. I sat in one of the seats at the very front. There were discussions on whether to bury or cremate her. It sounded complicated, but it was ultimately decided based on her final will that she be cremated. Her remains were placed at the gravesite, somewhere behind the house. Nothing there to mark her spot. It didn't quite sink in that she was gone. I wanted to apologize to her if I could. I wanted to tell her how sorry I was for being such a failure of a granddaughter. Damn. But if I did, it would never reach her ears. My mistakes would never disappear. So I thought to myself, I thought it'd be best if I did instead. Okay, my mistake would never disappear if I did instead. Okay, yeah. Damn. The time that Kimi no Rai called for me. Okay, these guys. She's acquainted with Grandma, going so far as to say they were friends. I barely paid attention to them as she told me this, until she slowly lowered her voice and said, "Don't run away. Death wasn't a means towards salvation." Oh, okay, cool. Okay, yeah. The only way I could be forgiven was to keep living. My grandmother's soul would always be nearby. Okay, at least like these, okay, yeah. At least these guys, okay, I thought it was gonna be something like mucky with the whole like Kimi no Rai stuff. But okay, cool. At least it's not like, okay, they're like trying. They just said like, yeah, don't off yourself like that. She'd be watching over me in my future. If I was really sorry, I had to become someone Grandma could be proud of. There's a lot of weight into the Kimi no Rai's words. I resolved myself to live up to those expectations. At the same time, I remembered, oh, okay, then you become like super reliant on it, like out of trauma and stuff. Well, obviously grief, etc. It was a final gift to me. I thought back to what she said as she handed it to me. Told me to become an upstanding adult. So I worked hard to do that. I tried as hard as I could to look for a job. I pushed myself harder than I ever did before. In the end, it's all for naught. Okay, here we are now. Higa balled her eyes, hands into her fist as she rested on her lap. They rested on her lap. Okay, yeah. Fair. Okay, yeah, that sort of feeling. Damn. Hey there. Welcome. Welcome. Okay, yeah, that kind of feeling, damn. Yeah, we haven't really got her POV to like see how she felt about the others. Like we had like obviously like Akari's POV for how she saw Nishime and Lilin, but the only POV changed until like the past few scenes with Tsumugi was just like her working in the surfboard place. But like, okay, damn. Okay, yeah, Tsumugi just like, well, like utterly like messed up. Okay, yeah, once again, it's like the game just like it not in a bad way, more just like it can tone shift like on a dime in a good way, but more in the sense that like, damn, fair. Like it's just like, how to say, like it blends in pretty, like it's not like it blends in pretty well, to be fair. It's not like suddenly like out of nowhere, so to speak. And I guess like once again, like, you get used to like the tone like taking a dark turn as well. In so much pain wondering why you could do that when I couldn't. Damn. I froze upon hearing her harsh words. I was used to people hating me. It had been a normal part of my life ever since I was a kid. But hearing that someone I trusted felt that way towards me made me numb. Higa always wore a kind smile. She had a soothing aura that made me feel safe and comfortable. I truly enjoyed being around her. But it was all completely one-sided. I mean, I don't think she's like, to be fair, it's like she's battling her own demons, to be fair, but I don't think she hates you, I feel. He didn't feel that way about me at all, not one bit.
憎いよ
Okay, yeah, to be fair, yeah.
西目くんが君たちが本当にどうしようもなく
Okay, yeah, those messy feelings. I couldn't agree or disagree. I simply couldn't find the words to respond.
ごめんねでもこれが本当の私軽蔑したでしょ
Well, I was finally able to squeeze something out.
ああ最低だよねダメなのは自分のせいなのに人のせいばかりにする
You want a sorry excuse for a person.
嘘だよ君は調子のいいことばかり言うピエロだもの
Damn. I mean, she showed me a steely glare, which made my words catch in my throat. I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I chose to remain silent. And as a result, Lillian... Okay, cool. Lillian came along. No, sorry. As in, like, I chose... As in, not now, in the past, Rob. Okay, never mind. That was my mistake. I didn't care anymore. It was time for me to break my silence. Okay, yeah, cool. He learned from before. It was time for me to break my silence, no matter the consequences. When I first met you, I thought you were really kind. You listened to everything I had to say, and I was amazed that someone like you was even real. Because no one had ever done that to me before. For me before. You're the only one who gave me the time of day. You're the only adult who treated me so kindly, even though we just met. I was just so shocked to see that there were adults out there who were nice, like you. That's why it didn't matter to me whether you could do your job or not. I might be totally out of line here, but it's true. I remember how I felt. I probably looked like some spoiled kid. Why are you in denial about yourself? Oh, okay. Why is it the one and only adult that I found to be pretty amazing being so hard on herself? Higa's eyes widened, but when her eyes gaze met, she simply laughed bitterly.
ごめんね八つ当たりだったね
You apologized right away too. You really are a great person.
持ち上げてくれなくていいよ私は何にもなれなかった人だもの
Damn. Is that really a bad thing? You're being too hard on yourself.
ダメだよ立派にならなきゃいけなかったんだから
There it was again. I heard that phrase countless times, but it seemed to carry a different meaning now. She had to succeed. Her grandmother wanted this for her, and it was the whole reason she gave Higa so much money. She lived in poverty after that. If Higa were to acknowledge her mistakes, yeah, I see. Damn. It'd be trampling over her grandmother's goodwill. That was why she was adamant in following her grandmother's teachings and final wish, and she was determined to become an outstanding adult. It was her only guiding light, but her fixation warped into an obstacle that ripped her up whenever she tried. Damn. Okay, yeah, it became a curse. She kept trying things that were doomed to fail, which in turn hurt her confidence. Damn. It's a vicious cycle. She didn't even need to achieve her goal by working. Being kind was a way of being upstanding in of its own right after all. Okay, yeah, but then she needed, like, that success still. Wasn't that enough? That's my personal opinion, but what I thought didn't matter. In Higa's eyes, her worth was tied to finding a job that would make her grandmother proud. She refused to acknowledge any other method. She truly believed that was the only other way. There was only other way. So she'd force herself to bend over backwards to meet her own unrealistic expectations, only to fail every single time. And there was no way out of it. What was the best approach to this? Nothing I said would register of her. Well, more like nothing anyone could say would. Her grandmother was the only person who could talk some sense into her. Anyone, please help her. The moment I said my prayer in my mind, a shadow fell over me. I looked back. Okay, fine, Lillian came over. Hi, Lillian. There stood an expressionless Lillian, taking an imposing stance. What are you doing here?
あんたが比嘉を探しに行くって言うから後をつけたの
So you were eavesdropping the entire time?
聞くつもりはなかったわ なんとなく声をかけづらかっただけ。
Okay, cool. But yeah, it's like, once again, like, well, Hikaru's like getting there with like acting upon like what he wants to do. Like, he's trying to act, but like, yeah, Lillian's pretty much like just that one that will go like go right to it type deal. Lillian stood past me stand in front of Higa. Her hands were bags of Higa's belongings. I guess she came to return them to her, or in other words, to completely kick her out the home. She took out the notebook. It was still in the same state, torn clean in half.
形見だって知らなかった。知っていたら手は出さなかった。
もういいです。終わったことですから。
よくないわ。私が自分を許せない。
じゃあ、どうするんですか？
Higa retorted.
償いをするわ。
償い？
ついてきなさい。あんたの悩み、泣く。
ちょっと。
Lillian left the room, Higa's bags in hand. Unless like we got some magical solution for this. Let's see. She didn't even return a notebook. Higa ran after her, probably worried that she wouldn't be able to get her stuff back otherwise. What are you gonna do? I followed after them and asked. I had an inkling, but I wanted to confirm it regardless. That was spot on. Okay, yeah. Cool. We haven't had the magic thing brought up in a while. Well, besides like Lillian's like super strength, but like we haven't had that brought up as like the whole like to help out sort of deal. We headed home. Higa cautiously followed behind us. At times she looked over to Lillian as if to gauge her expression, only to shrug defeatedly. Okay, I thought the game glitched there. Higa and I were forced to wait in the living room while Lillian set things up. Higa looked uncomfortable. How'd I break it to her? Lillian hadn't used magic while Higa was staying with us. I guess she wanted to keep it a secret. But despite that, she suddenly announced she'd be using it. I guess the embargo was lifted. And without any prior warning to boot. Was that what she meant by atoning? No, I was just thinking how to word it. Can I give you a quick summary? Lillian's a witch. Silence. No, not at all. You'll find out soon. It'll be alright. Nothing bad will come of it, I hope. Alright, we'll see if we end up summoning like another greater being again. Let's see. Whatever they're called. I forgot what they're called. Conversation felt familiar. Lillian never told us what she'd do in advance. There's always something new whenever her magic was involved. Goes to grandma, I think. I could see that. I could see that. Like just so like he can like find some peace and regarding her grandmother, and like not think that she's a failure to her and all that. I could see that happening. Let's see. Everything was ready. We headed towards the study, just like last time. It had been set up like a shrine. Hanging scrolls with ritual prayers written on them were placed in the 4 cardinal directions. The low tea table was being used as an altar, tap water was standing in for holy water, and lit candle was our sacred torch. There's also the same pile of books where we place our offerings, which as usual was a pile of chicken. Oh, okay. Alright, time to summon again. Higa looked dubious upon seeing the mountain of poultry. I wouldn't be able to explain it to her if I tried, I just told her to magic. I think it'd be a good idea to let her know what you're gonna do. I directed her attention to Lillian, who nodded.
魔法は大きく2種類に大別されるわ。私が普段使うような魔道具や簡易な魔法陣で力を発現させるもの。それから力あるものと
beings of power, that's it. Beings of power.
高度な魔法を借り受けるもの。
That's what they're called.
何を言っているのかわからないんですけど。
Lillian held out her hand with her palm facing up. Suddenly a ball of fire manifested before Higa. Okay, just show her a practical example.
今、あんたの目の前に浮かばせたのが前者。魔法には属性があって、火、水、風、土は魔力さえあれば比較的容易に行使できる。
We'll see if there's like some kind of like explanation for like Sumuki having like being able to overpower Lillian though. We'll see. if there's like some other greater conspiracy going
けれ
on.
ど属
No
性は他
conspiracy,
に
but
もあっ
like
て
whatever is going on
神の数だ
on
け
this
存
island.
在してる。特に有名なのは光と闇で、私は闇に連なる夜の魔法に特化してるわ。だから
Oops.
魔女。
Lillian pulled up her pendant, hanging on her neck for us to see. The Jurgen emblem is an accessory that served as proof of Lillian's status as a witch and wasn't magical. On the other hand, anyone who possessed one in her hometown were avoided, so to some degree it was cursed.
今の炎は本物で、ということは魔法も本物？
そうよ。
Lillian produced some water from her palms next, as if to flaunt her abilities. While it seemed gimmicky, it was far from a cheap party trick.
逆に人間では行使できない魔法も数多くあるの。そうした魔法は神々とその眷属のような力ある者のみが扱える高度なもの。けれど人間は対価を支払い、力ある者と交渉することでそうした魔法を借り受けることができる。もちろん呼び出した者によって借り受けられる魔法の種類に制限があるわ。
Alright, let's see what we do this time.
以前私は夜の眷属を召喚した。おそらくだけど今回も呼びかけに応じてくる可能性が高い。だからそれを見越してある程度強大な魔法を要求する予定。
I couldn't quite understand Lillian's explanation, but regardless I had a feeling it'd be dangerous. There was always a risk involved with something so powerful. Will we be okay? Will we be okay?
成功させないと使えないくらいの魔法だもの。ダメでも呼ぶしかないわ。
It was more serious than I thought. Okay, yeah, maybe, let's see. I could imagine, yeah, I could see, like, if they, like, just, like, resurrect her grandmother or something. Not fully, but, like, or, like, just get her to incarnate in some manner. But we'll see, we'll see.
一応あんたたちには害が及ばないよう配慮するわ。
Okay. Despite my doubts, the ritual began. Lillian sat down on the floor, began her incantation in a low voice that reverberated through the room. The string of words in a language that wasn't Japanese filled the air. Higa and I watched everything unfold from a safe distance. The room began to tremble in rhythm to Lillian's chanting. Soon after, the interior of the room began to look hazy and dim. We could feel a slight chill flowing out the corridor, into the corridor. Last time the stage was when the summoning was complete. In other words, the inhuman thing had manifested in the occupied room.
ノートを。
Lillian firmly demanded the memento that Higa held so dear. She looked at me, obviously reluctant, nodded to her as she did as Lillian asked. Lillian placed on a silver tray and pushed the two items into the room. As soon as she did, the atmosphere changed. A black liquid-like substance dropped from the ceiling onto the book, clothing it completely. This is my second time seeing this, but I still felt the same fear upon seeing the same substance. Higa grabbed my hand. I squeezed hers back. Everything was silent. This was around when the candle went out and the ritual ended last time. This time, though, was different. A black hazy mist enveloped the room. It was so dense that it even blocked off the light from the candle. We heard something that seemed like moaning or murmuring. Sounds resembling a human voice emerged from the fog. I couldn't contain my curiosity any longer. What's going on?
見ていればわかるわ。日が前に来て中を見なさい。
Higa's shoulders trembled upon being called. She was clearly frightened, but she still moved up to peer into the mist.
何も見えません。
見えるわ。よく見て。
I strained my ears from behind. All I saw was black mist. It gathered to form a sort of strange pattern. Whispers came from within. Both grew in intensity. The first thing I made was a person's face. The fog coalesced into a humanoid figure. Oh, okay, yeah. It had a petite build. Its bent was back. Sorry. God. I don't know how you, I guess like there. His back was bent. I don't know how you do that sometimes. You just reverse the words. His back was bent. The person's quite elderly. They had a feminine aura as well. Dyslexia works extra hard. I don't think I have dyslexia. I think it's just like I don't feel I have dyslexia at least. Like I don't know. I don't feel I have dyslexia. That's the thing. I think it's just like reading out aloud. Just gets my wires crossed. It's like yeah, like I never had like any like issues reading, like personally. I think like what's it called? Like I was in like what's it called? Like a low level reading class in like when I was a child, but then it's like I shot up afterwards into like the higher level reading class because like it was more because I just never read. I just never read properly before, and then it's like, oh, okay, cool, this is reading, cool. I just never read like properly like any books before. I was like, oh, okay, cool, you actually have reading skills, fine, move up. But yeah, streamer growing pains. Yeah, it's only something that comes out when I stream. I feel like I think it's like from reading aloud. We had a feminine aura as well. Who was she? I had no idea. Higa, on the other hand, seemed to recognize her. Okay, yeah, damn. I do wonder, like, where we're gonna go with, like, the island, like, the being of power that was summoned by, like, the Osato family earlier. Like, I guess, like, to be fair, the offering for this was the chicken, to be fair. Like, that's enough to, like, offer for the beings of power. Just some meat. But it's like, damn, like, what's it called? Lillian's pretty OP, damn. Well, no, to be fair, it's not, as she said, it's not her power, to be fair. It's just like the beings of power's power. But still. Higo, on the other hand, seemed to recognize her. Then again, I think it's just like also like we're used to like things having a downside, so maybe there is no downside, no catch. It's like she's done her ritual and it's all chill. Her expression was one of utter disbelief. This being of power does a hit to the knees to the Shinji guy. You're gonna get ganked by it while going to the abandoned house. Ha. Yeah, it's like I mean, I don't know if that being of power is like randomly still in the forest or if it actually just left. Like, we don't really know where we're gonna go with that plot point still from last time with Lillian. Not the one that was summoned to help Akari, but like the one from the Osato family. But yeah, I don't know, that Shinji guy just like was like utter like a dickhead, and it's like, cool, I guess we'll see how he pans out in the next arc. Her expression was one of utter disbelief. She was even surprised herself. She even surprised herself with that statement. She kept shaking her head in denial. The fog began to settle once the humanoid figure was more or less complete. Even from afar, I could tell we were elderly, despite the body being made of mist. I was able to see wrinkles in her face. The expression she wore mirrored Higa's. She seemed to struggle to speak from the shock. That voice. Is that you, Tsumugi? The figure spoke. Misty figure spoke. But yeah. It is, once again, it's funny sometimes where it's like, what's it called? Like the game only voices like the main characters, except for Hikaru. But I guess it's like, what's it called? It's not like high budget visual novel type deal. There is like another visual novel that I'm interested in. I didn't realize until I looked when I was looking for artwork for this game, to use for the thumbnail. There's like another visual novel I put on my wish list by these devs. Well, I think it's on my wish list, but it's only in Japanese. It's not in English yet, but it's on my wish list. Let me double check. Where is it? What's it called again? I didn't realize it was these devs, but when I realized, oh wait, the art style, right? That makes sense. Even the current voices are pretty high quality. What are they called again? I saw it recently. Okay, I'm looking for my wish list because I think I must have added it a while ago. Not that one. Okay, I must have added this a while ago. Jeez, I'm like scrolling down my wish list. I put like 200 stuff. There's like over 200 stuff on my wish list. No, same developer. It's just that my Steam settings also don't show me things that are not in English. So like it gets okay. That's it. Yeah, I found it. I added this. I added this to my wish list like last year. It seems. Stellar Code. This one. It's the same. It's the same dev. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense. The art style is pretty much like, it's the same art style. Plus, like, it looks like it's much more evolved. Like, it's not evolved, but more in the sense it's like even the backgrounds are not photos now. But yeah, I'm looking forward to when this visual novel gets translated. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. It's more sci-fi based compared to Magic this time around. Not so for me because of the language setting, yeah. I think I should change that for my Steam settings. There's a couple games that I like followed that are not in English, and it's like, okay, one day maybe you get it in English. I should see the setting for that actually while we're here. Okay, not to cut the tension for this scene by accident. Exclude from my store. That's it. Ignore tags. Language. Exclude reviews on categories that are off top. Okay, yeah. Include reviews from all purchases, and must be something. Show titles not in my language. Okay, it's weird because like, yeah, I have the option checked, like show titles not in my language. Review score settings. Chat filter. It should be showing. Weird. Language preferences. Oh, okay, that's it. Secondary languages. If it's not available in primary language, that's it. Sure. We'll put in Japanese then. And like other stuff. Additional game languages. Not supported by UI. Be supported. I see. Yeah. Cool. Okay, yeah. I think it's just like language settings as well. Okay, let me just see if it shows up now when I search for it. Okay, not to cut into the tension of this scene. We just got slightly off topic. Okay, now it shows. Now it shows up. Yeah, now it shows up. Cool. But yeah, looking forward to when that game comes in English. There's also like a DLC for this game, an append art book or something with like. I think like short stories and stuff. But like it's not in English, unfortunately. So hopefully that gets. I hope that gets translated at some point. But we'll see. Because I saw the game is like coming to what's it called? Is coming to the Switch 2, but there's no sign for the English version on the Switch 2 yet, I think. But yeah. I mean, it's funny to see, like, it's a visual novel. It's not like that, not that big for like enhancements, but yeah, sure. Switch 2 version. Like, what was it again? Let me just see. Okay, we're getting off topic, but let me just check. Well, technically it's on topic, but it's also off. It's both. Okay, yeah. The Switch 2 version is in Japanese and Korean. Okay, has mouse support and higher res. Okay, yeah, higher res, to be fair. Windows Shopping Real. But yeah, I'm really liking this visual novel, honestly. Like besides Akari, like, okay, yeah, cool. I end up like, yeah, Higa like hits pretty bad as well. Like, damn. So let's see. I imagine the next arc will be Lillian's. I don't see Joe and Kiriko having their own story arc per se, or like their focus arc. But I'll be surprised if they do. But I can see Lillian being the next chapter essentially. Very enjoyable, yeah. Akari's still my favorite, but I'm liking the cast. I'm liking the cast, honestly, as well. Higa's reaction was emotional. Even closer to Earth compared to other visual novels. Funny we say this during the whole magic scene. But yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. It's not like it's not like overly like wham bam end the world or like a major like it's not like it takes things it takes things pretty slow sometimes in a good way. Like just like them like living their life, trying to do whatever type deal. There's one I'm eyeing called Kanade. I don't really have the attention span for VNs right now. Fair play, yeah. Kanade. Oh, that's cool. There's a couple. There's another one that was recommended to me actually. It's on sale right now. At Tree. But yeah, I think it's kind of what's it called? We haven't like played like. I mean, we have. we've played like a few pure visual novels, but it has been nice to like not really actually. Like we played like what like Ace Attorney with like choices and whatnot. Like I don't like trying to. Well, we did play like what was it? No Existence, but that's like a really short one though. So it's kind of actually yeah. I don't think we've played any like kinetic novels per se. Like, I mean, technically you could say like RPG Maker games are like besides the walking around part, it's mostly like just kinetic novel anyway. Not much choice or like route branching. So yeah, but also, I guess like to be fair, like it's just been nice to like actually do this as well. But yeah, I guess like yeah, we'll see like for other visual novels I end up doing then. And to be fair, like what's it called? Part of me was thinking like with streaming visual novels, it's like what's it called? How to say like I guess there's a debate on whether like it's fine to stream visual novels because like what's it called? Obviously, like it's pure story and stuff, but I mean, streaming it is like yeah, like right now it's like I'm sidetracked talking about visual novels. If someone's watching purely for the story and not for the stream environment, like they'll be like, "Oh, okay, move on already." So, how to say it balances out in that sense. But yeah, I do double check to be fair, like if there's any like any games that say like yeah, don't stream this or like whatever. But this one's fine as well. All right, back to Higa's grandmother. Oh yeah, the Opus games as well. Yeah, I have one of them at some point to play, Star Song, and then there's like another one, the one that came out recently. I'm kind of eyeing as well someday. But yeah, also part of it's also like I guess like if a game is like fully voiced, for example, like how does it feel to stream that? Because a lot of the visual novels I stream are like what's it called? What's it called? Are like what's it call it? I guess like more in the sense like fully voiced but also not in English. Just to see like just to see how it is when I stream it. But then again, once again, this game like Hikaru and the narration and NPC and the other characters, except for the main ones with sprites, aren't voiced. But like, I guess to be fair, we do stream Limbus, and it's like that one's like fully like voiced, except for Dante. So it does still work out. But yeah, just to see like how it feels if the game is like mostly voiced. But I mean, to be fair, there's like other games that we've played that are not in English, that are like not fully voiced either, that are fully voiced. So yeah, it's just me overthinking things. But yeah, RPG Maker stuff as well is like, well, most of them are not voiced to be fair. But yeah, anyway, let's back to Higa's. We just leave Higa's grandmother on hold. But okay, cool. These two can find. Well, Higa can finally find peace with her.
そうだよ。私だよ。紬だよ、おばあちゃん。
That can't be right. Higa's grandmother is no longer with us.
時間がないから手短に説明するわ。
Damn.
私は人ならざる者の力で比嘉義恵の魂を呼んだわ。
Yeah, okay. It's like, damn. Just able to do that.
呼べるのは一度だけ。
Lost around 10
とどまって
minutes.
いられる時間も十数分。悔いのないように話しなさい。
Do this
特に比
once.
嘉はね。
Oh, as in what? Once per spirit or like once in a lifetime? I wonder. Lillian grabbed Higa by the shoulder and shot her a firm look.
あんたには確認しなきゃいけないことがある。
Oh, okay, yeah. Lillian's like, yeah, don't beat around the bush. Get right to it. If her promise to her grandmother was a source of her suffering, then all we needed to do was to have her grandmother take it back. It was a simple solution. Anyone could come up with that. It was obvious that Lillian had arrived at that conclusion too. And then she went as far as to call upon Yoshie's spirit to make it happen. That was absolutely This was absolutely crazy. My dear Samugi, why are you crying?
おばあちゃんにまた会えたから。
I was called over so suddenly. I'm having trouble understanding what's going on here.
なら、はっきり言うわ。
Oh,
比
okay.
嘉義恵は半年前に死んだわ。ここにいるのはあなたの魂だけよ。
Higa was all choked up with tears, so Lillian gave her grandmother the rundown in her stead. She explained Higa's string of failures in Naha, and how her job search wasn't going well here on Toyotoki either. Yoshie listened carefully, intently, her eyes closed. Eventually she opened her mouth to speak, her words coming out slowly like droplets of water. How awful of me. I sure didn't think things would turn out that way.
けれど、事実、あんたのせいでこうなった。
Alright, thanks, Lillian. I mean, once again, her directness is like, what's it called? Sometimes it's like a bit too much, but also like, you know what, fair. Just get to the heart of the matter right away.
おばあちゃんのせいじゃないよ。
Higa finally faced her.
私に能力がなかったから。それだけなの。だから失敗ばかりして、こんな風になって。
I don't think that's all. I don't think that at all. Yoshie cut her off. Whenever things don't go well, you need to try again. You got an oil up in your head, dear.
それじゃあ立派な仕事なんてできないよ。
There's absolutely no need for that. You see, I want to encourage you, but I never wanted you to do anything you didn't want to. She finally refuted Higa's claim. That was the only way to lift her curse. Unless it turned out that her grandmother was killed. I don't think so. Like, oh no, like I don't. I'm thinking of like Shinji just being way too much of an asshole about it. Like, what's it called? Was a bit much. So it's like I was thinking a bit like, what if Shinji killed her for some reason? But I don't think so. But we'll see. It's just, he's like Shinji was being a bit of a dickhead for no reason. So let's see. Also, to be honest, like I don't know if it's intentional or not, but like when you say like Shinji is in like a violet kimono, and like I was thinking of like Fate Stay Night Shinji. It's like, was that intentional? Like, cause purple hair? I don't know. What they call haunting the narrative, in a literal sense.
でも私おばあちゃんにお金だってもらったし。
It was for you to use as you wished. If I'm remembering this correctly, it's for tuition fees, right? Shinji didn't want to get... Other Shinji. That Shinji is at least not like... well, I don't know, I haven't watched Evangelion. But he's like messed up teen, to say the least. Higa nodded once more before shaking her head.
あのね、本当のことを言うね。私、騙されたの。おばあちゃんにもらったお金、悪い人に取られちゃったの。あんなにたくさんもらったのに、私は何にもなれなかったの。
Ah.
それを知られるのが怖くて、嫌で、おばあちゃんに連絡しなくて。だって、あんなことになるなんて思ってなかったから。
Sumugi rambled on, her words pouring out like a dam broke. As she spoke, all of her regrets surfaced and she started sobbing. She balled her fists so tightly that they turned pale. Her shoulders were trembling and her forehead was against the corridor wall. Her voice was shaking as she squeezed out a sincere apology.
こんなにしてもらったのに全部無駄になって本当にごめんなさい
Yoshie was rendered speechless. She saw how her words of encouragement for Higa, which she shared with her best of intentions, became shackles that doomed her to fail. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the words becoming a curse kind of deal. So she made sure to speak in an unwavering, steadfast tone. She resolved to lift her granddaughter's curse. What did you do with the money I gave you was entirely up to you. You had nothing to be sorry for.
私失敗したんだよおばあちゃんに期待してもらったのにお金ももらったのに
It's really not a big deal.
嘘だよ私のせいでおばあちゃんは
Okay, yeah, it's like, yeah, like the reason she feels that is also because like Shinji just gaslit her into thinking that it's your fault. It's your fault that she died because you weren't there for her. It's not your fault. Yoshie spoke firmly. I repeated it a few times. She repeated it a few times, really driving it in. It was just my time, I'm certain of it. The fact that you weren't there must have been a work of fate. You don't have to worry about a thing.
どうして怒らないの
There's no need to be. When you've lived as long as I have, you see lots of people who failed over and over. I knew someone whose company fell apart and their family left. House was seized, so they had to fish for their own food, but they seemed happy. Oh, okay. I wonder if that's actually Yachan, I wonder. Yachan, I wonder. Yoshie smiled. It was as if to say that Higa's failures were nothing compared to what she'd seen throughout the years. We just need to take a good look around us to see the world was full of people's mistakes. Ah. Oh, right, yeah, because, like, what's it called? Like, she started having ideas that, like, what's it called? Just how competent Nishime was and all that. If we compare ourselves to whoever made the most blunders in the world, it would seem as if ours were never mistakes to begin with. Ha.
そんな話されてもよくわかんないよ
And that's fine. Anything goes in life. My only wish is for you to enjoy it, that's all. Everyone has different views on what an upstanding person really is. There's just no point in comparing yourself to others. Ah. You, like everyone else, are just trying to live. There's no right or wrong to it. The rich may be able to live lavishly. That's the end of it. People are meant to help each other and be helped. And at some point along the way, the entire process becomes enjoyable. That's just life. She smiled softly. Rather than attempt to encourage her, it seemed to be an expression that came naturally to her as she spoke.
なんだか意外おばあちゃんそんな風に考えてたんだもっと厳しく生きてるのかと思ってた
I never thought too hard about anything. That way of life might just be work for you too. But if you do have any ambitions, by all means, go for it. But if not, there's no need to push yourself so hard. It's honestly finding a way. Aww. Higa nodded slowly as if to really absorb her words.
ありがとう今度はその約束きっと守るよ
Oh no, I'm not asking you to promise me anything. Just forget about me and enjoy your life as you please.
忘れないよ
Higa's words were forceful.
私はおばあちゃんのこと絶対に忘れたりしない
Hearing you say that is making me sentimental. I was really happy with you, dear.
私もだよおばあちゃんと一緒に
Okay, yeah, also
幸せだった
just her grief as well with this.
あの時に戻れた
Damn.
らいいって思う
That's just not possible. I'm gone now. So, Tsumugi, I hope you can find happiness. Be sure to eat and sleep well. Live a healthy life. There's nothing I can really do in this state, but I'll be praying for your happiness. Lillian stirred. She shot a look towards Higa and her grandmother. Time was up. Has it really been 10 minutes already? Even I was shocked at how short that felt.
私おばあちゃんに会えないまま別れたのが本当に悔しくて自分を許せなかっただから会えてよかった
I feel the same way. Yoshie tried to reach for Higa's head, but she couldn't get past the invisible wall between the room and the corridor. It was a barrier that separated the living from the dead. Despite being unable to touch each other, they both got close to the barrier as they could. The dead could never return. Higa would never be able to see be with her grandmother again. This was their final goodbye. So this was their last opportunity to speak to each other.
おばあちゃん、ありがとう。大好きだったよ。
Her fingertips scratched the floorboards as she cried. The tears that fell down her cheeks stained her pretty blouse. She bit her lip as she cast her eyes down and wept.
顔を上げなさい。
Lillian spoke up from behind.
たった一人の家族でしょ。きちんと見送りなさい。
She wiped her tears and lifted her head. She held her gaze as the black mist slowly started to fade. In respect for the deceased, Higa watched as this ritual came to an end. In a sense, it was probably similar to watching the smoke rise from a crematorium. Tsumugi, thank you. Her voice sounded more and more distant. The outline of her body began to fade into the mist. Higa suddenly stood up.
行かないで。私を置いて行かないで。おばあちゃん。
She reached down, her hand easily crossed the threshold. The invisible wall was gone. The mysterious presence in the room had also disappeared. All that was left was the rearranged study. A smell of dust once again settled on the darkened room. There was no traces of the miracle that had just taken place. It was a regular room, nothing unusual about it.
おばあちゃん。
ヨシエはもういないわ。あんたは一人よ。
Lillian spoke harshly. Don't be so hard on her. She lost a family member.
いいよ。今のはリルーちゃんが正しい。
Higa spoke quietly as she wiped her tears.
私は大丈夫だから。
Really?
むしろ大丈夫でなければならないのよ。
そうだね。私は前に進まないといけないんだ。
進めるとは限らないけどね。
それでも進もうとしないといけないんだと思う。
The exchange filled me with equal amounts of both hope and doubt. Would Higa really be okay on her own? The notebook which was set on the tray earlier had disappeared at some point. Must have been the item exchanged during the ritual. I suppose it supported Higa over his time.
本当にありがとうございます。この恩はきっと返します。
別にいいわ。償いだもの。
I do wonder if what's it called? We'll have Akari and Higa and Tsumugi help out Lillian in some way. When she has a problem or something. We'll see.
いいえ、必ず返しますから。
Higa declared confidently. The doubt slowly let up as my hope grew. I decided to pray for her success. At the very least, the curse had been lifted. I was sure she'd be fine on her own from then on, even without the notebook. It was June. The rainy season in Okinawa ended before mainland Japan had even begun. Sorry, what? Had ended before mainland Japan had even begun. We continuously got sunny weather. The skies were blue and large clouds floated by overhead. The front of the cafes began to be decorated with flags advertising shaved ice. Even the empty entertainment districts were full of life. Summer had its own slew of battles. Hotel reservations were through the roof. Last month had been nothing compared to how busy we are now. It was crazy to even think that we were a month away from the peak season. Naturally, I got fewer and fewer days off. For one of them, I invited Akari over to Hisaku Island.
暑いですね。まったく。何ですか、急に呼び出して。
We're getting ice cream.
はあ？アイス食べにわざわざ隣の島まで呼び出されたんですか？
Yeah, let's go.
鬼すぎません？
Okay, unless what's it
何だと思
called?
ってるんですか？
Tsumugi's working there now. I'm leaving you behind.
ちょっと待ってください。
We proceeded to walk around the island for about an hour.
西目さん、あれじゃないですか？
Akari pointed towards a large sugarcane field. There's a mobile store that stood out in the green expanse. The store with its umbrella and banner floating about slowly made its way down the main road. The cart seemed to have a freezer and generator packed in the back. It's like one of those stores you see at festivals, save for the fact that it requires someone to manually move it around. Hello. I called after it. The cart stopped and a lady looked over her shoulder at us. Okay, yeah. Of course, we had to when we heard you were working in an ice cream shop. The lady working the store was none other than Higa. The blouse of her work uniform looked perfect in the summer. So despite that, I figured a job that involved putting a store would warrant a more casual look.
一ついいでしょうか。
Akari raised her hand.
西目さんに付き合わされてアイスを食べに来たのは良かったのですが、まさか移動しているとは思いもしませんでした。美少女を炎天下の中こんなに歩かせるとは非常に罪深い行いですよ。ということで、あかりの凄まじい苦労に免じてアイスの一つや二つはおごりということにしてくれてもいいと思うんですが、比嘉さんそのあたりどう思いますか？
You're being dumb, just buy your own. I did a little swift chop to her head.
ちょっとした冗談ですよ。もう何でもいいからアイスをください。熱くて溶けそうです。何味にしますか？おすすめで。
There were 3 flavors on the board. Despite a lack of variety, they changed daily. It was a small tactic to encourage customers to return. Fair play. Akari got a double scoop with 2 of them, so I chose the third. Higa took cups from a cardboard box, scooped the gelato from the freezer with a spatula. After precise movements, it was ready to be served.
ちょっとだけおまけしておいたよ。わお、さすが分かってますね。
Handed over some money. Ended up paying for Akari's portion after all. It's pretty pricey compared to your typical ice cream, but the care put into presentation made up for it. It looked delicious too. Mommy, I want ice cream. The family came along, probably after seeing us get scoops. Higa proceeded to walk the child through the flavours. Good luck then, thanks for the ice cream. We parted ways, not wanting to get in the way of Higa's work. When I looked back, I saw the child happily eating gelato. The mother thanked Higa. Well, it was a simple job, there was a lot to be said for Higa's success. I left, relief welling my chest. And thus, Higa began working at the gelato store. She pulled her cart around the island every day. I was right at home and conducted business in a positive and bright manner. Her curse had been lifted ever since the day she spoke to her grandmother face to face. She was now able to do all the things she couldn't before. Occasional slip up, like not being able to tell right from left. Oh right, yeah, that's just something that she just did because she couldn't do that. But she was working hard to build up her confidence. She turned over a completely new leaf compared to when she was strictly adhering to the teachings in the notebook. Gone were her unrealistic job expectations. Her goal to become an upstanding person who could do anything took on a different form. She would start with a job that suited her and work her way up from there. We want you to give 110% by one of her employees and took it completely seriously. Yeah. Essentially. She's doing much better now though. It was a much more natural way of going about things. The shackles holding her back were now gone, and her smile shone brighter as a result. Her soothing air returned, and she seemed more charming than ever. The quality of hers, combining the natural friendliness, was on full display now she was in the service industry. It was her calling. On the other hand, there was still one thing I needed to take care of. Lillian. She helped Higa with her magic. Almost everything worked out in the end thanks to her efforts, but there was still some loose ends. Ones that had to do with me. Oh, okay, cool. Now you actually, like, advanced the relationship. Instead of what that actually means, please look enthusiastic when you're working. Ha! Ha. True, true. Thanks. Akari hadn't been coming over lately, so our dinners were pretty awkward. It was just the 2 of us, and for the most part, we ate in silence. Alright, we have that festival coming up, so either like Akari's busy with that, or Akari's like, what's it called? Giving the 2 of them space to like, make amends. I'd only ever seen this kind of chilly environment on TV. Cold words were flung at me the moment I reached for my food. I reflexively froze in terror, but I couldn't end things here. Okay, yeah. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I got like phone call. Yeah. No, I didn't answer it. I don't even know who it is. I keep getting like, I don't know. There's like sometimes it's just like spam calls. It's like, yeah, cool, thanks. Leave a message so I know who you are. But I couldn't end things here. Everything fell apart precisely because I chose to remain silent. Okay, yeah. Cool. Yeah, Nishime is getting there with this. I'm really, really sorry about what happened. I should have been the one to take care of it. Telemarketers still in this day and age, yeah. Or just whatever the hell. Like, I look up the number, but I can't find anything. Or it just says, like, yeah, suspicious number. Like, cool, thanks. I still want to take care of it. I mean, you know, with you tearing apart Higa's notebook and everything. That should have been my responsibility to bear. The only way to fix Higa's overdependence on the notebook was to take it away from her. Despite knowing this, I didn't do a thing. So Lillian was forced to step in instead. Fair. That can't be true. I see. If that were the case, then why did she say she wouldn't have touched it if she knew it was a memento? Okay, yeah, Lillian's just like brushing it off. But there was no point drilling her if she was adamantly refusing to acknowledge it. Huh? That was what she meant. That's right. I did say something like that. After it's all said and done, things were no longer awkward between us. Okay, yeah, we moved on. Lillian, thank you for being so understanding, truly. Alright, at least he got that off his chest at least. The choice doesn't have... Okay, how to read self-help books. Alright, just an extra bonus section. I asked Goldilocks about them one day. I bumped into her while hanging out at a gelato stall. She visited with her butler in tow. Huh? That's surprising to hear. You don't seem the type to have trouble deciding things for yourself. Okay, just giving... Okay, yeah, just a bit of a talk about... Let's see. But yeah, what's it called? Like, Tsumugi was out here, like, following self-help books to, like, a T. Into their exact word. So let's see what this game has for this section. Just because they're written by successful people doesn't mean methods themselves guarantee success. I guess that's true. Okay. More of a look into the author themselves. And so in other words, being positive guarantees success? I'm understanding less and less why you read them. Okay, yeah, just as a source of inspiration type deal. Putting the same amount of effort. I see. I guess everyone had different ways of approaching them. As I said at Goldilocks in awe, Higa chimed in, saying that it's just like anime. Goldilocks responded kindly and patiently to Higa's innocent statement. It was hard to tell who the real adult was here. Okay, yeah, just put like an extra section there, like just about the whole like self-help book aspect of Higa's story. When things had more or less done, I went to visit Granny. The assisted living facility was within walking distance to my new apartment. Oh, okay, you live pretty far away then, compared to Nishime. Oh, it's been a while. Okay, cool, yeah. She does remember her, but then it's like, yeah, dementia be complicated. I returned Granny's smile. This probably wasn't very convincing. I came to tell her I was sorry. I want to apologize for deceiving her all this time, pretending to be her granddaughter. I wanted to because I wanted to because I was able to meet my actual grandmother. Ever since I saw Grandma again, I never even thought to see Granny anymore. Okay, yeah. Just filling in that hole type deal. Okay, literally. Why would I? The hole in my heart had been filled. Looking back on it, my relationship with her was nothing but a selfish fabrication. I had been deceiving myself until now. I couldn't ignore reality any longer. The fact of the matter was, I was using her as a substitute for Grandma. I projected all of my regrets onto her. Wanting to make Granny happy was a facade. In the end, it was all for my own self-satisfaction. I even took advantage of her dementia. This had to end. It was an insult to both Granny and her real granddaughter. So I steeled my resolve. I decided to apologize directly. What's wrong? Why the long face? Is that so? A shadow of uncertainty fell across her face. I hesitated, and ended up broaching a completely different topic. Okay, yeah, just more like edging around it first. Really, that's too bad. I couldn't bring it up. Considering her condition, the fact that I wasn't who I said I was might not even get through to her. What was even the best way to approach this? Telling her the truth would make her sad, wouldn't it? A flood of emotions welled up on my chest. You know, I have something to discuss with you myself. She spoke up while I was lost in thought. You aren't my real granddaughter, are you? Oh, okay, cool. I actually thought so, for quite a while. I mean, you don't even appear at all my memories from long ago. I remember my past very, very well. She roared with laughter. Meanwhile, I couldn't say a thing. But despite that, you went along with me, didn't you? You pretended you were. Did all of that so you wouldn't hurt my feelings. It's fine, no matter what your reasons were. I see coming up before I could object. I truly enjoyed your visits. They filled me with joy. That's why I couldn't bring myself to say anything. It felt like my actual granddaughter was visiting. But you're going to be very busy from now on, right? So be free. Don't worry about having to go along with this random stranger any longer. Tears streamed down my face. They fell and stained the bed sheets. But I couldn't just sit here solely for myself. Why, is that so? What a kind girl you are. Don't feel pressured to talk about it. I'm just happy you came by. She held my hand. I could feel the warmth and kindness in her hands, which were wrinkled from age. Okay, yeah, we resolved this aspect as well. That's the truth. I only managed to make it this far with the help of many different people. Everyone treated me kindly and warmly. I failed miserably a countless number of times. I was even betrayed and deceived. But the world wasn't full of bad eggs. I was also surrounded by just as many, if not more, amazing people. I hoped one day I could become someone like Grandma and Granny. It didn't matter if I was upstanding or not anymore. I would much rather be kind. At some point I ended up crying, and Granny continued to hold my hand until I settled down. But our special moment came to an abrupt end. There's a knock at the door. I'm changing right now, hold on. Granny called out to the person behind the door without missing a beat. A clever cover-up. If only her dementia could be fixed like that too. What timing, since my son came to visit. If you'd like, feel free to come again. If I get confused again, make sure to remind me you aren't my granddaughter, alright? She said so half-jokingly. I had to think I was able to respond with a smile. I left the room to see a middle-aged man standing by the door. His eyebrows resembled Granny's. I expected him to be angry questioning me, considering I was a stranger who was just in his grandmother's room. His mother's room. He spoke as if he knew exactly who I was. Oh, you must be her. Okay, yeah, after Hikaru came over. A boy came in the other day, mentioning that a woman had been visiting my mother. It seemed like he was looking for you. Have you met up with him? I assume that was when I left this house. Hikaru must have been searching high and low for me.
会えました。
That's good to hear, and thank you so much.
何がでしょう。
My mother's been in high spirits thanks to your visits. If it isn't too much trouble, could you continue to come every so often?
いいんですか？お邪魔しても。
Of course, and be sure to repay the favor.
そんな平気ですよ。
We do. We're truly grateful for you. The man didn't budge. I left after exchanging contacts. I promised Granny I'd come see her again. Not as her granddaughter, but as a friend. The humid air caressed my cheeks as soon as I stepped outside. The cicadas chirped loudly. It must have rained while I was inside. There was a large rainbow in the eastern sky. Summer had definitely arrived. Hikaru. Alright, back to him now. It was 6 p.m. right around sunset. Akari came over just as I was bringing laundry.
西目さん、洗濯なんてしてる場合じゃないですよ。お財布の準備はいいですか？極めて当たり前のことですが、キャッシュレス払いはできませんよ。
I don't even have one. So why are we meeting up here again?
現地だと合流できないかもしれないじゃないですか。さては西目さん、小さな島だと思って舐めていますね。夏祭りだけは混雑しますからね。
Akari rambled excitedly. It wasn't clear enough already. We're all going to the summer festival. It was Akari's idea, and everyone who frequented our home agreed to it. This is my first time attending a festival as a group. I'm pretty stoked.
おや、東京にいた頃は行かなかったんですか？
I didn't have any friends who were willing. Also, are you sure you don't want to go with your islander friends?
あかりの友達は隣の島に住んでる子ばかりですから。お待たせ。
Okay, yeah. The whole gang together. Higa, who had been cleaning out her late grandmother's house, also joined us. It would have been closer if she'd met us at the festival, but she came over here anyway. Her chest bounded up and down as she ran. Thanks, Nishime. What a blessed day. We began to head over, Akari leading the way. After walking for 10 minutes or so, we arrived at a lot in front of the city hall. While the tents had been folded last week, they were now fully assembled, housing people selling food and alcohol. There were ropes with lanterns hanging from them, decorating the venue. It really gave a festival atmosphere. In Tokyo, many young women wore yukatas to the festivals, but here, everyone was in their regular, everyday clothing. Well subtle, it really highlighted the difference in culture. Were there always that many people on the island?
祭りに合わせて里帰りしている人もいますからね。見覚えのない顔が混じっているのはそのためです。
I grunt vaguely in response, despite not being able to distinguish the visitors from residents to begin with. I was still being treated as an outsider after all, so I didn't really interact with residents that much. Okay. Attention please, pardon the interruption despite the festival being well underway. We had to introduce the festival organizers. A clear voice echoed throughout the lot. I turned towards where it was from, and saw that there was a stage in the front of City Hall. The indie vibe when they used the real photos, processed through filters, yeah. For real. It does have a charm to it. There's a charm to it. It was smaller than the ones you'd find in school gyms. Toyotoki Summer Festival was written on the board towards the back, and some blue tarp was installed, adding as a roof for the stage. First off, here's the island mayor with his opening address. Announcer handed the phone to a middle-aged man. I couldn't see his face while he was talking, where I was standing, but if he was the island mayor, it's Akari's dad. As he began his speech, Akari put her hands up to her ears. What are you doing?
これは身内が公の場で話すのを聞くのが恥ずかしいので、なるべく聞かないようにしているあかりちゃんです。
Fair play.
何も聞こえないので、以後自動返答モードに入ります。これは身内が公の場で。
You're being a lot more embarrassing than he is. Next, we have the youth representative, Kiriko Kunsadan. A girl took the mayor's place at the microphone. She was in her usual pink dress. This was Goldilocks after all. That was Goldilocks after all. Alright. She smiled widely toward the crowd and she read her script in a clear, resounding voice. Hey, Goldilocks is up.
各世代の代表者でスピーチをしてテープカットするんですよ。去年まであかりがやってましたが、今年は西目さんたちと祭りを回るので、
Okay, fair play.
することにしました。嬉しそうにしてましたよ。
Well, she does seem to like these things. I took her explanation at face value. They were just about to wrap up the speeches. As the moderator's signal, the ribbon was cut and the festival officially began. Well, only officially, as the vendors were welcoming customers for quite some time already. The fathers walked around with beer in one hand. The four of us walked around for a while, browsing the stalls. The vendors all knew either Higa or Kari and gave us a ton of free stuff. Lil and I also reaped the benefits just by tagging along. It was about the connections here. The item Lilim ended up buying and had a very self-explanatory title, Toyotoki Snacks. It definitely seemed like a bang for your buck, considering how cheap it was and how much there was. Hard to tell what was inside. They looked like the fried balls of dough with sugar sprinkled on top. Isn't that Sata and Dagi? What's that? Okay, yeah. Okinawan donuts. Full fried dough, essentially, yeah. Upon coming to realization, Akari shot me down with a word of warning. Higa picked up a handmade keychain. It had a yellow body and leaves stuck out of its head. It's a familiar design. That was super suggestive. Could he really say something like that in public? It feels like there's a pun there lost in translation, based on how she said that. It feels like there's a pun there. I got the little accessory when the guy behind the counter pinched my shoulder and told me to get my man out of the gutter. He looked mad. I forced myself to stop thinking about it. After we completed a lap around the stores, we came across Goldilocks. If her red face was any indication, she seemed really upset. Oh, okay, she didn't want to do it. She didn't want to do the speech. Oh, okay, yeah. She wants to go to the festival with her. I see. Akari stood Kiriko up. I know that she was upset.
知りませんよ。というか、いつも同じ場所で鉢合わせていたのは偶然じゃなかったんですね。普段あれだけ敵対的な言動をしておきながら、実はあかりのことが大好きで、一緒にお祭りを見て回りたくて仕方がないから待っていたと、そういうわけですか？そんなわけありませんわ。
Goldilocks denied it flat out.
そう、いいじゃないですか。去年まではなんとなくキリコと一緒に回っていましたが、今年は趣向を変えてみましょう。敵同士で祭りを見ても息が詰まって仕方ないですし。
Thanks, Akari.
ここは一つ距離を取るのはどうでしょうか。あかりは西目さんたちと楽しく屋台を巡るので、キリコは一人でゆっくりと楽しんでいいですよ。
Akari was a devil incarnate. Stop teasing her. She can come along with us. I delivered a chop to her head.
西目さん、オンとオフは分けた方がいいですよ。
Ha.
いくらオーナーだからといって気を使う必要はありません。
What are you talking about? We've actually been getting closer when you aren't around, you know? We even walked our dogs together and everything, right?
そうですわ。実は仲良しなんですの。
Goldilocks linked her arms with mine. I want to lend her a hand, so it would break my spirit if she denied my claim. I was just so relieved things didn't go, things didn't go that way. It took me a few moments to notice the cushioning of her chest. Wait, isn't that a bit too close?
こいつ、あかりの見ていないところで、なんとハレンチな。あら、悔しいんですの？悔しいんですの
？Goldilocks pressed her chest against me once more. It was bigger than Akari's. Ha.
ちょうどいい。あかり、一度は人を殺してみたいと思っていたんです。
Akari lunged at Goldilocks. One of my arms was completely occupied, so I couldn't even stop if I wanted to. I looked at Lynn for help. You actually don't need any water to make this, just need some egg into the dough and fry it. The trick is to do it slowly. Don't turn the heat up too high. Oh, okay. More into desserts and stuff. She's getting a recipe from an old lady. I guess she really liked those so-called Toyotoki snacks. Higa, meanwhile...
みんなどこいなくなっちゃったよ
she gone lost.
西目さんこの際はっきりしてもらおうじゃないですか貧乳はダメですか
Thanks, Akari.
今度新しいデザートを作ることにしたわ。
みんなどこ
Oh gods, please lend me your strength. I'm gonna say that's weird when I remembered they're the same age. Yeah. Like, yeah, Akari's 15 and Nishime 16. At some point in of excitement, it grew late. The heat in the lot was utterly unbearable, nearly unbearable, and I was sweating buckets. We traded some mysterious coupons for shaved ice. The brain freeze I got from eating too much had me rolling around the ground. Elementary and junior high school-age volunteers performed a dance routine on stage. There was yet another performance held by the Women's Association. A famous local band also played some songs at some point. Memory does fly when you're having fun. Before we knew it, it was well into the night.
ではあかりたちはセパタクロー大会に出てきます
Akari headed towards the stage with Linen and Goldilocks. They don't play volleyball in skirts. I saw them off despite my doubts. Sepak takraw? Southeastern... Oh, okay, yeah. It's kick volleyball, I think, if I'm looking at it right. Similar to volleyball and foot volley, uses a rattan ball. Oh, okay. With a very unusual ball, I see. What's a rat? Okay, let me just see this. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see. I saw them off despite my doubts. Once Akari was out of sight, I leaned against the wall nearby. The ocean breeze passed through the venue. It felt wonderful. My excitement from the festival quickly evaporated as a calm settled over me.
西目くんこっち
Higa led me by the hand. I immediately followed her. We left the crowds behind and it seemed like we were headed back to the village. Where could she be taking me?
着いたよ
We arrived at the residential area with pretty lighting. Electric lanterns were spaced out evenly along the road. Despite it not being anything out of the ordinary, the tall trees around them made the place look otherworldly. From where we were standing, the path looked like it went on forever and ever. It almost felt like there'd be a different dimension lying at the end if we continued onward. This might be the first time I saw such a pretty man-made wonder here on Toyotoki.
綺麗でしょ私も初めて見たとき感動したんだ
Did you come here with your grandma?
そうだよ
Ah,
塞ぎ込んでた私の手を引いてくれたの今日は人がいるけどね明日はもっと綺麗になるよ
tomorrow? Wasn't the festival only one day?
3日間あるんだよ
That was the first time I was hearing of this. All this commotion would last 2 days, huh? Another 2 days.
明日はね生きがなしっていう儀式なの一般の人は
Oh,
参加
okay.
できないから
A ritual,
家
huh?
で待機あさってはお参りの日で村のみんなで歌きに行って拝んでくるの
Okay. Huh? But that wasn't any of my business. Look, I was uninterested in history and all that, but I had some mixed feelings toward the rituals here on the island. I figured it'd be better to let sleeping dogs lie, or in this case, gods. I better stay home then.
暗くなったらね儀式の様子は見ちゃダメだけど街並みを見るくらいなら平気だよ
I still will. Just be on the safe side. I don't want to view people here in a worse light than I already did. There was a fireworks show to end the festival. We used our ever so convenient smartphones to meet up again. Higa and I went to the harbour. It took place on the coast. It could go really wild with fireworks here. There are plenty of spots we could view them from. The most well known was a park halfway up the
ご
mountain.
めんね変なことになっちゃって
Not at all. It was a good experience. Afterward, I participated in a sumo wrestling competition. The sport was a little different in Okinawa. For starters, it was called Shima. Instead of wearing next to nothing, the wrestlers wore judo uniforms. It also had a ring, but you didn't need to push people out to win. All you had to do was get their back to the ground. bit of judo experience. I had a bit of judo experience from my gym class. I got caught up in the moment and decided to enter, but lost to an experienced middle schooler in the first round. He was so experienced that, despite flinging me to the ground, able to leave the ring unscathed.
今まで二人で何してたわけ?
Lillian asked, still not holding her precious Toyotoki snacks. We saw some pretty lights in the residential district. After that, I was forced into a Shima tournament.
何それ? 全然わからない。
Well, that wasn't particularly surprising.
それより見て。かき氷を食べたら舌が緑色になったの。
Ha. She stuck it out, and there it was, her nicely shaped tongue, dyed green with syrup. Within arm's reach. She let her guard down too easily. Okay, hi. Alright, good to see you around again, after like a long while. Goldilocks and Kanashiro waved. I didn't know they knew each other. Not to mention, he completely blended into our group. As we looked around, wondering where Akari was, she arrived, a mountain of French fries in hand.
まったくこの超絶美少女あかりちゃんがじゃんけんで負けたくらいでパシリをしなければならないとは。おや、パシリがよく似合う西目さん。あかりを放置してどこへ行っていたのですか?
I was doing some Shima.
なるほど、脱いだのですか。後であかりも勇姿が見たいので、適当なタイミングで脱いでください。
No thanks. Did you not know you don't strip down for it? For the Okinawan
知
version?
ってますよ。着替えシーンを見せろと言っているのです。
Thanks, Akari. What a weirdo. She was a total perv. A booming sound came from above. The fireworks had begun. We hurried over to the breakwater. They decorated the sky with red and blue lights. It was my first time seeing them up close. They sound really packed a punch. The feel when you mean you didn't know. He told you that Goldie hired him to help Hikari. Oh, true. I think it's more just like it wasn't brought to attention. Obviously, at the time, it's like, oh yeah, these two know each other. Like, actually know each other. More in the sense, like, what's it called? Like, it wasn't brought to attention. Like, oh yeah, these two know each other. Like, actually know each other. To actually like hang out, rather, in that sense. I fixed my gaze upward, completely ignoring the inevitable neck pain from straining it too much. Partway through, Lillian began to say things that were pretty alarming, like, I can do that too, and should I try making them now? Thanks, Lillian. Meanwhile, Goldilocks floated while pointing to a golden set of fireworks, explaining she sponsored them herself. It was nice watching the fireworks with friends. Real nice. I couldn't help but get sappy from it. I looked over to see Higa, gazing up the sky, utterly captivated by the show. She looked like a work of art. Utterly smitten with her and her ex-idol charms. Okay, we get a CG here as well. She seemed like she thought I wanted to talk to her, but she had trouble considering how loud the fireworks were. She leaned over to me. Her suddenly closing in got me all flustered. When I peeked at her, her face looked red too. I guess she didn't even realize what she'd done. How adorable. It made me want to poke fun at her a bit. Drawn background and all, yeah. It's funny, like, yeah, we do get, like, what's it called? Like, the drawn environments in the CGs, though. It's implied that he didn't take the butler offering money out of respect for Goldie. Oh, was it? I thought it was more like, I thought he didn't take... Oh, no. Like, I mean, I think it's like, to be fair, like, I don't know if it was just like respect for Gold. I guess to be fair, yeah, like, it makes sense in that sense, because like compared to the butler when Nishime was like, okay, yeah, cool, I'll give you whatever anime doujin it was to him. I'll let you read it. He's like, yeah, sure, fine. Screw the butler. I'll help you out now. So it does make sense. Like, yeah, like there's a reason why he didn't like just like turn tail again when the butler offered. True. It made me want to poke fun at her a bit. You know, I think I like you, Higa. I whispered in the ear. He took your bribe, so he does take them. Yeah. I expected her to grow even redder from embarrassment, but surprisingly, her reaction was completely different. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Sumugi and Akari both can see what Nishime can't. She spoke in a warning tone. Something about her was different than usual. How could you say that so confidently?
いっぱい声をかけられたから
Okay, yeah.
わかるんだ。
Just take, just
どんな気持ちで
not
近づい
being
てきてる
serious
か
about it.
西目くんはそういう人たちと同じ。
For a trace of sadness in her voice, when sudden display of her experience left me perplexed. I don't even realize I was thinking of an adult. I felt bad. Why did I have to do
好
that?
きって言葉は軽々しく言ったらいけないんだよ。
I just got caught in the moment. Sorry.
いいよ。本気じゃなくても嬉しいから。
She booped my nose with a finger. It was a very adult thing to do. Okay, yeah. We have her act like the adult for once. Well, not for once, but like after a while. Can I ask you something?
何？
Have you ever gone out with a guy that, with any of the guys that hit on you? I was purely because I was curious. I might even go as far as to call it morbid curiosity.
あるよ。
I see. That wasn't surprising, but my voice betrayed my true thoughts.
したい？
I do. I jumped the opponent who heard of a story which made Higa giggle. It's the same way as the one time we went to a cafe together, so I could easily guess what her next words would be. Oh, okay, it's a secret.
ひみつ。
She ended up in the conversation with her charming adult flair. Here I was, completely smitten, yet I wasn't in love. What really is love anyway? I began to ponder the concept as if I were a lovelorn maiden. Embarrassed at myself, I forcefully shifted my attention back to the fireworks. The area was filled with noise from the hustle and bustle of the vendors and the booming of the fireworks. Despite that, I overheard Lillian mumbling how beautiful to herself, clear as day. Okay, yeah. Slowly getting there with Nishime and slowly. End of insurance agent story. Okay, yeah. Let's see what this next arc is called then. Let's see. My grandfather called. Hey there. Didn't have electricity for a while, so I couldn't call you. How are things? They're fine. I told him I got a new job. Told him I made some new friends. Were they friends? Well, acquaintances. How are things over there? What do you mean you didn't have electricity? Oh wait, wrong tone. There aren't any electricity here in the boonies, and these are the only places you can find real shamans. Real shamans, like, sounds like you're up to some shady stuff as usual. That's what I live for. Anyway, what's happening with the Noro Priestess business? Oh, that, as an accident during the initiation summary, so it was cancelled. Cancelled. So they've recovered. What has? I'm just talking to myself, don't mind me. Okay, cool, yeah. Back to that plot point. He refused to answer, despite my prodding. His tone always changed whenever the Noro Priestesses came up in our conversations. The rituals were intangible cultural properties, so why did they bother him so much? By the way, isn't it about time the festival started? Yeah, it did, earlier today in fact. Not that one, I mean the ritual on the second day. That's tomorrow. I have to stay at home during that, right? Actually, I'd appreciate if you took a look for me. Well, again, but I'm not allowed to see it, right? Haha, they kick you out of the island if they caught you, that's for sure. How's that funny? I'm just teasing you. Forget what I said. Okay, cool. Sus. Going on, huh? We made some small talk before hanging up. What a weird old coot. No matter how fascinated he was with the Noro rituals, he really shouldn't be force me to break island rules. If he wanted me to see them so bad, he could do that himself. Sumugi. Okay, back to you, huh? I didn't have any means of getting back to Hisako Island after the festival, so I stayed at Grandma's. Even if the water and electricity were shut off, everything was untouched. I pulled out a futon and slept in my old room. I took a deep breath, taking all the nostalgic sense of the past. Memories of my first day come flooding back. I've gotten every detail of my life and somehow ended up here. My parents died in an accident, and I was all alone. But was I really? Something bothered me whenever I recalled a story regarding my past. What was I doing before I stayed with Grandma? Okay, cool. Her past is like a matter. Okay. I think like, yeah, we didn't go to the aspect of her like super strength. So let's see. I faintly remembered walking in some forest. A forest I'd never seen before. No, that wasn't right. It was Mount. I almost said that wrong. Mount Nenupar up north, I think. I was wandering through the forest, and when I found my way out, I was surrounded by people in kimono. I remember taking a defensive stance. When they said a few words to me, I lowered my blade. That's right, I had a sword on me then. Okay, the kimono-clad people led me through an estate. We entered a room that seemed like some sort of audience chamber. An old lady with black hair appeared before me. I remembered her face clear as day. The key was the Kimi no Rai. Oh, okay, cool. Samuki's also linked with this whole stuff. Let's see. Welcome. She greeted me wholeheartedly. The priestess bowed her head. Wasn't she the one the highest authority in the island? Why was she bowing her head to me? Speaking of which, did I only start living on Toyotoki after the incident? What was I doing here? I wonder why these memories were surfacing now. I believe we hadn't met at this point. I was so confused. The more I remembered, the more my head hurt. Well, I just saw my memories and my story the grandmother told me didn't match up. The sun began to rise. I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. Okay, cool. She's somehow linked to all this, huh? Lillian's... Okay, yeah. Lillian, yeah. Alright. The final chapter, it seems. Lillian's story, yeah. I don't think, like, Joe and Kiriko will get, like, their own focus. We'll do a bit of Lillian. We'll see if we end up finishing next stream or not. Maybe then. We'll see. But let's do a little bit more today. Happened while we were doing dishes. I was washing them while Lillian dried them with magic. Lillian got on her tiptoes and reached up toward the shelf. At that moment, yes, right then, I could see her side through the loose sleeve. Her tan skin was dazzling. Changing my angle, I could see the swell of her breasts. Thanks, Nishime. No, don't go that way. It's only rated T. Whatever it was, I felt a bit dirty, seeing something that was supposed to be hidden. That's how it was. There was an abrupt retribution from above. I prepared for my death. Kaname Date side keeps showing. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? Okay, okay. Apparently she hadn't noticed she hadn't noticed where I was looking. Truly a VN. But yeah, truly like Nishime be like intrusive. Not intrusive, but like, yeah, he do be like teenage boy. It works out. It works out. I went with the flow and nodded. Yes. I see. Seriously? I can't speak your language though. Oh. Oh? Visualization, I see. What about mana? The more the better. Kind of voiceless incantation, huh? But isn't that a high-level skill? That's why most people use spells. I was just flaunting what I learned from comics. I guess Akari rubbed off on me. Okay, yeah, Akari's just like... what's it called? Well, not bullshitting, but like, just like, able to just like, say anything at any moment. In other words, it's an indispensable skill for a frontline mage. You focus on casting magic in the back, but you don't have the time for that in the front line. She looked at me like I was something disgusting. I might have said too much. To sum it up, I can do magic without incantation. Lillian took my hands and held them in hers. She was probably trying to teach me how the flow of magic feels. However, all I could think was how soft and feminine her hands were. That's when I thought I couldn't take it any longer when she let go. I let go or she let go? She let go. Sorry. The atmosphere was tense. Luckily my elbows bumped into the dish rack and knocked over a spoon. Sorry, little accident. I watched it once more, this time making sure to carefully put it on the dish rack. I wasn't quite sure what just happened, but if Lynn didn't mention it, I wasn't going to either. Oh, okay. Just like something like that. We continued washing the dishes. On the inside, they felt remorseful about a lot of things. In the end, I'm not good at anything. How depressing. To save myself the unnecessary worry, I decided to forget the whole thing. Lillian's story. Okay. This seems like, yeah, the finale chapter. We'll do a bit of it. And then, we'll see if we finish next time we stream this or not. We'll see. We'll see. Somewhere I come to Okinawa. Scorching sun, blazing beaches, cerulean sea. The city bustled with tourists. Pleasure boats were constantly coming up and down the harbour. Going from. At this time, the population of Hisaku tripled. Most of them stayed in hotels. As I worked in one, I worked myself to death with encouragement of the managers. Working to the bitter end. Work. I tried to make the most of my one day off a week. But the gods were cruel. I was pressed into labour on my precious day off. Damn. Why, Sadie, do I have to work? Oh no, is Akari leaving? Let's see. Why was I hearing you right when you said it's only a few pieces? As if. The other day, Akari made an oddly formal request. I want you to hold on some luggage at the house, she said. It didn't seem like a big deal, so I quickly agreed. Today she showed up putting a trailer on her bike. There were 20 cardboard boxes inside. So, what are these? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alright, Akari, are you gonna leave the island for a bit? No. don't leave. Let's see. Wait, why the living room? No, you're not. Okay, they're still in the box as well, damn. Just bought them, but like, yeah, you can't display them with your parents. He didn't need to shine in other people's living rooms. Wait a minute. This isn't about space. My grandfather won't allow figurines in the living room. It turned into a heated discussion. We continued the fiery exchange as we carried boxes. Akari nonchalantly opened the boxes and arranged the figures. It felt like it was a done deal, and my objections were part of the hazy past. By the time I noticed, an amazing showcase had been born. Scantily clad ladies were lined up in the living room. Thanks. I'm not. What am I gonna tell my grandfather when he comes back? Are we already done? Then unbelievably, Akari said... Alright, just collecting a hecton, huh? My day off is slipping away. It's over. After carrying in all the boxes, I sneak into the sofa and completely exhausted. It's a little hard to see the clock behind the showcase. Because of the showcase. 8 PM. I had to go back in 12 hours. Damn. Work, rather. This is the worst. The tireless Lillian brought some tea. Must be nice to have an enhanced body. Work was awful. Akari's a demon. This isn't the kind I want to be making. I set my focus behind Lillian. I can see the number of figurines of beautiful girls. The massive number of figurines. Akari's collection. The secret treasure she's so proud of. Why do they have to be buried here? Because their owner was leaving. Okay, yeah, we get to that point now. Akari will be heading to Tokyo in 2 weeks. Damn. To pursue her dream of being a voice actor, she was joining a talent agency in Tokyo. I don't see her for a long time. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I assume Lillian's story takes place in these next 2 weeks, but Thinking that, I suddenly began to love the naughty figurines. I was so happy I could at least make one memory. Aside from having to carry all those girly figurines. Unless we time skip to 2 weeks in the future. I hope not. Hopefully Akari's still around for the rest of the game, at least. It's all happening so fast. Her audition was just the other day. So let me just double check something real quick. I just want to check how many CGs there are left. Alright, for some reason the game goes to like, what's it called? What's it called? It just like goes to like window mode whenever I go to the title screen. Gallery. Okay, yeah, cool. 4 more CGs. Alright. Oh, that's right. I feel like I've known you for a long time. The next day, I ran into Higa in front of the hotel. She'd been selling ice cream over the summer, including in front of the hotel. During my lunch break, I occasionally chat with her. I complained about carrying I had to do, along with the figures in the living room. Before long, we were discussing Akari leaving for Tokyo. Higa seemed to have some thoughts on her own about the move. Ah, okay, yeah, okay. This is frame. The current frame is like Akari before she leaves. Okay, let's see. Let's see how things escalate. What about something fun? It'd be like a festival. I can't intentionally reference the festival. That was the day I confessed to her. It was undeniably a bold move. She let me down gently and I was ashamed of my own childishness. Higa was more mature than I thought and acted like it never happened. She treated me the same way she always did. I took advantage of her kindness and forgot about it too. There's a bitter memory. I felt like crawling through a puddle. What do you have in mind? With a tada, she produced the watermelon from her cart. With a clatter, she pulled out a set of fireworks from a bathing suit. Where in the world was she keeping... Never mind. With that combination of things, there's only one possibility. Go to the beach? Okay, beach episode. Summer memories at the beach. Classic. After all, it was free. The beach is within walking distance. It really was an incredible idea. The problem is how to get a day off work. Higa and I were both in the service industry and worked weekends. Damn. We had to sync up our weekdays. Now it's summer vacation. Oh right, yeah, because you don't have memories of going to school. Sounds good. I was filled with dread the moment I said it. Real, for real, for real. Adult planning be like that, for real. Lately, I had the impression that Suzuki was in some kind of feud or something. I asked to change shifts. I felt like she might have cut me off, asked me to cover finger to prove my loyalty. Oh, so I thought, but the wind shifted a few days later. You can take tomorrow off. Suzuki said something's crazy. Was this some omen of natural disaster? That's what I thought. Somehow I was right. IT was coming. It was coming, not IT. It, not IT. It, not IT. Ugh. I saw the omens in the morning. That particular morning, the wind was strong and humid. There was some scattered, untropical feeling rain showers. Even the people in the tour buses looked unhappy. More guests picked up pamphlets on the road. The IT guy's coming. Ha! More guests picked up pamphlets at the hotel. I observed families chatting about their plans for tomorrow and beyond. It was the reason. You think of Okinawa, you think of it. You think of it, you think Okinawa. A typhoon. Oh, okay. Last night's weather report said there's a chance one would hit Okinawa the next day. The pressure in storm center was 955 hectopascals. Its power was greater than the center. The problem was its huge projected path. Even the day before, its route had been narrowed down. Typhoons were a big blow for Okinawa in July. Wait a minute, let me just check where Okinawa is on the map, actually. Where is Okinawa? Oh, okay. No, doesn't explain it. Okinawa is... Okay, Okinawa is like... Oh, I see. Okinawa is like all the way south. Is it south of Japan? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that's why. Yeah, Okinawa is like all the way south of Japan. Yeah, southern Japan. Okay, yeah. That's that. Okay, yeah. Also, like, I was wondering, like, it felt like Okinawa has like, based on like some of the stuff mentioned in the game, it's like it feels like there's a bunch of like Southeast Asian influence, like even more in particular with like the setting here. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Okinawa is like close to, like, even closer to like Southeast Asia. That makes sense. Until the storm passes, or at least like some crossover rather. Until the storm passes, marine spots are suspended, and the sea looks dull. Inevitably, customers stayed away. However, if we knew it was coming, there were measures we could take. Adjust things like food supplies, part-time shifts, and contract hours the hotel offers. What we didn't know, all we could do was trust the heavens. Separate from the mainland rule, yeah. And because the serious decision making went hand in hand with high stress, the managers were irritated. Meanwhile, I felt something in my heart that wasn't my problem. In Tokyo, loads of typhoons pass through places that had nothing to do with me. Never seen it take major damage from a typhoon in my life. Ah. Oh, the US influence. I see, yeah. I had no understanding of what one could do to a small isolated island. So let's start from the beginning. Starting from when Suzuki told me you can take tomorrow off. Nishime, you can leave early today. Suzuki was giving me permission to leave early. It was so well weird I did a double take. Why? Because the earliest arrival of the storm is tonight. So it's coming, and I'm leaving early because... Nishime, you actually live in Okinawa. If you're not stuck up on food, once you starve on Toyotoki. Starvation is not a gentle death. Just what is happening? Nishime, where do you usually buy groceries? At some shop on the island. And what kind of food do you find there? Fish. So everything other than that needs to be imported from elsewhere. And the ships might not be able to come for a while because of the typhoon. I see now. Toyotoki wasn't self-sufficient in food. In short, since it relied on outside help, if transportation stopped, so did food supply. There wouldn't be much in stores. Everyone had to survive off what they could keep. I understand the situation, but will you be okay being so busy? Kids shouldn't worry about adults. She bumped me over her head with a slipper. Suzuki's love comes with violence. Well, tsundere. Convinced to leave early, I headed for the shopping district. It was crowded. It made the emptiness in the spring feel like a distant dream. In the middle of the street, for some reason, there's a supermarket for locals. A boombox was out front, broadcasting news about sales. Cheap. You wouldn't find it as a rustic store in Tokyo, but I thought it'd fit around here.
何してるの?
A voice came from behind. It was Lilum. We didn't leave together in the morning, so to save on travel expenses, she likely flew here. What about you? What are you doing here?
針と糸を買いに来たの。
Oh, right, yeah. We don't know what you're doing here. Like, you mentioned baby clothes all the way back in, like, the prologue. So, we'll get to the point of what you're doing here, actually.
それと、食べ物も買おうかと思って。台風になるから買っておきなさいって言われて。
I was gonna do that. What have you bought?
何も。この店は強盗に襲われたみたい。
It's just utterly ransacked. It hasn't. It's just panic buying. Or at least something like that. The store was in the middle of a tourist area. Might have run out of stock due to the amount of people.
それで、台風って何?
Okay, is Lilum gonna stop the typhoon or something? Is he gonna use magic to stop it? That's where you are, huh? It's a strong wind and rain. Ships can't sail and they can't come to the island or bring food.
それは困るわね。
It really is, isn't it? By the way, I prefer if you didn't assume we can just eat snakes or something. I didn't want to live as a survivalist, alright? I mentioned that just for a good measure, and Lilum looked at me like I was an idiot.
嵐の日に狩りをするバカがどこにいるの?
And here we are. We split up and checked different stores. The nearest was a general store away from the harbour. You usually need a car to get there, but we used magic. There was no food in stock. They were out of both preserved and perishable stuff. Hope we aren't. Let's just hope beyond life is estranging it. I don't know. I don't know. Regarding Life is Strange, I have no idea. I know it's like not controversial, but like mixed opinions of it around. Like some people like it, and some people don't like it. So what's it called? I have no idea though. I haven't played it. For some reason, even our Mori liquor was sold out. That's the Islanders for you. Oh yeah, at least get boozed up at least. And next time we find some cookies. Gonna have this for dinner. While I was being fussy, we were running out of time. With each passing minute, the ferries were leaving. Let's find a way to get back to the island. We gave up on our way to the harbour. Hisaku Island had a large population. Great setting and vibe, but the writing is terrible. I see. Especially at this time during tourist season. I think I saw people like the first one, but then they didn't like the second one or something like that. Is what I see around, if I remember correctly. Meanwhile, there were tons of souvenirs left. Buying rations ended up costing more. Toyotoki Island didn't have many tourists. There was still a sliver of hope. What's going on? We arrived at the harbour. We immediately noticed something strange. Too many people to fit inside the waiting room. There's a long line at the front desk. We wrapped around the waiting room and then went outside. It could accommodate a ton of tourists. This situation was unusual.
あれ比嘉じゃない
It is. Let's go ask her. I didn't hear about Life is Strange for ages. It felt like it was popular from Week When Forgotten. I see it around in like a few places, but not like in depth. I mean, to be fair, I kind of like not avoid looking at news about it, but like how to say, I don't process it because I barely know it. I just know like some people don't like it, some people like it. It's like mixed around. Whatever. It gets brought up for like in terms of like story-based games, let's say. That's where I mostly hear the conversation about it, is when people talk about story games and whatnot. Hold on one sec as well. One sec, sorry. Hold on. Alright. Themes are pretty poignant for a specific demographic, I feel. I feel the themes... I think it's more just like... I think it's more like... What's it called? If, in the sense, like... Not like regarding, like... I guess, like, writing quality and stuff, but more in the sense that... In the sense, like... What's it called? Like... I don't know... I can't judge it because I haven't played it, but, like, in the sense that... if it's more point... Like, if it lands directly for, like... Some people, it's like... Regardless, they'll still like it type deal. Like, if it hits them... In a... I mean, it's in a good way. In a sense, like... If it's more poignant for them type deal. Like, if it resonates with them... I guess, like, that's a better term. Like, if it resonates with them, and it's like... how to say... Yeah, that's... I guess, like, that sort of deal, essentially. If you're feeling for what it's going for, that's it. Not in the sense of, like, looking at it... I guess, like, not in the sense of looking at it, like, objectively for, like, quality and whatnot. But yeah, in that sense. Fortunately, we found Kaneshiro and Higa. Okay, he's here again. Behind them were Akari and Goldilocks. Okay, the whole group's here. We all gathered together. Did something happen? At a time like this, can he fix it? Okay, will Lillian expose herself by stopping the typhoon or something? Let's see. It was the worst case scenario. If we couldn't get home, we'd be stuck with a typhoon, exposed to the elements. Just then, someone came running out of the waiting room. What? Was something going on? It was said to answer my question. An old man in a button-down shirt walked up. Today's ferry is experiencing mechanical difficulties, so all trips are cancelled. Dreadful announcement. What could we do? Fly back home via magic? Oh, okay, cool. Alright, cool. It does take its toll on you, at least. You can't just, like, spam magic indefinitely. She shot down my idea. I had to search for accommodation. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, we get like a bit of Kiriko involvement this time. Like, obviously not her chapter, but we get her more involved this time around. Well, she's already decently involved here and there, but yeah. Second one failed because people played the first for the first time for the time travel part of the game and they got rid of it. I see. Akari immediately employed flattery. Goldilocks was easily handled. I wanted to stay too, but it wouldn't be right in a girl's home. My only option was Kanashiro's house. I was quickly refused. I've been there, so I understand. It'd be impossible for me to take my friends to my aunt's house. It'd have been impossible. But that left us with no place to stay. There wasn't any room for where I worked. What was miserable luck. Huh? Okay, yeah. Like, surely, like, we all stay at Kiriko's villa. I suddenly heard my name. The conversation had continued without me. Wait. What are we talking about? With what? Oh, okay. I see what I meant, but it's fair amount of spoilers. I wouldn't change this impact at the moment that much, though. I don't know if I'll play. I don't know if I'll play it one day or not. I'm not sure. I don't know if I will check if I'll check it out or not. It's more like it's one of those like story-based games I see around whenever like looking around for story-based games type deal. But I never played it. More of like, I don't know, we'll see type deal. I mean, we'll see is a lot of things, but more in the sense of like, not for sure if I'll play it or not. Need some assistance. So if I do, I can stay at the villa. Literally only choice that counts for the ending. I see. Okay, just like one choice type deal.
私もいいの？
もちろん。宿泊のあてがないのでしょ？
Goldilocks looked like an angel. When I get the chance, I'll build a golden statue of Goldilocks in my heart.
決めた。私も泊まる。構いませんけれど。ご自分の家があるんではなくて？分かってないな。これは合宿。
Oh, okay.
みんなでご飯を作ったり、夜通しゲームしたり。
You need consent for saving it. I see. Saying it. Just in case, I'll avoid a spoiler for now. Just in case, like, I ever do play it. Just in case. Oh, okay, this is the making memories thing Samugi mentioned. This is like where it could happen. And it struck me like lightning. Sleepover, staying up late, playing games with everyone. It was something like fun. I felt like a revelation. Before I was thinking evacuation.
確かに人が集まって夜を過ごすわけですからね。準備さえすれば楽しく遊べますね。比嘉さん。
でしょ？
けど、そんなことして仕事に響かないわけ？
Lillian brought up a fair point. I shouldn't be goofing off since I had work early next morning.
台風が来たら全島で仕事は休みでしてよ。うちのホテルもアルバイトには休みを出していますもの。
Oh yeah, you have the actual boss owner here. The hotel owner said so. There's no problem. I got tomorrow off then. It's finally starting to feel real. Okay, and then he helps her out as well. Consent-based spoiling. Ha! Kaneshiro began his
と
plea.
ころで、場所はどこなわけ？
右腕が共鳴している。今夜は何かありそうだぜ。人手は多い方がいい。
Okay, yeah, cool. We get him involved as well, even though he has an apartment. Oh, like he lives on this island anyway.
私、光、あかり、比嘉、あんた、5人も泊まれるくらい広いの？
Don't be so cruel. Let him come. It'd be weird if I was the only guy.
別荘はここからだと少し遠いですわね。
I mean, that really matters, but the game is full of the telltale choice will have consequences pop-ups. I see. I mean, I don't know. I've been thinking about that sort of thing with like games, and it's like with like where choices don't matter, but like as in like they don't mechanically matter. But I don't know. I feel like it depends where it's like it's still like if you go into it like without knowing, then it's like it. I don't know. I feel like it's like it's about the experience type deal with like that kind of deal. With like telltale that kind of vibe. Like by all means you can like mechanically like dissect it afterwards, but like I think it's like it also matters like for your first time playing type deal. I know it depends. It's kind of like the whole thing of like when you like review a magic trick. It's like it takes away some of the fun of it. It depends really. It depends. Of course, you can also say like yeah, false advertising. It depends. I don't know. It's a topic. Let's say I've been thinking about.
私はタクシーで向かう予定でしたけれど、皆様、荷物を取りに戻りたいですわよね。
The matter is for some minor parts, but the only two endings with no variations. I mean, to be honest, like what's it called? Like, I don't mind like if it's like two clear-cut endings type deal. Like variation stuff is like I don't know. I feel like the variation stuff for like endings is like a lot of times it's more like fluff anyway for like the main portion of it. I'd personally. It's like when you have like games that say we have like over 100 endings, but it's like, let's say like probably like what 2 to 3 main endings at most, and then different variations mixed into like the ending text scroll, for example. That kind of deal. Like I said, you mean in the sense like only one choice splits the endings type deal as well. Yeah, I don't mind that either. It makes it easier to like go back and check what's it called? The other ending. Lil and I didn't bring anything. You got nothing.
あかりちゃんも手ぶらです。なのでキリコの服を借りたいです。
A change of clothes. I hadn't thought of that.
リルーちゃんの着替えは私が用意するよ。 インコを大家さんに預けなきゃだし、私は家に帰るよ。
Nothing did matter or nothing you did happened. I see. I see. I guess in that sense it would be like it depends on the feeling of it afterwards as well.
タクシーで迂回しても構いませんわよ。というより、車でないと別荘には行けませんわ。そうなんだ。じゃあお願いしようかな。
We all got in a taxi. Even though Goldilocks was willing to pay for it, we felt like we should chip in too, giving us a place to stay after all.
俺はバイクで行くわ。先に帰ってるぞ。
Kaneshiro, who had been wanting to come along with us, decided to travel alone. Do you know where it is?
まあな。
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. We get more of like his relationship with Kiriko. I see. He's been there before. How unexpected. Hey, can I borrow a change of clothes?
ああ。お前に似合う漆黒を用意した。
Alright, I do love how Nishime is just like, yeah, cool, I see. Just so nonchalant about it. No more clothes, please. Once our plan was set, we split up. Those of us in the taxi would pick up luggage before going to Goldilocks' place. Then we'd go to the Villa Vihiga's house. A sleepover. I rolled that wonderful word on my tongue. It was like the sweetness of cotton candy mixed with pain. The latter mostly comes from a middle school trip. It was a horrible incident. There wasn't any fun to be had for someone without friends. Ah. But this time will be different. I'm gonna be with a group of beautiful women who are my friends. This good fortune has made up all for my previous misfortune. Maybe I should play it though, I see. I mean, it's more just a out of curiosity thing with it, like, what's the deal with the game, rather. Let's say. That's like more of a curiosity thing. Like, what's the deal with it? I think the God of Fate. However, the sleeper wasn't all fun and games. Higo was the one who originally mentioned it.
東京に行っちゃう前に思い出が欲しいね。
10 days left to make memories with Akari, who was leaving the island. I couldn't forget that.
行くぞ、合宿。
Higo got excited as we began moving. I was drawn into excitement in the taxi and joined in the noise. The driver, a consummate professional, smiled without complaint. The villa was at the top of the hill. The exterior was made of wood. It's well suited for entertaining guests in summer, with things like a wooden deck and a hammock. There were similar houses in a row with barbecue areas. It's like a cottage.
コテージですわ。使わないときは貸し出してますの。
Okay, you got the whole Airbnb, huh? I see. Every villa had a different owner. They were usually rented to tourists and used by the owners when they felt like it. They weren't used all year round. It was a logical plan.
さ、どうぞ。
The trapped air escaped through the open door. Straight ahead was the living room. In the middle was an L-shaped sofa. The kitchen was attached and there was a plain old stool by the window. The design of the villa indulged in spaciousness and meaningless gaps in the layout of the room. From a Tokyoite perspective, it was unsettling. Oh, okay, yeah, there's lots of space. I wanted to fill up the unused space.
暑い。エアコンつけてください。
Akari dove into the sofa before the lights turned on. I always thought she had no concept of restraint.
うがい手洗いくらいしていただけませんこと？
このソファー、あかりの家に一つください。
聞いてまして。だいたい何ですのその寝方は。
あかりは L 字ソファーの角に斜めに寝そべって誰も座れないようにするのが好きなんです。
Thanks, Akari. Weirdo.
わー、綺麗な家。お庭にプールもあるよ。
Higo was looking out the window. As the window opened, there's a loud ripping sound. There's a sound of the weather stripping being peeled off.
私が昨日ちょっと頑張ったのに。
Poor thing. I'll help out later.
お屋敷みたいね。
Lillian was observing the stylish lighting common in these kinds of places. Goldilocks was proud of her first impression.
そうでしょ。何せこのクンサデンの別荘なんですもの。
あんたもお貴族様だったの？
もちろんそうでしてよ。
Goldilocks was boasting. Vanilla leant out before her.
いきなりなんですの？
数々のご無礼をお許しください。
There was a massive gap in their worldviews. Guess I have to explain.
プールに入ろうよ。 水着持ってきたんだ。
Higa in high spirits called out to us. Does she understand we came because of the typhoon?
誰かソファーに座ろうとして邪魔だーってやってくれないですかね。あかり
Just stop.
この体勢を維持するのに疲れてきました。
お貴族様におかれまして本日もご機嫌うるわしく。
She was still kneeling.
なんだか癖の強い人たちばかりのようですわね。止めて大丈夫だったかしら。
Goldilocks muttered this while looking at like a pot, calling a bunch of kettles black. Ha! Sorry, you're surrounded by weirdos.
よー、荷物はどこに置けばいいんだ？
At that moment, Kanashiro made his late arrival. With him, we were all together. Hey, how long is this gonna goof off? Let's get our stuff together and then get ready. His Goldilocks was having trouble. I rounded up Akari and Higa. So far, we'd only seen the villa's living room.
では2階を案内しますわ。荷物はそちらへ置いてくださいまし。
We followed Goldilocks upstairs. There's a big up here too. Beds were lined up one after another, floating in an empty space. There were 6 in total. I thought it was going to be the shared room, but there's another room with 2 more. That would presumably be where Kanashiro and I would sleep. Works out. As each piece of luggage filled in the emptiness of the bedrooms, it gained stability.
おい、西目、赤爪。
Kanashiro, who was looking for his luggage, called out. As I wondered, what's it called? As I wondered what he was doing, he pulled out a thin book. Is that why he brought out Hude's bag?
わお、あかりそれ読んでないです。読みたいです。
慌てるなって。夜は長いんだ。後で感想を聞かせろよ。
There was this one guy in my class, a zealot, who brought his favorite books to distribute. There was one here too.
かなりの品揃えですね。実は手だれでしたか？
俺は島で一番のファンだからな。
Alright, he brought his
同人
stash.
誌を持ってるだけでファンなんて笑わせるわね。
Ha.
んだと？俺はグッズを自作してるぜ。
私だってしてるわ。
This is the first time I heard of
俺には
this.
公式声優ラジオに取り上げられた実績があるんだが。
だいたい読んでもないのに。
Alright, do we get to see like what exactly is his connection with Kiriko? Alright, that's far enough. Let's not fight, okay? I wasn't to mediate once the line was crossed. I'm more sensitive than anyone else when it comes to facility in the air.
ねえ、泳ごうよ。水着持ってきたんだよ。
The swimsuit-clad Higa burst in. Everyone caught their breath at the bountiful view of her dynamite body. No fight could stand up to its destructive power.
あかり、大きすぎるおっぱいを見て気分が悪くなりました。横に並んだベッドをクロスするように寝て、他の人が眠れないようにします。
だいたいあんたは
俺の愛を。
私のステッキ。
俺のネックレス。
Akari and Higa moved away and the fight started back up. What do you want me to do? I gave up talking to them and decided to consult Goldilocks. Is the top priority stocking food or... No, maybe the weather stripping? What should I do?
まともな人がいて感動してますの。
Yeah, they're a bit out there.
私たちが頑張らないと食べて寝るだけのこともできそうにありませんわ。
I smiled and gave her a small nod. A sense of camaraderie was born. A tingle that ran down my back like we were sharing a secret between the two of us.
金城がバイクで来ているので彼を連れて買い出しへ行ってくださる？家のことは私がやっておきますわ。
Leave it to me.
お願いしますわ。
Goldilocks put out her fist and I gave her a fist bump. A little rich girl does that kind of stuff too, huh? I suddenly felt much closer to her. Okay, Akari's POV. While the men were shopping, we did some light housework. We did take a dip in the pool, but once she learned Higa couldn't swim, we could put her out. Okay, yeah. I mean, works out. Okay. The previous renter seemed to have been good, so the house was already pretty clean. We made sure the water was running, did some dusting, and that was about it.
さあ、本題と参りますわよ。
Kiriko held a towel and a newspaper. She stuffed them into a window frame.
窓を閉めてるのに雨が入ってくるわけ？
ええ、風圧で水が浸透してくるんですのよ。
Oh, okay, that kind of thing.
島国の神秘ね。
For the same reason, the air vents were also blocked. Water should be forced through each and every crevice from a typhoon's terrible force. It makes you want to cover up the ventilation fans too if possible. Okay, yeah, every nook and cranny. The next step was to bring inside objects that could go flying off. The work proceeded quickly thanks to a form of heavy machinery called Higa. I didn't think of it as a barbecue grill was something that one could carry one-handed. Okay, yes, he has like... I mean, oh yeah, right. We did see with Higa earlier that she was like breaking up surfboards with like one punch and stuff like that. So we did have some hints towards her strength before the whole Lilin encounter. So yeah, no, so it seems like she has like something going on with like the whole Asato whatever ritual stuff. So we'll see. It was easy for modern day witch like Lilin to take care of that. She reached the roof in one leap, like she was a certain famous Italian plumber. Ha! While the superhuman worked, Kiriko and I prepared for a power outage. We filled bags with water and put them in a freezer. If the power went out, we could put bags in the cooler and use that as a fridge for our food. Oh, true, yeah. Lights were very important in the event of an outage. When I was little, we used lanterns. I loved the faint flickering light they cast on the dining table in the dark living room. But now we pretty much just used our smartphones. Ha! True. Just then we heard Higa shriek from the living room. When we went to check on her, we found her pointing to a corner. Looking there was a small line of bugs. Okay, yeah, the whole animal behavior type deal. Lilin drove the ants outside. The preparations continued in silence. It only took around an hour because there was a lot of us. At Kiriko's suggestion, we took a break. We had our tea in the air-conditioned living room. Ha. Higa just blurted it out. Alright, do we get to see at least like what the deal with Kiriko and Kaneshiro is? I was confused at the phrase I only heard adults use. When I'm at school, it's normal for me to just hang out with girls. Oh yeah, but she turned that other guy down when we got her POV. Kiriko gave me a sidelong glance. Go forward, the ridiculous. Alright, yeah, she can't even establish anything, to be fair, in that sense. And also, like, what's it called? She was with Nishime, but like, yeah, we know how that's panned out. Sadly. Higa was dejected, but she soon revived. Higa's face said dang it, but her answer was surprisingly truthful. Ha, fair play. I mean, yeah, that's like what she mentioned with like when Nishime was just just casually saying I love you. It's like, yeah, I know when guys do that sort of deal.
目当てが分かりきってるというか。
Okay, yeah, not properly actually meeting someone, huh?
出会いとは呼べないよ。
My eyes grew big at such an adult answer. I had misjudged her because of her childish way of speaking, but Higa was a full-grown woman. It's like, yeah, it's just funny, like, Nishime and her both get hit with, like, oh, right, yeah, she's an adult. Right. Whoops.
はい、私の話おしまい。次は誰？
リルーさんでどうぞ。
リルーちゃんは聞くまでもないんじゃないかな。
Okay, yeah.
西目くんとラブラブだもん。
In case it wasn't obvious that she's also aware.
ヒカルとはそんな関係じゃないんだけど。
本当？
本当よ。
Lillian lied with a pretentious face, but I know the truth. After all, I was instrumental in arranging the love confession.
じゃあさ、合宿でラブラブ大作戦いっちゃおうよ。
As I was thinking if I should reveal the truth, Higa raised her fist in the air.
必要ないから。
必要ないくらいラブってこと？
違うわ。
Her words cut through. Who could have predicted this? I no idea Lillian would drop the first bomb today.
私はもう少しで島を出て行ったの。
Okay, cool. We'll have to see the deal with Lillian. Well, it's her chapter. I, of course, said Higa both froze, her fist in the air. I couldn't register the meaning of what she just said. What did she just say? Leave? Why? We all so shocked.
出て行くというのは引っ越しをなさるという意味かしら。
Hiroko was the first person to recover and ask.
そうよ。故郷へ帰るの。
どうして今のタイミングで？
事情があるから。
Okay, cool. We'll, what's it called? Keep your secrets. We'll find out.
聞いてもよろしくて？
秘密にしないといけないの。
では罰ゲームを執行いたしましょう。
No
あ
more,
なた
no
は
brooding.
空気をしんみりさせてしまいましたもの。
Kiriko smiled and Lillian sighed. She really shouldn't tell anyone at all, she told us. She had a goal in coming to the island, and she vowed to not return until she achieved it. And now she'd recently been on track to realize it. All stuff I've heard before. However, now I think about it, I don't really know anything about Lillian's past. Just that she wasn't Japanese, wore a native dress and was a witch. Okay, yeah, right. Only Nishime knows, like, has an idea of, like, how screwed up her place is. And existed that she'd be called Alien or on a remote Okinawan island. I only assumed that something had happened.
その話、彼には伝えているんですのよね。
ヒカルには言っていないわ。
どうして？
関係ない話だもの。これは私の問題よ。
けれど、少なからず世話になったのでしょ？恩人に対する態度ではありませんわね。
それは。
恩を感じているのなら、なおさら伝えるべきではなくて？
The logical argument backed Lillian in a corner, and she eventually promised she'd tell him sometime. But what I really want to know remained a mystery.
リルーさんはどうして帰る前提で話をしているんですか？帰りたいんですか？
Do you want to?
私の問題ではないわ。
Oh, okay.
定めだもの。
It's not because she wants to.
定めかどうかは関係ないです。
Oh, okay, cool.
リルーさんはどうしたいんですか？
Akari's now pulling what Lillian did to help her out when she was in trouble.
帰ると決めているわ。
嘘です。だってリルーさんと西目さんは
私とヒカルが
告白されたんですよね。あの日。
そうなんですの？
Hikiriko and Higa's voice came out once. I felt guilty, but I had to say it, because I couldn't forgive Lillian. I wouldn't listen to her lie. I didn't want to hear it. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is, yeah. Akari pulls it back on Lillian like this. After sleep, thank you for stream. No probs, no probs. We're gonna wrap up soon in a bit anyway. I don't know how long the last part is. So we'll see if we end up finishing off the game next stream, or we'll see. We'll see.
告白なんてなかったわ。
嘘ですよ。あかりは見てましたよ。
あの時、ヒカルは何も言わなかったわ。
Silence. Buzzing on the cicadas dominated the living room.
嘘ですよね。
本当よ。ヒカルはこう言ったの。今日はいい天気だなって。
冗談もほどほどにしてください。そんな言い訳で騙されませんよ。
許すも何も事実よ。
Silence hung in the air a second time. Lillian, she wasn't the type of person to lie for fun. She only did it if she truly needed to. Even knowing all that, I didn't want to believe what she said.
じゃあ
Okay.
本当に西目さんとは何もなく
Was this when, like, what's it called? Did he just fumbled the bag?
ないわ。ヒカルには助けられた。でも、それは互いに助け合うことを約束したから、あかりの思うような関係ではないわ。
Alright, these two need to, like, get it sorted out. So when the time comes to leave this island, naturally Lynn said as she always does. I was overwhelmed. I understood the remarks were hypothetical since I was heading to Tokyo, hypocritical. But I didn't have an outlet for my anger. I didn't even know what I was angry about. Or rather, I felt like I shouldn't know. The wind was strong. The day was ending. Higa, who had forbidden broodiness, was quiet.
お風呂を沸かすのを手伝ってくださらない？
Kiriko was trying to take Lilin away. For now I was saved by the stout-hearted action. Okay, back to Nishime. I'm back. It's warm out.
エアコンが効いてんな。生き返るぜ。
We came back dripping in sweat. We didn't end up shopping just at the grocery store, at the first grocery store we went to. We had to go who knows how many places to get some of supplies. And Okinawan summers have high humidity. My helmet was steaming and my face was sticky.
おかえりなさい。
He greeted us from the living room. Her intense cheeriness took me by surprise. Did something happen while I was gone? Okay, she's like compensating for the broodiness just before. I looked around. It didn't look like anyone brought any.
守備はどうでして？
買えるもんは買った。あとは何とかしろ。
夕飯はあかりが作りますよ。何が買えたんですか？
Akari came up and I handed her the shopping bag. She began her inspection.
スナック菓子、わかめ、生クリーム。
To be fair, I react pretty much like that too. I don't want to be asked to make something with what we bought.
一応聞きますけど、何が食べたいですか？
串焼き、
オムライス、
激辛カレー。
和牛フィレ肉のパイ包み焼き、ウェリントン風で。
Ha.
この食材でよくそれだけのわがままが言えますね。割とわがまま寄りのあかりでもさすがにびっくりします。逆に食べられないものはありますか？
I was the first to raise my hand in response. I know I bought it all, but I don't like wakame. I don't like wakame.
辛いものが食べられません。
生魚と納豆は無理だわ。
俺は煮えたぎるほど辛いものしか食わねえ。
Cool.
私、和食がいいですわ。
すごい矛盾してますけど、わざとやってます？というか、キリコは一人で矛盾してますよね。
The bit of tiny dude having the stream on audio only is weird. If you can, like, parse through it, I guess.
私、気分が移ろいやすいんですの。それとも、赤積あかりには難しい注文でして？
Every now and then, Goldilocks like to make a nasty remark. I thought she'd fight back, but instead, Akari groaned in defeat.
やれるところまでやってみます。
Can I help? She's a bit tricky to do alone. When I offered to help, there's a strong pause. Akari glanced at Lilin, who nodded.
では、お願いします。
It's strangely quiet today. Was it supposed to rain? The rain was coming, but as a typhoon. It was just Akari and I in the kitchen. Sorting through the ingredients was the first prep stage. I awaited instructions from head chef
よ
Akari.
く考えたんですが、
About what?
あかりの思い出を作るためのお泊まり会なのに、あかりが夕飯を作っているという状況。
If you're reading instructions by words you understand, and suddenly I understood half the sentence, I see. The head chef was listless. You want something else to make it? Should I get
キ
Goldilocks?
リコはダメです。家庭科スキルゼロなんで。
That's surprising. I thought she was educated to be a
キ
lady.
リコは経営学ばっかですよ。
Oh, okay, fair. Held the knife like she had given up. Well, I thought more. She couldn't come up with anything.
チクショー。あかりがやりますか。西目さん、もっとあかりをねぎらってください。やる気が出ません。
What a pain.
可愛くて美人でお料理もできるのに、声優さんなんですか？すごーいみたいなやつを頼みます。
What a pain. I let it slip while I was thinking.
あかり、お別れしちゃうのが寂しいんですよね。これが最後だと思うと。
You're beautiful and cute and you can cook. What? You're a voice actor? Amazing.
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。
Is dinner in a show?
実際、あかりはどうなんでしょうね。
She suddenly switched to a serious tone. Do about what?
声優として、アイドルとしてやっていけるんでしょうかね。
I've been absorbed in cutting the vegetables. I pulled my mind away from the blankness, back to reality. I stopped cutting and looked at Akari. You can do it. I told you before. Aw.
東京の人から見てもですか？あかり、自分で自分が胃の中の蛙だと分かってるんですよね。
Even then, you're cuter than most. And while it's an amateur opinion, I think you act well.
そうですか。
Her answer was flat. Suddenly she burst out laughing.
前もこんな話しましたね。
We have, and you were a weepy mess.
そういうこと、よく面と向かって言えますね。西目さんだって、あかりのお風呂上がりをじっくり眺めてたくせに。
You noticed?
本当に眺めてたんですか？
You looked at me like I was a bug. This was bad.
こういう空気もやりましたね。
It was the first day you stayed over at our place. We didn't really have a sense of distance between us. It's like, is this what it's like when men and women live together? My imagination was causing me anguish.
もうできないんですよね。あかりがいなくなると。
Give me a break. You think anyone likes being embarrassed like that?
嬉しい恥ずかしじゃないですか。
But as she chopped veggies, a smile floated to her lips. At the same time, she bumped me in the butt with her soft hips.
今だから言うんですが。
Alright, what is it? What?
ビルーさんも島を出ていく
Oh,
そうですよ。
okay. Akari's the one to tell her first. Tell him first about it. What?
あかりの時とは反応が違いすぎてマジでムカつきますね。ちょっとさしていいですか？
I mean, to be fair, it's like, we knew it was coming with, like, Akari over time. I was only understand when he slowed down from mocking. I see, they talk too fast for you. Fair play, fair play. I said, like, I guess, like, normal conversation speed, but, like, obviously, like, you're still learning. Fair play. This isn't time for jokes. Why is she leaving? No, I knew why. She accomplished her goal when she was leaving. But I hadn't noticed anything indicating that until now. She hid it from me. But why? To fool someone? Me? Is that why? My imagination needlessly stretched out to infinity. My heart beats furiously.
詳しい話は本人に聞いてください。というか、あかりが漏ら
Okay,
したっ
yeah.
てのも言わないでくださいね。
Akari's helping push things along. Let's say, again. With those words of caution, she said no more. All I said was understood. What I could say, but I couldn't concentrate on cooking. I just absentmindedly went back to chopping vegetables. Okay, yeah. Akari helping push things along. Alright, Lillian's POV.
何やら
Alright,
キッチン
cool.
が騒がしいですわね。
ヒカルが何かしたんでしょ？すぐ変なことするから。
Alright, cool. We got what's it called? They avoid like showing any of like indication of that. I was like, yeah, cool. Sure. While Kari was getting dinner ready, Goldilocks and I were cleaning out the bathtub. Bleh. Okay, so it just looks funny. An aristocrat brings in a sponge, that's what I thought. But Goldilocks wasn't an aristocrat, just a commoner with an air of nobility. Lots of strange people out there.
ねえ、あなたは何をぼーっと突っ立ってるんですの？
Goldilocks had taken off her clothes.
なんで脱いでるわけ？
お風呂に入るのだから服を脱ぐに決まっているでしょ？
私も？
そうですわよ。二人ずつ効率的
How
に
much you
入
want
ら
to
なけ
bet
れば
comes to the train platform as she's about to leave? Ha! Let's see. Just like push comes to shove situation.
でも、私は。
If I took my clothes off with my sewn-in amulets, my defensive power would drop. Well, Goldilocks is probably harmless.
早く。
わかったわ。
I was anxious, but Goldilocks, Akari, and Hikaru were my friends. Okay, yeah, cool. Like, I mean, obviously they're your friends, but like, it's nice to have it from your own mental thoughts. The bathtub was twice as big as the one at Hikaru's house. There's two washing stations. When I tried to get in the bathtub, Goldilocks stopped me.
ちょっと湯船に浸かる前に
Oh, okay,
体
yeah.
を洗うんですのよ。
That kind of deal. He instructed me to sit in front of the tap. He handed me the soap and told me it was good manners to wash before getting in the bath.
ヒカルは教えてくれなかったわ。
女性のお風呂まで指示は難しいでしょうね。事情は理解しましたわ。
あなた名前なんだっけ？
ズコー知らなかったんですの？キリコ、クンサデンキリコですわ。いい加減覚えてくださらないこと？
キリコはあかりと一緒に入ると思ってたわ。
まさかこの頭を見せるわけにはいきませんもの。
Her hair was short like a man's. She shaved it for the ritual. Oh, right. Yeah. Right. Her hair's still growing back because she shaved it. It'd be years before it grew back, as long as the wig.
悪くないと思うけれど。
Right.
私は嫌いなんですの。
そう。
I rinsed the soap bubbles off my body under the shower. The strange devices seem to have been built for this purpose. I strangely agreed with it. Also, I washed my hair with shampoo. I said it was impossible to wash my eyes while naked. Close my eyes, sorry. But I was forced to wash. It was so much easier to wash with magic. Hey there. But yeah, I'm assuming... Yeah, we're on Lilith's chapter now, so I'm assuming we're like in the final... Well, not final stretch, but like last chapter, I'm assuming. Like one more stream, I imagine? Maybe. I think. I imagine. The island nation is good in some ways and bad in others. Oh, okay, right. They cover, like, not cover, but like she has a towel on her head because she's like still growing out her hair again. She sank in the spacious tub. It was the first time I tasted luxury or stretching my arms and legs in hot water.
どうでして？大きなお風呂は。
気持ちいいわ。
でしょ？温泉を引く計画もあったんですのよ。
Kiriko liked to talk about herself, about Akari. We only met a few times, but she was very open with me. When she asked me some kind of question about where I was born, my family, why I came to the island, the past me would have been more guarded. What's the point to the questions, I wonder? But recently I've come to understand. The islanders asked because they want to know. Goidos wasn't doing it out of malice either.
彼のことどう思うんですの？
どうしてそんなこと聞くのよ。
興味ですわ。帰らない理由にはならないのかと思って。
帰らないといけない理由ならあるわ。
Okay, yeah, we don't know ourselves though. What the hell is going on with? We still don't know, so we'll see.
罰ゲームの質問にはもう答えたはず。
But we'll see. I know. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if like how long this last portion is. No, not last portion, last chapter.
では答えられる範囲で。例えば帰ったら何をするかとか。
一応戦士になる予定。
戦士？
村を守るために選ばれた者のこと。例えば、
All right, yeah. Kiriko doesn't know about Lilith's magic yet.
へえ。面白い職業があるんですよね。
Okay, but what's it called? She's like, I guess polite enough to like not question it. She's actually to her surprise. For some reason, her eyes were
で
blazing.
は今の話を踏まえてもう一つだけ聞かせてくださいまし。
何？
儀式に出た赤積あかり
Okay, yeah.
偽物だったんでしょ？
Okay, right. Yeah, it's like Kiriko would have been like technically did spend time with Lilith during that whole like couple days.
何のこと？
様子が変わったのは儀式の前の1週間でした。
Okay, yeah, only like her close friend, rival, etc. would realize
おか
it.
しくなっていましたもの。
One sec. Alright, let's do this last scene before we call it for today.
それがどうかしたの？
それとは別に赤積の執事が儀式当日に港で赤積あかりを見たと主張していたそうですわ。本物は声優オーディションを受けに行っていた、そうおっしゃっていたわ。
それで
私の考えはこうですわ。
Okay, yeah, Kiriko caught. Well, we know it's obvious, but not obvious, but like, there's no much need to bring it up, really.
ならあの日オーディションを受けに行った赤積あかりと儀式を執り行った赤積あかりは別人ということですわ。
でもキリコはあかりといたんでしょ？
私の知る赤積あかりは斧を振り回して化け物を追い払ったりしませんわ。
なら誰なの？
さあ、ところでリルーさんは
Oh, okay, yeah, like Kiriko's not blind.
ベニヤ板を打ちつけてくださいましたよね。
Kiriko's not blind that she was just doing that. I didn't say anything. After many seconds, I finally responded.
知ってどうするつもり？あかりに何かするの？
私、そこまで落ちぶれていませんわ。ただ、真相を知りたいだけ。
どうして？
みんな知っているのに。
Okay, yeah, pretty, well, except for Kaneshiro as well. Kaneshiro and Kiriko don't know. Kiriko pouted. I felt my whole body relax.
身構えて損したわ。
損したとは失礼ですわね。さ、教えてくださいまし。
そうね。みんな知っているし、話してもいいわ。
I told Kiriko the whole story. How I used magic to turn into Akari. How the real Akari left the island.
驚かないのね。魔法と聞いても。
十分驚いてますわよ。
Okay, yeah, fair. It's like, it is, it's surprising, but it's like, you know what, fair, I accept that.
ここでも何かできるんですの？
今は炎を出すくらいよ。
I created a fireball with the ring on my finger. Kiriko gazed enchanted.
素敵ですわね。まるで物語に出てくる魔女。
そんなこと言ってる場合？怒るところじゃないの？
私が？どうして？
私とあかりはキリコを騙して儀式から逃れようとしたのよ。
Okay, yeah.
キリコだけを肝心なにしようとしたし、あかりは髪も剃らなかった。
けれど、そのおかげで
Oh,
命拾
true,
いし
yeah.
た。
True.
あの場にいたのが本物の赤積あかりならば、私は死んでいたでしょ？
それは
Okay, yeah, we're building up back
そうだ
again.
けれど。
We're building up that part again to see, like, what the hell's gonna happen. Like, the grandfather's also being like, okay, cool. Like, being sus about it. Or, like, there's something going on. So we're building up to that part as well for Lillian's chapter. Kiriko suffered a great loss. She decided she dedicated enough to consecrate her body and cut off her beloved hair. If I were her, I wouldn't be so forgiving. I'm sure I'd never let it go.
私、意味のないことはしない主義なんですの。怒っても一円にもなりませんわ。
Fair play.
キリコは心が広いのね。
あら、言うほど広くはありませんでしたよ。赤積あかりは許さない予定ですもの。
まさかハゲにする気？
さあ、もっとすごい目に合わせるかも。
I got nervous. And I know having to go through something more extreme than a shaved head was pretty serious.
あかりが黙っていたのは私のせいよ。魔法は秘密ってことになってるから黙っててもらったの。
私、敵には厳しくがもっと。
Okay, she's just teasing about Akari, I feel.
何でもするからあかりには手を出さないで。
今、何でもするって言いましたわね。
え？
今、何でもするって言いましたわね。
It would seem I made a terrible mistake. By the time I noticed, it was too late. Alright, whatever you have planned.
私は何をされたの？
A sweet smell wafted from my body. Oh, okay, just like, okay, okay. The source of the smell was my hair. She put some medicinal salve on my head. She was also putting some slippery ointment on my face. Two kinds.
ちょっとしたお手入れですわ。
I found myself sitting on a chair in a changing room. After applying various creams all over my body, Kiriko began to brush my hair. It was the first time that's ever happened to me. In my impoverished home, my mother didn't own a brush. Okay, yeah, a bit more bits of like Lillian as well.
見違えたでしょ
She wiped the steam from the mirror. My flushed face was reflected back.
別人みたい。
The first surprise was my hair. It was glossy as silk you see in books. My cheeks were somehow glowing, my lips, which were sometimes chapped, had regained their moisture and pinkness.
見惚れるのは結構ですけれど、見せて差し上げた方がよろしいのではなくて、
見せるって誰に？
西目光に決まって
Okay,
ますわ。
yeah. Kiriko. Well, be too fair. We already know. They already know from that earlier section, but yeah.
なんでわざわざ？
何でもすると言っていたではありませんの。
This is true, but just the thought of Hikaru showing Hikaru my beautified self made my face get hot.
それやらないといけないの？
ダメですわ。約束ですもの。
約束した覚えはないんだけど。
あなたのおっしゃる戦士というのは自分で何でもすると言ったくせに、
Ah.
やっぱりなかったと。
そんなことはないわ。
なら行きなさい。
I felt manipulated, but in a good way. Encouraged, I headed towards the living room. Okay, back to Hikaru's POV with that, huh? Okay. We'll call it here for now then. We'll call it here for now. Let's see. I don't know how long, because it's been like generally like 5 hour segments per se so far of this game. Let me just see how we're on like five and a bit with the prologue and Akari's chapter, then 5 and a bit for whatchamacallit? Well, yeah, the finale of Akari's chapter, and then some of what's her face, Tsumugi, and then yeah, then 5 and a bit with this, and then into Lillian's chapter. So I assume, yeah, unless like Lillian's chapter ends up like being like super duper long or something by comparison to them. It might be one more stream of this, maybe, or 2. Let me just see. Okay, I'm seeing on average it's like okay, like 17 hours, but we're already on like 16 17 hours. So maybe next stream, maybe potentially, maybe we shall see. Also, I went off Vtube Studio. Whoops. I clicked away from that. We'll see. It might be next stream, maybe. We'll see. Not too sure. But yeah, cool. We do go off on tangent often. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we add like, well, too fair with streaming. This is natural with stream. We go off like what's it called? We just add extras to the playtime essentially. So I imagine maybe next stream we've wrapped this up potentially, maybe, because I don't think it'll be like super duper long. Alright, but cool. Okay, we'll call it here for now. I'm busy tomorrow with some stuff. So yeah, back again next week, but I'm not sure with next week how that looks yet. Gotta see how it pans. I might end up doing like Arcadia, Toyotoki, and then Star Rail, and then leave the Star Rail other part for next week, the week after that maybe. We shall see. I don't know how that's gonna pan yet. But alright, looking forward to see where we go with this. Like they've been setting up stuff, let's say, with what's it called? The bigger island conspiracy, let's say. Not conspiracy, but like whatever the hell's going on with that whole greater being, whatever it was. And all that. Plus, like obviously Lillian and Nishime's relationship getting there as everyone else pushes it along. But all right, cool. We'll see when I'm back next week for stream, but we'll see. All right, bye for now, Belt. Bye. Be looking forward to seeing where this goes. But yeah, feels like maybe next stream is lost unless it ends up being super duper long. We shall see. Bye for now. Bye.